do this.
Hello, everyone. Please welcome Google Developers Vice President, Janine Banks.
Hello. Welcome to Next 22. I'm Janine Banks, and I lead developer products and community at Google. My team and I love empowering developers to build innovations for the future, which leads me to the theme of Next this year. Today, meet tomorrow. To tell you a little more about how we think about tomorrow, my friends and I at Google Cloud will share top technology predictions for where we believe the cloud is headed over the next 3 years. Each one of us will share the one prediction we believe will be true by the end of 2025. And we'd love to hear what predictions you all come up with too. You can do that by responding to our original video or creating your own video on YouTube Shorts or any other social video platform. Just use the hashtag Google Cloud Predictions and tell us all about it. But before we get into all of that, I want to talk about our developer community for a minute. I get most excited about the incredible ideas and new products coming from our community, as well as the opportunity we have to help developers learn, grow, and build powerful systems and engaging experiences. Google's developer community is inclusive, one where cloud developers at every level of expertise are welcome while being challenged at the same time. And being part of Google's developer community creates true economic impact because Google Cloud certified professionals are some of the highest paid in the industry. This same cloud developer community fosters the creators. And by that, I'm talking about the students, the career switchers, and anyone else hoping to become a developer who's encouraged and supported to bring their creations to life. Just like we saw with our partner in Brazil, Soul Code Academy, and one of our newest professional data engineers, Patricia. Take a look.
Tecnologia é como se fosse um bichinho que uma vez que ela te morde, não sai mais de você. Eu cursei análise e desenvolvimento de sistemas, só que eu não consegui terminar. Tinha lá aqueles formulários, né? Qual que é o seu nome, seu endereço? Mas qual que é a sua profissão? Eu não tenho profissão. Agora é a hora de eu retomar. Aí foi onde eu vi a oportunidade do Bootcamp da Soul Code Academy em parceria com o Google Cloud. E 6 meses depois, aí foi onde eu recebi o convite para poder fazer parte do time da Soul Code Academy. Só que do lado de lá. Ali o mundo, sabe quando o mundo ganha cor? Então nessa hora ficou colorido. Eu, Patrícia, mulher casada, mãe de 3 filhos, 39 anos, profissão engenheira de dados habilitada em Google Cloud Platform.
Don't you just love Paticia's story? This is why I'm excited to come to work every single day, and the potential of what we can build together with all of you. Speaking of exciting, we recently announced a new partnership with the Drone Racing League. We built new immersive learning experiences with DRL that will blow your mind. You can participate in the Google Cloud Challenge, where you can get hands-on with DRL's race data and Google Cloud services. You can predict race outcomes, give performance tips to DRL pilots to help them smoke their competitors, and learn all at the same time. And you even get to compete for a chance to win a trip to the season finale of the league's World Championship. You can get started with the challenge right now. We look forward to seeing what you'll build next as we fly into the future of cloud together. Do you see what I did just there? Fly, drones. Okay. Are you ready? Let's go. I'll go first. My prediction is by the end of 2025, developers will start with neural inclusive design, will see a 5x growth in user adoption in their first 2 years in production. According to the National Institutes of Health, up to 20% of the world's population is neurodistinct, with the other 80% being neurotypical. These two groups make up what is called neurodiversity. And neurodiversity describes the ways people experience, interpret, and process the world around them, whether in school, at work, or through social relationships. And here at Google, we believe the world and our workplace needs all types of thinkers. What do you think about that, Jim?
That's right, 1 in 5 of us here today are neurodistinct. But what is neuro-inclusive design? Neuro-inclusive design is designed for cognitive and sensory accessibility. One of the things that makes participation in meetings accessible to me is the raise hand function. It allows me to pause the cadence of the meeting to provide an opportunity to share my thoughts. Then we realized that this made meetings better for everyone. It created more structure for everybody, which enabled visibility and broader range of ideas. So neuro-inclusive design starts with raising accessibility for neurodistinct people like myself, but everyone benefits. Good design is already neuro-inclusive when implemented properly. As an example, when developing interactive and visual features, we need to consider how noise, vibrations, or pop-ups show up in design because it creates sensory stimulation that leads to distraction. Design principles can be made neuro-inclusive when you plan thoughtfully for balance, proportion, unity, light, color, space, and patterns. And here are some tips for developers. Number 1, design with simplicity and clarity. Number 2, remove distractions or extra visualizations like pop-up windows. 3, avoid really bright colors or too much of a single color. 4, stick with a predictable and intuitive user flow. 5, be thoughtful about the vibe you are setting. Do you need music or sounds to set the tone, or is that just an extra element that can create distraction? And finally, 6, stay away from pressure points requiring a quick reaction from the users. This can add unnecessary pressure. Back to you, Janine.
Thanks, Jim. This upfront design thoughtfulness is just so important. How often have any of you been pressured to ship something, but you knew you could have improved the user experience with just a little more time? At Google, we feel that ideation, user research, testing, and marketing disproportionately help teams launch more inclusive products faster. While these are standard practices in software development, when we made a conscious decision to have all types of thinkers included across these phases, our eyes opened in so many new ways to be more inclusive. For example, closed captioning in Google Meet helps all of us process information better visually. It also helps people participating in meetings where a different language is used. When you build simple, clear experiences with fewer distractions, your products will inherently drive greater user adoption. In fact, what did I say? I predict 5x more in your first 2 years in production. This is because developers like us will have built belonging directly into our products. So that's my prediction. Now I'm going to pass the mic to some of my friends here at Google Cloud to share their predictions. Thanks.
My name is Eric Brewer, and my prediction is that by the end of 2025, 4 out of 5 enterprise developers will use some form of curated open source. Now, you're probably wondering, what is curated open source? Curated open source is just open source as you know it, but with a layer of accountability. What I mean by that is curated open source comes with support for developers, and the curator in this case will focus on not just finding vulnerabilities, but helping to fix them too. They'll update old dependencies and track new ones. With curated open source, the curators will build in automations for testing, may even offer response-based SLAs. And here's why this is so important for the community. Open source is everywhere. It helps power our electrical grids, water supplies, oil pipelines. It's fundamental to all clouds, most nations, and even widely used in proprietary software. Open source is public infrastructure, and it's an essential part of our everyday lives. So now what? Open source is here to stay, but everything it powers is vulnerable. The incidents are real, and they are costly. This is why governments are stepping in with regulations like FedRAMP and executive orders to combat cybersecurity. Regulations like these are super important and show us just how deeply security vulnerabilities impact our lives. But in fact, these regulations are exactly why we need curation. Curated open source enables you to depend on the open source beyond the as-is approach we use today. We believe in this philosophy so much that we are already working on it. To help you build secure apps faster, we're releasing Software Delivery Shield. This is a fully managed security solution that protects your software supply chain from source to deployment. And as part of SDS, we have our initial curated open source example called Assured OSS. This service curates open source packages used by Google and makes them available to you, our cloud developers. Google will scan, analyze, and fuzz test more than 250 Java and Python packages for security vulnerabilities on your behalf, and we'll update them as needed. Still don't believe me that developers use some form of curation? How about this? Let us show you what we're doing at Google to make this reality. Hi, Aja.
Hey, Eric. So let's actually see what the software delivery lifecycle looks like if you use Software Delivery Shield to enforce responsible use of open source through policy. So we're going to start with Cloud Workstations, a complete development environment in the cloud. Cloud Workstations is highly customizable, and the version I'm showing today has all the tools and compilers and everything I need, including the brand new Source Protect extension. Actually, right here you can see that Source Protect has flagged a dependency with a known vulnerability. I can fix this right now on my workstation before anything is ever checked in. Now, Cloud Workstations is going to automatically detect those changes, and it's going to redeploy my app on my workstations as needed. This shortens my dev loop and makes me more productive. So when I push my changes, because I'm happy with them, Cloud Build is going to run continuous integration against our code base. Here, you can see a Cloud Build build report, and you can see that we provide SALSA Level 3 compliant build provenance. Cloud Build also scans for vulnerabilities. And here we can see a list of vulnerabilities, including details on many of them, and in some cases, even the fix that we need to make to address it. Now, it happens to be that the image that Eric and I are working with today has several external open source dependencies, for example, Spring Boot Starter. In general, pulling these directly from the internet could pose some risk. Fortunately, that dependency and many others are in the Assured OSS portfolio, so that I can use a version of that dependency that's been vetted by Google, which is what you've been telling us about.
This is exactly the point. You don't have to worry about these dependencies because they are already vetted for you.
And so now that I know that I don't have to worry as much about these dependencies, it's time to push the code to prod. So let's actually look at a delivery pipeline. Here's a cloud deploy delivery pipeline. Super simple one. We've just got a dev and a test environment. And when I'm happy with my code in dev, I can promote it to prod. And we can deploy to GKE. So while that's deploying, let's look at one last thing. Here's the new GKE security posture page. Here I can see security concerns on both the cluster and workload level. I can dig into any concerns if I need to, including seeing recommended actions to take to mitigate any issues that were identified. So that's the dev to prod tour of Software Delivery Shield, so you can see how it helps you use open source responsibly all the way from when you start writing code to when it's released into production.
That was great. Thank you, Aja. We love co-creating. We just want to make sure there's an added layer of accountability to better support you and the apps you build. This is why we believe that 4 out of 5 enterprise developers will use some form of curated open source. Thank you.
First off, it is so nice to see everyone here in the room. Give it up for being back in person, right? So, hello everyone. My name is Iman Ghanizada, and my prediction is that by the end of 2025, 90% of security operations workflows will be automated and managed as code. Okay, so SecOps teams are struggling to keep up with the attackers. We all know this, right? There's too much data, complex technology environments, and there's more adversaries now more than ever. I mean, every day on the news, we hear about a new 18-year-old that has breached a company, right? So let's go ahead and let's pair this with the detection and response workflow, which is notoriously centered around toil, and it requires a linear growth in people to keep up with the volume of threats. But we all know we can just hire a bunch of more people, right? Like every CISO has $1 billion in their bank, and they're just waiting to hire 700,000 people. So this inefficient workflow has basically created the cybersecurity talent shortage. There's over 700,000 unfilled cyber jobs. And these jobs, they're high stress, they're overloaded with toil-based work, and a lot of folks are quite frankly just burnt out. So there's just no way that this issue is going to get solved if we keep doing things the way that we're doing them today. So to scale security across cloud, we're going to make security more agile and accessible to everyone through code. Here's how. So our autonomic security operations framework is designed to help you take advantage of our API-first approach with Chronicle security operations and other tools, including many of those tools that are within our new Mandiant portfolio. This shift in our new framework takes traditional assembly line security operations workflows into a codified continuous feedback model we call continuous detection, continuous response, or CDCR for short. You can imagine it's kind of like CI/CD, but for threat management. We've seen customers like BBVA and NCR, and as well as our MSSP partners like Curated, use our tools to build continuous detection and response workflows that scale across billions of alerts. And so earlier this year, we actually partnered with MITRE Ingenuity, with Curated and others to launch Community Security Analytics. CSA is an open source repo that we created to foster community collaboration on developing security analytics for your cloud workloads. These analytics can be deployed as code to complement the native detection capabilities in Chronicle and other Google Cloud tools. So it's kind of like having a team of devs collaborating on your detection rules. So I'll show you how to deploy these rules, but first let's actually dive into an example, okay? Let's just say that there's a user outside of your DevOps team that gets access to impersonate a highly privileged production service account. That probably wouldn't be good, right? So Rule 2.20 analyzes your admin activity logs for permission grants on service accounts. And for this next part, we went ahead and pre-recorded this because we wanted to save time, and also I don't want to have you watch me fumble over my keys and take down US East or something. So first, we're starting in the terminal, and we've already cloned a private repo here. Now we're going to go ahead and open up that URL rule, and we can add parameters to fine-tune the rule to our needs. So in case you haven't noticed, Chronicle's URL syntax is very, very, very simple compared to other detection languages. Now we're going to go ahead and commit and push our changes, and we already have a GitHub action set up to auto-deploy these rules into our Chronicle instance. And by the way, Chronicle can be deployed as code, and it can scale across petabytes of data without needing infrastructure or human involvement. I mean, it's as cloud native as they come. Okay, so we're going to pivot into our Chronicle instance. We're going to refresh. And let's see, voila. Okay, boom. So there's our new rule. And from this point on, it's going to start alerting when this malicious activity is identified. We can also run a retro hunt, which essentially takes this rule and it runs it against all of our historical data in Chronicle to see if there's an alert that we missed. And we've done retro hunts with customers that have taken seconds or minutes that may have taken them hours or days with their existing tools. I mean, it's uber fast. We can also use Chronicle SOAR to create an automation playbook, basically to figure out how to respond to this type of alert. And we also have APIs to automate this entire thing from ingest to analytics to response. So the moral of the story is what? None of us want to end up on the news, right? So in order to make this 90% prediction a reality, security analysts are going to have to work a lot more like devs so that they can free up time to focus on the most important threats to their organizations. So you'll need to implement modern, developer-friendly workflows like CDCR across your detection and response practice. And what I've shown you today is how we're making it possible for you to do so. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Camilla Aryafar, and my prediction is by the end of 2025, AI is going to be the primary driver for moving to a 4-day work week. So what does this mean to you and me? A 3-day weekend? What it actually means is being able to comfortably complete 5 days worth of work in 4 days or even less with efficiencies gained through AI. Enterprise use of AI alone exploded over the past few years, touching all aspects of business. One of the greatest reasons behind this is AI's huge potential to increase employee productivity. You have told us how excited you are to work with Google Cloud because we make all of the AI research, AI models, and ML toolkits from Google available to you as enterprise-grade products and solutions, like Vertex AI. Since its launch, Vertex AI has helped data scientists ship ML models faster into production by automating routine tasks like model management, monitoring, and versioning. With Vertex AI, data scientists can now build and train ML models 5 times faster, meaning increased time for experimentation, reduced custom coding, and the ability to move more ML models into production. Today, with the announcement of Vertex AI Vision, we are taking this a step further and providing you with a fully managed development environment for creating computer vision applications. In the general keynote with a smart city use case, my colleague June Yang discussed how you can use Vertex AI Vision to reduce the time required to build and deploy computer vision applications from weeks to hours. Now, let's dive into 3 areas that I, as a developer, am most excited about when it comes to Vertex AI Vision. The ability to use your own custom models, integration with BigQuery, and developing external applications with SDKs. Let's see how. First, in the smart city example, we used a pre-built occupancy analytics model to detect and count vehicles. Now, if I want to do the same thing for bicycles, I can use a custom bicycle detection model in Vertex AI and easily import it into my computer vision application. Basically, if the model works in Vertex AI, then it will also work in Vertex AI Vision. Second, I want to use the power of BigQuery to combine video annotations with other information in my data warehouse. By the way, I can also store annotations in the included Vision Warehouse feature to easily search for insights across my video. By using Vertex AI Vision together with BigQuery, I can correlate traffic patterns with weather patterns, or even make a forecast with BigQuery ML to predict future traffic patterns. Finally, I can use the SDK to access process video data and annotations and hook into a live stream of vehicle counts to power other applications or dashboards. It's that simple, and it can be applied to one video stream or even hundreds of video streams. This level of flexibility and scalability is unique to Google Cloud, and that's how we help you reduce the development time for computer vision applications from weeks to hours. Not just with Vertex AI Vision, but all of Google Cloud's AI products are built to help you be more productive and delight your customers. For example, using Contact Center AI, call center teams can manage up to 28% more conversations concurrently. That means a lot more productivity. With Translation Hub, localization teams can translate documents into 135 languages in a matter of seconds, which means time saved for other efforts and a more inclusive workplace. Similarly, with Google Cloud's Recommendations AI, merchandising and e-commerce teams can now drive 40% more customer conversions. That means a lot more happy customers and a happy sales team too. When you put together all of these productivity gains, powered by AI, across the organization, a 4-day work week is a very distinct possibility. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Irina Farouk, and my prediction is that by the end of 2025, 90% of data will be actionable in real time using ML. I'm sure many of you are pretty skeptical of this prediction, and that's understandable. A recent survey found that only 1/3 of all companies are able to realize tangible value from their data. And we continue to hear that many of you are trying to fix that by taking on the operational burden of managing data infrastructure, moving data around, and duplicating data to make it available to the right users in the right tools. So then, how do we begin to overcome these barriers before data can be actionable in real time using ML? Since our inception, Google has been focused on delivering highly personalized information that is highly trusted by billions of people around the world. Data is in our DNA. The same data infrastructure that's allowed us to innovate is available to you, and that is why we believe we can make this prediction a reality. Take, for example, our customer, Vodafone. As one of the world's largest telecommunication companies, Vodafone unified all their data so that thousands of their employees can innovate across 700 different use cases and 5,000 real-time data feeds. They now run AI development 80% faster, more cost-effective, all without compromising governance and reliability. So then, how can we help you achieve your own data infrastructure vision? The short answer is in 3 parts. First, you can't act on data unless you can see it and trust it. Today, we're announcing automatic cataloging of all your GCP data with business context in Dataplex. And you can integrate third-party sources too. What this means is that you no longer need to spend days looking for the right data, and instead can spend time working with it. But once you find your data, how do you know you can trust it? Have you ever been in a meeting where someone questions the validity of a single data point, and then nobody can trust anything that's being presented from that point onward? That's why I'm particularly excited about the new data quality and lineage capabilities in Dataplex, bringing intelligence and automation to help you trust your data. Second, you can't act on data unless you can work with it. To innovate, you've got to be able to use the best tools for the job across all your data. Speaking of the best tools, I'm excited about BigQuery's new support for unstructured data. Now you can be sure that your BigQuery skills will pay off across all your data, from structured to semi-structured to unstructured. It is also important to be able to use the best of open source tools. Last year, we introduced our serverless Spark offering. And today, we're announcing that you can run Spark directly from BigQuery with fully integrated experience and billing. But this is still just the beginning. We have a bold vision for our Spark offering to bring the Google infrastructure magic, all without forking open source. Take, for example, MindMeld, the shuffle service powering BigQuery and Dataflow that helps deliver scale, reliability, and performance that you know and love with those services. That's coming to a Spark job soon. Lastly, you can't act on today's data tomorrow. We've heard from many of you that you struggle with making real-time, in-context experiences a reality for your own customers. Dataflow, our streaming analytics service, powers critical Google services, and we believe it can do the same for you. With Dataflow, you can use Apache Beam to build unified batch and real-time pipelines. You can start small while having the assurance that you can process real-time events at extreme scale if your application needs it. To summarize, when you can see the data, trust the data, and work with data as it's collected, we can see how 90% of data will be actionable in real time using ML, and the incredible innovation that that will unleash. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Andy Goodmans, and I predict that by the end of 2025, the barriers between transactional and analytical workloads will disappear. Traditionally, data architectures have separated these mixed workloads, and for good reason. Fundamentally, their underlying databases are built differently. Transactional databases are optimized for fast reads and writes, while analytical databases are optimized for aggregating large data sets. Because these systems are largely decoupled, many of you are struggling to piece together different solutions to build intelligent data-driven apps. For instance, to provide personalized recommendations for e-commerce, apps need to support both transactional and analytical workloads on the same data set, and without negatively impacting performance. At Google Cloud, we're uniquely positioned to solve this problem because of how we've architected our data platform. Our transactional and analytical databases are built on a highly scalable, disaggregated compute and storage system, and Google's high-performance global network, allowing us to provide tightly integrated data services. And to help you unify your data across your apps, today, I'm excited to tell you more about new capabilities we recently announced. First, Data Stream for BigQuery, which allows you to easily replicate data from transactional databases into BigQuery in real time. Next, Database Migration Service, which provides a one-click migration from Postgres into AlloyDB for operational analytics. And lastly, we support query federation with Spanner, Cloud SQL, and Bigtable right from the BigQuery console to analyze data in transactional databases. But don't take my word for it. Let's see how some of these technologies remove barriers for our fictitious company, Symbol Bank. Symbol wanted to integrate their core banking features in their app with market data to provide personalized, real-time investment dashboards. The problem was their app's backend was optimized for transactional workloads. So how do they maintain the responsiveness of their app while adding analytical goodness? Symbol Bank chose Google Cloud's new fully managed Postgres-compatible database, AlloyDB, offering the capability to analyze transactional data in real time. Now, migrating all their existing data with minimal downtime felt like a big lift for the Symbol engineers. But it turns out that Database Migration Service makes this simple. And I'll walk you through just how easy it is. Database Migration Service lets you migrate from Postgres to AlloyDB with continuous replication, minimizing downtime. Once we define where we're migrating from and what we're moving our data into, we can see the prerequisites for the migration directly in your UI. Sources are defined using profiles which contain host, username, and password, and you can predefine them like I've done here for Symbol's Postgres instance. Here we define our destination and some basic configuration options, and then we get to hit Create. This part will take a few minutes, so I've sped up time a little bit. Once it finishes, a quick test to ensure that it will all work, and then hit Create and Start. Once the initial dump is finished, we're now in a state where we have both the old and new database populated with our live data continuously replicating from old to new. And that means we can do cool stuff like testing the performance of our new investment features against both the existing production Postgres database and the new AlloyDB database side by side. Since AlloyDB is fully compatible with Postgres, you don't have to make any application changes. And as you can see, we're getting much better performance out of the new AlloyDB backend. AlloyDB is 4 times faster for transactional workloads and up to 100 times faster for analytical queries compared to standard Postgres, making it the perfect database for these kind of hybrid workloads. We all want to act on data in real time without the toil of infrastructure assembly and operations. We've given you a taste of how Google Cloud makes it easier for you to build data-driven apps on a unified platform. And this is why I predict that by the end of 2025, the barriers between transactional and analytical workloads will disappear. Thanks.
My name is Amin Vedat, and my prediction is, by the end of 2025, over half of cloud infrastructure decisions will be automated based on an organization's usage patterns to meet performance and reliability needs. At Google, we believe the work we do today with our partners will define the next generation of infrastructure for the world. While some people look at infrastructure as a commodity, we see it as a source of inspiration. This inspiration comes from delivering capabilities not available anywhere else and pulling in the future by operating at a level of reliability and scale that might otherwise seem unimaginable. Our infrastructure is designed with the scale-out capability needed to support billions of users who use services like Search, YouTube, Gmail, and our cloud services each and every day. We pioneered the model of entire buildings operating as a single computing and storage system. And with Spanner, we showed how services could run reliably at scale across the planet. And we've experienced network innovations like Google Global Cache, B4, and Jupyter, shortening distances across the planet. This gave us the opportunity to reimagine what was possible from infrastructure in terms of scale and capability. Look at the world around us. The time for disruptive innovation has never been more profound. We're seeing incredible demand on the industry's infrastructure, yet simultaneous plateaus in efficiency. You and your companies continue to push the boundaries of what infrastructure can provide. Yet the burden of picking the just right combination of components continues to fall on you. To address this, we've engineered golden paths from silicon to the console. These paths combine purpose-built infrastructure, prescriptive architectures, and an ecosystem to deliver workload-optimized, ultra-reliable infrastructure. So let's talk about the investments we're making in infrastructure at Google in power and performance to make all of this possible. We partnered with Intel to co-design and build custom silicon like this little thing. This is called an infrastructure processing unit, or IPU, and it gives you massive performance and scalability to power high-performance, data-intensive apps. These IPUs are at the heart of our new C3 VMs. C3s include the latest generation Intel Sapphire Rapids processor and custom-designed offload based on the IPU that delivers 200 gigabit per second low-latency networking. And coupled with our new block storage hyperdisk, they can provide incredible storage performance. Now, let me show you something else. From the small to the big, meet the hardware behind the new Tensor Processing Unit, the TPU v4 platform. It's likely the world's fastest, largest, and most efficient machine learning supercomputer. This liquid-cooled board is a beast in both power and performance density. You see these pipes running across it, running chilled water over the board. They're there to ensure you extract the highest level of efficiency from this hardware. It allows secure, isolated access, and is at the cutting edge of services like natural language understanding, recommender systems, and image processing. The TPU makes large-scale training workloads up to 80% faster and up to 50% cheaper compared to alternatives. When you talk about nearly doubling performance for half the cost, you unlock your imagination in terms of what just might be possible. The same IPUs and TPUs that power your services are the foundation that will enable us to automate over half of cloud infrastructure decisions in the next couple of years. They will support the telemetry data and ML-based analytics to proactively recommend the best infrastructure. It will be based on an understanding of how infrastructure balance points correspond to performance and reliability for your individual workloads. We don't think that you should have to think about hardware specifications. That is last generation cloud thinking. You will specify a workload and will quickly recommend, configure, and place the best option for you based on your price, performance, and scale needs. We know that these automated, adaptive decisions deliver lower cost, more performance, and higher reliability than any handcrafted solution. So is my prediction that over half of cloud infrastructure decisions will be automated based on an organization's usage pattern correct? Honestly, I think it's going to be much higher than that. It has to be in order to keep up with all the advancements you're making in technology. The burden and complexity of infrastructure decision-making you have today will disappear through the power of AI and ML automation. And when you have freedom to focus on your solution delivery, the rate of innovation and customer benefits will only accelerate. While cloud has been transformative, we are still at the early stages. We're excited to continue to make the unimaginable possible and the possible easy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teron Giannini, and my prediction is that by the end of 2025, 3 out of 4 developers will lead with sustainability as their primary development principle. For the longest time, the focus was elsewhere. We needed to build it fast, build it securely, build it as simply as possible, build it at the lowest cost, build it reliably. Well, now it's also time to build it sustainably. We can't ignore the urgency required from all of us to meet climate targets. And while organizations are moving in the right direction, they struggle to take action. 65% of IT executives said they want to improve their sustainability efforts, but don't know how to do it. 36% of them said they didn't even have the measurement tools in place to track sustainability progress. So, how can we help them out? We can give them better data about the environmental footprint of their business. So today, I am excited to announce that Google Cloud Carbon Footprint, which helps you measure, report, and reduce your cloud carbon emissions, is now generally available. Let's take a look. Right from the Cloud Console, you can access the carbon footprint dashboard of your account. The underlying methodology is quite unique and is based on actual measurements of the energy used by machines in our data centers. It is also the complete picture of your emissions. Not only emissions coming from electricity production, but also on-site fossil fuel emissions and other embodied emissions coming from data center hardware. This is also known as scopes 1, 2, and 3. And of course, you can break down the data by Google Cloud Project, Google Cloud Region, and Google Cloud Product. With a simple click, you can export your cloud emissions data to BigQuery for further analysis and to provide your sustainability teams with the data they need to report on your company's emissions. We also want to help you build new applications that emit less carbon by making the right choice at the right time. Let's say you want to deploy a new application to the US West Coast. From a latency perspective, all of these options are very similar. Without more info, you might have picked Las Vegas, which happens to have a relatively carbon-intense electricity grid. But up in Oregon, you'd find a very clean grid, full of hydropower and therefore low carbon intensity. That is why it is indicated as a low-carbon region. In fact, a simple choice of Oregon over Las Vegas can reduce your gross electricity emissions of running that app by about 80%. And with this move, you not only saved carbon, you also saved money, since a compute engine VM is cheaper in Oregon. A move that can help you save money and carbon is easy to make. When we tested this feature, we noticed new users were 50% more likely to choose a low-carbon region when they saw the icon. And that can make a very big difference. So, how do we make it easy to identify more opportunities to lower your carbon emissions and deliver those options at scale? Well, Active Assist now shares recommendations to remove idle resources and their associated emissions. Actually, all of the sustainability features I just showed you today are embedded into Google Cloud Console and documentation. They are available out of the box at no charge and for all developers. Sustainability is too important to be complicated. Before I go, here are two things to remember. One, moving to Google Cloud gives you the efficiency gains and energy benefits to reduce your emissions. Two, when you build on the cloud, pick the region with the lowest carbon impact for your application. Because these tools are available, I believe that by 2025, 3 out of 4 developers will lead with sustainability as their primary development principle. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I don't know why I did jazz hands. Let's play with that weird energy though, together here today. Let's go. Good, so hi, my name's Richard Seroder. My prediction for you today is that by the end of 2025, over half of all organizations using public cloud will actually gonna freely switch their primary cloud as a result of all these new multi-cloud capabilities available. So quick story, I recently moved from the Seattle area to San Diego after a vacation this year with my family. We realized we needed something different. So bought a house in San Diego before I finally sold the house in Washington. And for a weird time there, I was multi-house, and that was not good. But it wasn't my desired end state, but that's okay. Sometimes you're in these multi-situations while you transfer from one state to another. And that's related to my prediction here. I think in the years ahead, we're gonna see companies use a multi-cloud strategy, not just as a way to hedge their bets, but as a way to actually switch from their first cloud to their next cloud. So research data shows that the majority of companies are actually multi-cloud today, meaning they use more than one hyperscale cloud. Sounds probably pretty familiar to most of you. I'm personally talking to more and more companies, though, that are using multi-cloud technologies as a way not to shift just their workloads, but their mind share to a different cloud as well. So let's see what that journey might look like. What would that look like? Let's look at like 3 different steps. We'll do some live demos, what can go wrong. So first, that first part of the journey is how do we meet you where you are today with what you got? You probably use another cloud. That's totally cool. Nobody's perfect. But here at Google Cloud, we've made some unique investments in a multi-cloud management plane that works with your compute and your data, even if it's on other clouds. So in this first step, you're starting to use Google Cloud, but you want to incorporate existing investments in other ones. So consistency matters a ton here, and Anthos plays a huge part. Let's see how. So first off, if you'll see here, I actually have an EKS cluster I built, and I've actually attached this to the Anthos control plane. From here, I can manage the cluster, I can view workloads, I can deploy things, I can troubleshoot, I can apply common policies. And even with our recent partnership and collaboration with the Crossplane project, I can actually create and manage GKE clusters, AKS clusters, EKS clusters, provision and manage them all the same way from Google Cloud, which is pretty cool. Now, what do you do with your data? We talked about compute. If I think about my data, how do I analyze all this? We know that data transfer costs are real. Consolidation isn't always the right option. And so for financial, strategic, or even policy reasons, your organization might need data in different clouds. It's okay. So with BigQuery Omni, I can actually have my data lake in Amazon S3 or here in my Azure storage account, and I don't have to move the data to actually run my queries against it in BigQuery. I can actually analyze it where it resides without moving the data. So this is one of many cloud services that actually work wherever you are, whether they run across clouds or actually integrate with the different clouds. It's a big deal. So that's a starter phase, right? I'm building skills, I'm moving, kind of comfort in this new home I have, but I haven't moved really anything. So some of you might think this is where you stop, right? Multi-cloud is just use a bunch of clouds, but I don't think so. I think many are going a step further. So in the second stage, you start upgrading your tech where it is and growing your adoption of that secondary cloud. So step 2, as I start using Google Cloud services, let's say things like GKE, which are awesome, I want to use it even more and more. So I might introduce things like Anthos clusters to Azure and AWS. This is the GKE API and GKE software running across clouds, which is amazing. And just now, we just shipped the capability where I can even upgrade those clusters in place on another cloud from the Google Cloud Console. That's awesome. I don't have to jump all over the place to run all my infrastructure. Now here, you might also start creating a multi-cloud mesh and say, look, I want to actually maintain services that run across clusters in different clouds. In this particular mesh, my web app is spread across GKE, EKS clusters, all of these different places. I'm actually able to manage those services and see them and connect them wherever they are. Now let's talk about data. At this point in the game, you might use our great service data stream to redirect your existing Aurora cluster in AWS from Redshift. Maybe you want to steer it to BigQuery instead. And I actually built a stream that connects from my Aurora database and feeds the data in real time to BigQuery. Pretty awesome stuff. So use DataStream to move data around as well. So that's cool. So for some, multi-cloud is a bit of a phase. It's not a permanent state. You're not trying to get there. Your final stage could be a full-on migration to your new primary cloud. So once you've invested in Google Cloud, you might start taking advantage of really awesome stuff like GKE Autopilot. This is a fully managed Kubernetes environment where we are running the whole thing. You don't manage clusters. You just deal with your workloads. It's awesome and exclusive to Google Cloud. Now, what's really cool is you may also continue to use Anthos on Google Cloud to manage all of your fleets of GKE clusters in all of our regions around the world. I'm showing you some new dashboards here that are coming out. And this actually lets me manage not just my GKE clusters, but I'm managing on-prem, bare metal, VMware, Edge, doesn't matter. I'm getting a view of my entire fleet and managing that. So now you get things like BigQuery for analytics, you're in Google Cloud, Spanner for distributed data, AI/ML for amazing insights, all these unique developer tools and more. So look, if you forget everything else that I've talked about here today, remember that Google Cloud has a really unique management plane that meets you where you are, but honestly takes you further. So this is why I believe over half of companies using public cloud today will freely switch their primary provider in the coming years as a result of all these great multi-cloud capabilities. Thanks a lot.
Hi, I'm Jana Mandic, and my prediction is that by the end of 2025, over half of all business applications will be built by users who do not identify as professional developers today. One of the most interesting opportunities as organizations evolve is that we will continue to see more development work in the enterprise taken up by teams and individuals outside of central IT. The adoption of no-code and low-code tools will unlock this potential by making the development process easier for more users. How many times have you been asked to do something, but you had to say no because your roadmap or feature request lists were already way too long? Well, with these tools, those business users you had to say no to can instead create apps and workflow automations themselves with no programming skills required. These no-code and low-code apps will be built collaboratively with developers like you who will provide the guardrails to keep the business secure while enabling business users to deliver their own solutions. And I'm not alone in thinking this prediction will come true. Leading tech analyst Gartner forecasts that by 2025, 70% of new applications developed by organizations will use low-code or no-code technologies. That's up from less than 25% in 2020. Organizations are getting ready for this change, and our customers are already moving in this direction. Globe Telecom, a major telco out of the Philippines, reduced targeted business process turnaround time by 80% through experiences built by their citizen developers. And now, it's demo time. Let me show you how Google Workspace's AppSheet is making all this possible today and in the future. Now I'm going to be Anne Gray, a business analyst, trying to help my team save time managing request approvals. Currently, the process is manual and disorganized, spread across ad hoc emails and chat messages. So to fix that, first I'm going to build a no-code request approval app, and then I'll show you how my team and I can use this app to efficiently manage our development workflow, our approval workflow. With AppSheet, I have a single place to store my data and build my apps. I can also connect to other easy-to-use data sources like Sheets, or with the help of IT, I could connect to CloudDBs. Let me show you the solution that I could build as a business user. Here's my database. AppSheet helps me structure my data and prep it for app building. When I'm ready, I can create a new application with a single click. This creates a prototype app that will be usable on any desktop or mobile device. After some customization, here's what I've built. I have a new request view for users to make requests, and an approval view for approvers to do their thing. Each of these views is available to me in mobile apps and desktop apps by default, and I can also configure them to show up in Gmail and chat, meeting my users where they are. Here is my Google Chat app. With this, my users can make requests directly from their team chat space, and it's reusing the same request view I configured earlier. Here's my automation that will send the approval view to the approvers in email. When I'm happy with my app, I can share it with my users, and I can add it to my chat spaces. Throughout this whole process, everything I created is controlled by governing policies set by the company's workspace admin. For example, here's what happens if I try to share the app outside of my domain. AppSheet blocks me and keeps company data secure. This allows IT to do two things. One, keep a clear line of sight on all apps so they can deprecate, update, and retire them when necessary. And two, restrict access to only those users who need it. Now let me show you how my colleague Jeffrey and I can use this app to manage our request and approval workflow. I'll be Jeffrey now. I'm on Anne's team, and I have a request to make. Let me ask Anne how to use her new app. She's added the bot to the space, and now I can quickly submit my reimbursement request. OK, now I'll be Anne again. I got this email for Jeffrey's request. I can review and approve it directly from here. And if I have a pile of requests to review, I don't have to click through individual emails. I can pop into the app and see everything in one place. This app is accessible to all the users, requesters and approvers. With simple sheets-like expressions, it's configured so the requesters see only their own requests, and approvers see all the information that they need. You saw just how easy we are making it for non-technical users to create business applications that meet their immediate needs. With no-code and low-code, you and your business users now have more tools to work with. This is why I believe that over half of all business apps will be built by users who don't identify as professional developers today. Thank you.
Well, folks, that's a wrap on our predictions. We're excited about the conversations this will start and continue with all of you. Remember, if you want to share your own prediction, use the hashtag Google Cloud Predictions to tell us all about it. We can't wait to hear from you. Thank you for your continued inspiration and for partnering with us to build what's next. So, are you ready? Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. please welcome Google Cloud's Head of Developer Communities, Ashley Willis.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here for as long as you have. I'm sure you were like, I'm ready to go. My name is Ashley Willis. I'm head of developer communities at Google Cloud. I'm also a wife and mother to 3 beautiful kids, some of whom are watching today. Thanks for watching. And today I'd like to talk about something a little bit different than my colleagues have been on stage. It's something that affects all of us in one way or another, and that thing is burnout. Needless to say, I am not a doctor. I cannot diagnose any of you with burnout, but I have experienced this numerous times over my careers, but we're gonna talk more about that later. Today's talk will focus on why I think burnout exists, some of the ways that you can identify it, and for the managers in the room, I'm going to give you some tips to keep you from burning your people out. But first, I think it's helpful to start with a definition of burnout. Burnout can be really difficult to describe because it's not necessarily one medical condition in itself. But according to the APA Dictionary of Psychology, burnout is defined as physical, emotional, or mental exhaustion accompanied by decreased motivation, lowered performance, and negative attitudes towards oneself and others. Is any of this starting to sound a little bit too familiar? Yep. Yes? Good. So be honest, this is a very safe space. This is a small room. How many of you have experienced burnout? Yes. The good and bad news is that you are not alone. Employee well-being is a new workplace imperative, and we are hearing our managers talk a lot about employee morale, what can we do for people, and the term quiet quitting is kind of setting the internet on fire. So a recent Gallup study cited that about 74% of workers have experienced burnout on the job, and 40% said that they experienced it specifically during the pandemic. And I don't know about you, but I found those numbers to be shocking. And because it's so hard to recover from burnout, people will sometimes leave entire industries trying to escape it. For example, I used to be a commercial photographer, a software engineer, and as you may have noticed by my slides, I was also a graphic designer, or still am. An Ashley of all trades, if you will. So I ran a consulting business for about 10 years. My business was actually doing well, it was thriving, but I had burnt out so bad that I decided to do something completely new, learn a completely new skill in my 30s, and then I entered the corporate world again, and here I am. So why are we like this? I think that there are a few things that factor into burnout, but the one that I'd like to talk about today is status. A status symbol you see in a car or a fancy watch, or maybe you live in a really nice house, but the point is that status was visible to the world. And now I think status is about being busy. We're keeping up with the Joneses along with a fancy car or a nice watch. I see you all pre-ordering your Teslas. So imagine for a moment that somebody's like, hey, how are you doing? The normal answer is, oh man, I'm really busy, or I'm really tired, because we are overscheduled. We even overschedule our kids. Our vacations are scheduled, all of it. If your calendar isn't filled with back-to-backs, are you even important? If you are not sharing a selfie at that tourist trap, did you even vacation? By the way, this is Hootie the Owl, and if you are looking for a good owl cafe in Tokyo, hit me up. I know where to send you. Which brings me to social media. So social media is involved in every aspect of our daily lives. We are more online than ever, and we are constantly sharing the highlight reels. But it's not enough just to be on social media anymore. We all want to be influencers. We want all of the likes and all of the engagement. We really need that attention. And so we're trying to keep up with our peers, and we've prioritized this public perception over our own mental health. And through social psychology, we actually know that this negatively increases the frequency of our own self-evaluation, of our appearance, our health, and even our jobs. I like to say that every like equals 1 serotonin, and that might not be too far from the truth, because my little heart flutters every time I see a notification. I'm like, yes, more likes. So it's kind of like that 1985 Oscar speech from Sally Fields where she's like, you like me, you really like me. So that's normal, though. We require connection. And in fact, connection is known to reduce anxiety, stress, and depression. Socializing helps us learn to navigate and cope with life's challenges and can boost our self-esteem. And it also helps us avoid loneliness. So in a lot of ways, social media helps us create those connections. But the life that we lead on social media is an idealized version of ourselves. We are not connecting authentically. So it's no wonder we're all stressed out. We're constantly trying to keep up, we're constantly doom scrolling, and we're constantly available. If I don't answer that call or that text, will they think I'm lazy or unreliable? What if they reach out to somebody instead? How can I be the hero in this situation? Which leads to what I like to call the hero syndrome. The addiction to being a hero is no different than any other addiction. As a hero, you spend most of the time trying to save the day and not enough time sharing knowledge with other people. That lack of knowledge transfer can cause many single points of failure across your business, also known as the lotto factor. Take Jane, for example, who works as a software engineer at a fast-growing startup. If Jane wins the lotto tomorrow, she is not coming to work. So who can pick up Jane's workload when she doesn't show up? Because no matter hardworking or heroic Jane might be, she will ultimately burn herself out. Nobody can keep up that pace forever. So do not be a hero is the lesson you should learn from that. So how long do you think it takes to recover from burnout? A month? 6 weeks? All of you are wrong. The answer is going to surprise you because it surprised me. On average, it takes 2 years to recover from burnout. That's right. Which makes sense because it probably took you just as long to get there in the first place. Burnout does not happen over a single project. It's caused by repetitive stress and lack of work-life balance over several years. The trouble is that by the time you feel like you're burnt out, you're probably already there, and that's why taking your vacation does not always help. Vacation should be proactive instead of reactive. So now that we've talked about some of the reasons why I think burnout exists, let's talk about what the burnout cycle looks like. There's 7 phases here, and I'm going to take you through those now. So phase 1 is the honeymoon phase. I am really excited about this. I'm happy, I'm committed, I'm energetic. And this is especially true when we've started a new job. We're solving hard problems and we have this compulsion to prove ourselves. That's normal. Your productivity levels are at an all-time high. It's great. Phase 2 is the onset of stress. This phase begins with an awareness that some days are more difficult than others, and you find that you're just not as optimistic as you once were. You're more tired than normal, like sleepy all day and then up all night thinking about work. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Yes? Phase 3 is neglecting yourself. By this point, some people are postponing self-care just to get the job done, and nobody likes pepperoni on their keyboard. Maybe you're ordering takeout because you don't have enough time to cook a healthy meal. I spend way too much money on DoorDash. Or maybe you're just dunking your kids' dino nuggets in ketchup and sadness. Another example might be you canceling plans because you just cannot enjoy a night out with that looming workload. It's terrible. Maybe you're engaging in really unhealthy coping mechanisms like drinking too much just to get your mind to stop racing. Phase 4 is interpersonal problems at home and at work. And that's my kid, who I'm completely ignoring. And so is your family checking in a lot? Is the vibe just generally off? There's a tension and you can't really put your finger on it, but work is really stressful, and that's starting to bleed into your home life. You're snapping at your kids, you're canceling plans, the things that you used to love just aren't as much fun anymore. Does it sound a little bit like depression? That's probably because burnout is often diagnosed as depression. When we reach this phase, we're just not present anymore. And I don't know about you, but I feel like a bad partner, a bad coworker, a bad parent. It feels like I'm failing everyone, so why bother trying? Phase 5 is reduced performance and cognitive problems. That's right. That's me just scrolling through TikTok. So burnout and chronic stress is actually known to interfere with your ability to pay attention and concentrate. Distracted breaks become much longer, and you just can't seem to concentrate no matter how hard you try. And when we're stressed, our attention narrows and even small tasks become a huge burden. So there I am again, spending my afternoon on TikTok because I know I have a lot of work to do, I just don't know how to do it. So phase 6, I cannot get excited about work anymore. By this point, I'm done, I'm 3 cups of coffee in, we're done. But now I'm feeling a little bit cynical about my working conditions and even my coworkers. I can't seem to get ahead no matter how hard I try, and the workload is so big that I don't even know how to ask for help at this point. Phase 7 is physical symptoms. So experts know that chronic stress can create real health problems like digestive issues, heart disease, and depression. And according to an ITA group study, employees who say that they burned out are 23% more likely to visit an emergency room. When you're tired all day and thinking about work all night, of course that's going to trigger something physical. And phase 8 is total burnout. And here you can see my soul departing to the great workstream in the sky. It's at this point that I just do not trust myself anymore, and I doubt whether or not I'm even qualified for my job. By now, I feel like the only way to recover is to find a new job. And spoiler alert, that's not going to help you either. That is merely a Band-Aid for a much larger problem. And this isn't necessarily a phase, but as a developer, I thought that this was a really cool visual of burnout. You can see that really strong commit history in those first 2 years. And this is from Johnny Holloman on Twitter. He's great, but he said that what got him there was 5 years working day and night on his own app. So you can see by years 3 and 4, that's total burnout. He's done. He's not committing anymore. He's done. And there have been some studies that talk about open source and burnout. And for anyone that's contributing to open source, if you're not doing it as part of your job, developers say that it gives them energy, which makes a lot of sense. But if you're like Johnny and you're trying to get paid through open source, it's really hard to say no, and it can lead to burnout. So we'll talk about boundary setting a little bit later. I think that that's really important. But if you're feeling any of this, here's the good news. There really are things that you can do about it. And I found that some of the things I'm going to list in a minute were really helpful. So here are 7 tips to help you avoid burnout. The first one is to get clarity. A Gallup study cited that actually only half of workers know what's expected of them. Think about that for a moment. Do you know what's expected of you? Raise your hands if you do. I see you here, yes. All workers, though, regardless of age or stage in their career, want to know what's expected of them. And those lack of clear expectations will create anxiety and frustration. Even if your employees feel energized, those who lack clear expectations and spend too much time working on the wrong things can't create value for their organization. And they will exhaust themselves trying to figure out what it is that they are supposed to be doing. Number 2 is to stop multitasking. You're not good at it, I promise. You're really not. Multitasking actually reduces your productivity because your brain can only focus on one thing at a time. The more we multitask, the less we achieve and learn. It's because we divide our attention and don't allow enough time and space to do deeper processing and learning. This continued context switching definitely leads to burnout. So if you're at capacity and your manager asks you to do one more thing, ask your manager to help you prioritize your to-do list. What is something that you can drop to take on this new thing? The short answer is that it cannot be the baby. We cannot drop the baby. Number 3 is to set healthy boundaries. Listen, we cannot be mad at our managers for asking us what we can handle. We are all adults here, and your manager expects you to know and communicate your limits. Saying no helps you and your coworkers. Your entire organization actually benefits from you setting healthy boundaries, because when you burn out from being a hero, who has to pick up your workload? Likely your peers. Burnout is contagious. It creates both upstream and downstream implications for everyone involved. Number 4 is to take control of your notifications. Every time your phone buzzes, you get that shot of dopamine, but your body is tensing and reacting. It's spending energy needlessly. Unless you're on pager duty, there is nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow. Number 5 is to find something outside of work that you're passionate about. This is me nicely asking you to get a hobby. Please, all of you get a hobby. Something that's challenging and engaging, because research shows that if people with hobbies are less likely to suffer from stress and depression. When you stake your entire self-worth on your job, you become less resilient to things like layoffs or negative performance reviews. It also makes it really hard to switch off after work. Number 6 is to have a clear separation between home and work. Is the Roomba cat landing? That's my favorite part. So I understand that having a dedicated workspace is not a privilege that everyone has. But where you work plays a huge role in your productivity. If you work in front of the TV, you're basically setting yourself up for an unplanned Netflix marathon. Speaking of, has everyone seen season 4 of Stranger Things? It's great. I highly recommend it. But the point is that having a dedicated space for work that's a healthy distance from your relaxing and eating spaces will create that separation from home and work, which is very important for healthy work-life balance. Number 7 is to get enough sleep. Sleep deprivation and burnout actually go hand in hand. In fact, the National Sleep Foundation says that sleeping less than 6 hours a night is one of the best predictors of on-the-job burnout. Most of us have an awareness that sleeping better will help us perform better at work, but a lot of us have a hard time putting that into practice. And you're not alone, because the National Sleep Foundation did a poll in 2018 that showed only 10% of American adults actually prioritize their sleep. And I have also found that 0% of children prioritize their parents' sleep. So you might as well get it while you can. So now that I've given you some tips to help you identify and avoid burnout as an individual, I'd like to dedicate some time to helping the managers in the room. This is arguably the most important section of my presentation, because I believe that poor management is directly responsible for burnout. A Harvard Business Review survey revealed that 58% of people trust a stranger more than their own boss. And employees who feel strongly supported by their managers are 70% less likely to burn out. So here are some tips for you managers. Be clear about your expectations. I made this comic as a joke, but you're in a one-on-one, and your manager's like, hey, what's the status of that thing? And you're like, I didn't even know about that thing. Those are the unspoken objectives. And I am totally nailing them, always. So how many of you here have experienced this? Yes, there are some hands that should be up, I know it. But as a manager, it is your job to remove this guesswork that creates anxiety. Make sure that you are communicating early and often. And repeat yourself until you're sick of hearing it, because the average person needs to hear something 7 times before they act on it. 7 times. Side note, this is also a great tip for when you need to get laundry or dishes done. Yeah, 7 times to your kids, for those of you. Okay. Number 2 is to help them understand their value. Why is meaning and purpose. It's there to guide you and your employees through the day-to-day, and when your employees know why they're doing something, they're more enthusiastic and dedicated. Everyone wants to know that what they're doing is meaningful, otherwise what's the point? 3, enforce reasonable work hours, and that doesn't always mean 9 to 5. My working hours might not be your working hours, but if a project is taking someone 80 hours a week to complete, then as a manager, I have a resource problem that I need to solve. Number 4, try not to send email or messages after work. There's that schedule button in your email. We should use that. Use that. Do not underestimate the influence you have on your team. People will feel obligated to respond to you, even if you tell them that they do not have to. I see some of you in your signature line. You're like, you only respond on your own time, whatever. It doesn't matter what you say, it only matters what you do. Number 5, encourage people to take all of their vacation time, and you take yours as well. You need to model the behavior that you want to see. And many people don't take vacation because they have anxiety about the workload that they will have when they return. So as a manager, meet with your people and see what you can remove from their plate so that they can relax while they're out. Number 6, have regular one-on-ones and actively listen. Do they sound stressed out or overworked? Can you take something off of their plate? If you're taking notes during the one-on-one, you are not actively listening. Remember what I said about multitasking? You're not good at it. So I suggest that you recap at the end by saying, what I heard was, and then repeat back what you heard and send an email recap after the meeting. Number 7, do not only recognize the big wins. We do this a lot. Our jobs are mainly a combination of small wins, and us managers have a tendency to only recognize the big ones. So people crave recognition. Show them that you appreciate them early and often, otherwise they're going to kill themselves trying to figure out how they're supposed to gain your approval. And you will unintentionally create a bunch of competing heroes. So this next section is Q&A. I've done this talk a couple of times, and I have 3 questions here that I get asked the most. The first one is, I heard you say that it can take 2 years to recover from burnout, but I don't have 2 years. So I did consult a professional about this talk in general, but specifically this question. And my friend Lindsay Paoli is a licensed therapist and founder of the Mind Fundamentals. And she says that we often believe that this is an all or nothing thing, and it's not. If you start incorporating small things like movement, intention, deep connections, fresh air, go touch some grass, you'll start to see results. So she suggests you start layering these things into your day every single day while mindfully knowing why you're doing it. Like, hey, I'm feeling burnt out. These are the things I'm doing very intentionally. And then you will start to see results towards recovery. Question 2 is, I have a friend who's burnt out. How do I help them? We have a tendency to want to solve our friends' problems. Don't do that. Just listen. If they've never heard of burnout before, maybe you can forward them some articles and then suggest that they talk to a professional, or maybe send them this talk. Number 3 is, how do I restore work-life balance? Remember when I said you need to hear something 7 times, so this is number 2. Back to question number 1. Go outside, touch grass, move your body, talk to your friends, stop canceling your plans, figure out who on your team can help you with your workload, have an honest conversation with your manager. Your manager really does want you to succeed. Something that I did, though, was I turned my entire garage into a makerspace. I like to build things, so I put a 3D printer out there. I have a glow forge. I have all of my soldering stuff, and these are some of the things that I've done recently. It's a lot of fun. Highly recommend hacking on things. I'm going to add some lights to something here. But in closing, get a hobby, but also, if your family is telling you, like, hey, something's off, you need to slow down, those are the people that know you best, and they want the best for you. Listen to them, take a moment, take a breath. We are all in this together, and I hope that everything that I've said here has helped you in some way. I will be mingling around here. I'm happy to talk about this at length. Thank you.
Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm the founder of Big Chicken. So you got to do that at the end when you say Big Chicken.
Big Chicken is Shaquille O'Neal's emerging fast casual restaurant chain that focuses on big fun, big flavor, and big food. When you're trying to build a national chain, communication is so critical. To do that, you need a great partner. And we're really lucky that partner is Google Workspace.
You know, Josh, every time he does a presentation, he just loves Google Slides.
As the person responsible for our marketing, probably the best at Google Slides.
His presentations is like I'm at a movie sometimes. I'm just sitting there going.
I've got some great new chicken sandwiches for you to try. Brand new recipes. Isn't there something important we're supposed to be talking about? Good recipe development comes with collaboration. Using Docs in Google Workspace gives us the tools we need to collaborate together.
Shaquille's life gets crazy busy, as does our entire board.
When you want to talk to me, make sure you put on my Google Calendar. Google Calendar is my girlfriend. I don't know anything I'm doing unless I talk to my woman. Google Workspace, productivity and collaboration tools for all the ways you work.
Google products provide the information you need when you need it. But why can't you get the same kind of answers for your business? Looker, Google Cloud's business intelligence solution, is here to solve that problem, enabling you to go beyond traditional dashboards and make your organization's information accessible and useful. Bringing this innovation to business will be revolutionary, just like navigating a city after Google Maps. Looker is Google for your business data. Here's what we mean. What if Google AI were built into the tools you use to store and analyze data at work? Google's Vertex AI Vision takes data like video, images, and audio, and in real time, turns it into structured data, ready for business intelligence. Going beyond the dashboard means using Google Glass Enterprise to see insights and recommendations based on your data in real time. More access, more transparency. Now that's Google for your business. With Google Maps, you know if a restaurant is busy before you go, or you can get rerouted around a traffic jam. Looker will help you connect similar dots in a predictive way.
A concert in 5 days will increase foot traffic by 65%. Would you like to adjust staffing and inventory?
Yes. Looker and AI lets you respond to changes in demand and turn insights into action.
Foot traffic continues to be busy. Encourage customers to visit an alternate shop with a reward card?
Yes. Smarter insights mean better experiences and happy customers. So go beyond the dashboard and transform the way you do business with Looker, powered by Google Cloud.
Welcome to the Customer Innovation Series, where you're about to see 6 unique stories of transformation. Your peers from around the globe will talk about their challenges, share how they solved them, and offer lessons learned. Let's kick off the series with a Google Cloud partner customer story from Atos Maven Wave, featuring Jason Sharples, Chief Technology Officer of Global Payments. Jason shares how they improved employee collaboration with Google Workspace and began their journey of migrating core applications from on-premise data centers to the cloud.
Today, I want to talk to you about something that's probably dear to many of you: how to get your increasingly distributed teams to work better together, how to create order from the disparate systems that come with mergers, acquisitions, and changing procurement policies over generations of tech, how to start working faster, more flexibly, and more securely. These are all things we've accomplished at Global Payments over the past few years. working with Google Cloud and their consulting partner, Atos Mavenwave. Even if you haven't heard of Global Payments, you've encountered us. Among other things, we are one of the world's largest payments technology companies, serving 4 million merchants and thousands of financial institutions. Our Merchant Solutions segment provides customized software and services to help merchants run their businesses from front of house to the back of the house. Our Issuer Solutions segment provides technology products and processing services to large financial institutions, fintechs, neobanks, startups, and retailers who issue credit cards. It also offers B2B payment solutions. Today, we are far ahead of our competitors from a technology perspective. As just one example, we are already a top quartile SaaS company with even more ambitious goals. As you can imagine, we've acquired a lot of companies over the years as we've grown, each with their own technology stacks, communications, and productivity systems. We've seen and adopted several generations of communications and collaboration tech ourselves. So in 2016, we decided we would develop a single, reliable, cutting-edge productivity platform that could empower and strengthen every employee and team, speeding our customer responsiveness and boosting innovation. We chose Google Workspace and Atos Mavenwave to make this a reality. We chose Google for their products like Anywhere, Anytime Chromebooks, real-time collaboration on docs and sheets, brainstorming across continents in real time on Jamboards, and tools like Chat and Meet that enable us to work together to deliver for customers in real time. To give you just one example, before Google, a business leader spilled a can of soda on their laptop, losing 3 years of data and requiring a month to get back up to speed. With a Chromebook, they would have just shrugged, picked up another machine, and been back at work in a minute. That's incalculable savings. And it wasn't just the excellent Google products. What convinced us was their responsiveness. They walked the walk, improving their products and responding to our requests for new features and changes very quickly. That all sounds great, I know. But here's the thing. When you are using technology to change your corporate DNA, and if you're serious that this is what you are after, you need to think long and hard about the human factor. So when we thought about minimizing the stress we know people go through when they have to learn new ways of working, we in Atos Mavenwave focused on the human element. Leadership at our company is technically adept, so it wasn't hard to make ourselves the first part of the organization to go to Workspace. Besides, everyone everywhere knows how to use Gmail and calendars, and learning Chromebooks just means learning how a browser works. But the corporate commitment signal it sends, having these leaders adopt the platform first, is invaluable. Elsewhere, we activated our culture of peer comment and collaboration to prepare, teach, and evangelize the benefits of Workspace, and show directly the ease of use of added features. Our Google Guides were team members who volunteered to assist and answer questions as the program rolled out across the organization. The group has continued to evolve by itself, adopting best practice where they find them to ensure that the full employee base gets the very best service. Recently, the group created efficiency workshops, such as how to be really good at sheets, that spread through positive word-of-mouth recommendations across the company. This demonstrates how we're achieving our objectives through decentralized, democratic, and high-proficient ways to improve performance. The proof is always in the doing. The original phase brought 12,000 users onto Workspace in a year. Subsequent smaller acquisitions took a month or so. The last larger task was bringing on 12,000 additional users in a year without generating noise or distracting them from their ability to do business. We've replaced expensive, hard-to-manage laptops with Chromebooks, tablets, Macs, phones, really anything people want to use. Whereas before, meetings would start with people spending a few minutes starting their computers, looking for documents and complaining, now we just get to work. We demised independent intranets in favor of a single intranet that plugs directly into Google Workspace, leveraging Docs, Contacts, and Analytics. We're opening offices that are Wi-Fi only, with no desk phones, since we've got stable and secure communications in video, chat, and of course, good old email. So there's lots of networking and telecom hassle out of the picture as well. When COVID hit, the 24,000 employee base of Global Payments was perfectly placed to pivot to remote working without skipping a beat. This allowed us to continue to execute our projects, answer calls, and deliver to our customers. One of the things I'm most excited about is the way these products are constantly growing and improving. I've mentioned how efficiently they blended our feedback into the products with seamless updates. We are now a comment-driven organization. We have the ability to collaborate effectively to drive progress through an asynchronous and synchronous manner. Meetings focused on resolving comments. We are opinionated, we are engaged, and we are highly efficient. And I've got to call out to our friends at Atos Mavenwave here, who provided high contact training for AppSheets. Our teams have started using AppSheets to build internal and desktop apps, and this is being done by the people in departments that will use them, such as people from accounting, HR, and procurement. Because one thing we know is that everyone is now a digital native, capable of leveraging great tools to solve their business problems. The cultural shift engendered by Atos Mavenwave and Google Workspace changed the way we as a company perceive the capabilities of the cloud. If Google can run everything we rely upon, can we run our workloads in the cloud to support our customers? And if we can run workloads, we can modernize from monolithic mainframes to services. Atos Mavenwave has been instrumental in creating a pragmatic modernization plan for one of our most important workloads that supports 1 million merchants across 15 countries. They are helping convert 5 million COBOL lines of code into Java on GCP, taking advantage of the best advances in cloud development, testing and deployment, all the way through to scalability up and down to remove bottlenecks and move at the speed the business demands. The job of migrating merchant acquiring technology to Google Cloud is not only focused on bridging the application technology gap, but also enabling our existing developers to embrace cloud technologies. Sometimes these developers perceive cloud as an enemy, but they are a critical facet of the cloud journey because of their business and application knowledge. Atos Mavenwave helped us upskill our team members in cloud practices so they could continue to be a critical part of our innovation efforts. I can't wait to see what the future holds for this partnership, which has already saved us time, money, and headaches, and helped take Global Payments into a more dynamic and collaborative future. Thank you very much.
What a great story from Jason, right? Showcasing great work between the teams at Global Payments, Atos Mavenwave, and Google Cloud. We'll now hear from Laura Merling, Chief Transformation and Operations Officer at Arvest Bank. Laura dives into how they are building a new data platform to accelerate their journey from a regional community bank to providing services nationwide.
This week is my first-year anniversary at Arvest. It might be interesting to share with you why I left a Silicon Valley company to join a community bank in Bentonville, Arkansas. Well, the answer is the financial services industry is in the middle of a disruption, and I like the opportunity that disruption brings. It's an important opportunity, and for us, it's an opportunity to rethink what it means to be a community bank in a digital world. I find it exciting, and I hope you do too. So who is Arvest Bank? Arvest Bank is a leading community-based financial institution with more than $26 billion in assets. We are also serving more than 110 communities across Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Kansas. It's a high priority for us to continually invest in providing the digital tools and services that our customers expect, both our retail customers and our growing commercial customer base. So where are we on this transformation journey 1 year in? Well, we know that transformation impacts every aspect of our business. We're reimagining what it means to be a community bank in a digital world. And so in order to do that, we spent the last year identifying our path forward to align our business strategy with our technology strategy. The technology stack is critical in order to allow us to be flexible in meeting our customers' needs. It all starts for us on the path with cloud computing, as well as a new data platform, and we've decided to take on building a new banking core as the foundation. So where are we headed from here? Our journey to defining what it means to be a community bank in a digital world means we're taking a look at each aspect of the bank, and we're looking to create a consistent experience across all channels. We need to be hyper-focused on the customer and what they need. That means we actually have to think about data at the center of everything that we do, whether it's front office or back office, and especially when it comes to facing the customer. So let me tell you a little bit about a customer story and data. One of the things that we learned was we had done some research and understood that our customers preferred, or told us they preferred, more ATMs and longer branch hours. Well, that tells you one story, but then when you look at that same data from a different perspective, those exact same customers actually told us that they preferred a digital channel. Over 95% of them preferred digitally. And so you have to kind of take a step back and say, well, what does that really mean? And if we hadn't looked at the data from both angles and thought about it, we wouldn't get that answer right. It's at the center of everything we do is data, at least from this point forward. So that was the foundation. Now we have other foundational pillars that support our things like our back office and our contact center. We have to provide a level of simplification and automation, removing manual processes and creating operational efficiencies. So around that, we had to think about, what does it mean? How do we get these efficiencies, create new customer experiences? And so at the center of our transformation is a shift as a business to having a data mindset. We needed to actually redefine our customer interaction models and our back office operations. And so at the heart of it, we decided to build a data platform based on GCP. So this data platform, we also wanted to give it a vision that aligned with our business vision. So the data platform is to be a living architecture that will be built as a foundation to support Arvest's future. It will be using real-time data for experiences and decisions. And it's really important to keep that as part of your mindset and create a vision for where you're taking your data platform, to know what you need to create and how you think about that future state. So in defining the data platform, we also said, well, how are we going to do this? We can't just lift and shift all the data. So we identified 6 use cases, and each one of these use cases had a set of criteria. The first criteria was it had to be solving an immediate pain point for the business, and it had to be able to be solved within 90 days. Each one of the criteria, or each one of the business cases, I should say, or use cases, needed to actually test an end-to-end, aspect of the data platform. So whether it was access to real-time data for AI decisioning, or whether it was to do reporting, or even creating new digital experiences for customers. And of course, we all wanted to be able to ingest third-party data. And so what does that look like? Well, we did all of this, and we've been doing all of this while standing up our GCP foundations over the last year. We had a desire to move fast, and we have been moving fast. But of course, there's lots of lessons to learn. We identified data sources, we set up the infrastructure, and we enabled access and permissions. Then we ingested the data, and we did a bunch of transformations, and we did those once it was all in GCP, and then you think we'd be ready to go. So we partnered with the Google PSO team, the Google Professional Services Organization, to jointly pursue an automation of underwriting. So think about this. How do you decide who you give a loan? And so think this as small business customers and what we call our Arvest Opportunity Fund. The Arvest Opportunity Fund is where we extend loans to small business customers that might not normally be eligible. And so being able to automate that process is really key to our business. Now, we've got all those steps done and we're on our path forward, but we did take a lot of lessons learned along that way. The 3 primary lessons that we think we've gotten out of this transformation so far around our data platform are around, we'll start with and say the first one is really around who needs to know what. Who needs to learn the data platform and what do they need to learn? First and foremost, we didn't have enough people trained on the platform, and we needed to make sure that, so it was about who did we anticipate needed to be trained versus who needed to be trained, and then did we have learning journeys identified for them? What do they need to learn and over what period of time? And then, of course, making the time available for them to learn while they're trying to build the data platform. It's all kind of tricky, but really important to do. Second, we learned that we had not established a framework that met the needs of our internal teams nor our partners as they looked to get access to the different data sources. We ultimately needed to create a set of persona templates for the access. Now, it seems like you would have thought of that up front, and we thought we had, but once we started getting people access to the data and started thinking about the use cases, we learned what the real needs were and the access requirements. Lastly, we realized that while we had set up some of the foundational aspects of GCP and we had set up the data platform, we had not actually set up the environment to begin using the pre-built AI models that come with Google. So think the Vertex platform. Were we really ready to consume it? We weren't. So those were kind of our three major lessons. They're all good learnings, lots of progress since then, and we're off and running. Back to moving fast. Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Laura. To hear more about Arvest Bank's digital transformation, be sure to catch her panel discussion with Google Cloud and Thought Machine. Look for the session ID INV108 in the next session catalog. Let's peek into another dimension of the financial industry with Ari Stunitzer, Managing Director, Architecture and Product Management at the CME Group, the world's leading derivatives marketplace. This Deloitte customer will share how their Google Cloud Platform Experience team worked with application and platform teams to better manage costs, improve efficiencies, and accelerate migration.
Just under a year ago, we announced that CME Group would move our technology portfolio to Google Cloud. We have an aggressive timeline for our transition, and along with Deloitte and Google Cloud, we've been working hard to deliver on our commitments. We're working not just to improve our technology, but change how we work, creating a more outcome-focused process that helps CME Group customers use our products more efficiently, more securely, and in ways that better meet their needs. What I want to talk about today is how we created a new outcome-oriented system of architecting, migrating, and training our teams on Google Cloud. We did it to serve our customers better, and I believe our method has important lessons for many of you watching today. First, let me tell you a little bit about CME Group. As one of the largest financial exchanges in the world, CME Group is the only exchange where every major asset class can be traded on a single platform. Our futures and options products help customers manage risk across commodities, interest rates, currencies, energy, metals, and many other asset classes. And our markets create data and information that is then used by traders, financial institutions, farmers, governments, news organizations, and anyone interested in critical aspects of the global economy. In some cases, our customers use our applications directly, or they might use our data and information from other providers. In fact, one of the many reasons we partnered with Google Cloud is its strong capabilities in data, with a goal of increasing developer productivity, increasing software flexibility, and improving operational excellence while maintaining the highest levels of security. Many of you know the adage, security, resiliency, and velocity, pick two. Well, this is an effort to be able to get all three. To make it even more interesting, and I don't think I'm alone, we wanted to move from development to production in just a few months, with limited resources and internal staff who were gaining GCP experience on the fly with still an on-prem system to support. And of course, all of that using a mixture of GCP native services, legacy systems on-prem, and a number of third-party tools. It's sort of like maintaining a jet engine in flight while transforming the fuel system and training the ground crew all at the same time. So here's what we did. We started with principles. What are the outcomes we're trying to achieve? What kind of experience do we want our customers to have? When you're passionate about customers like we are, the opportunity to enhance our technology and improve our customer experience is quite motivating. The experience we want them to have is software they can easily access at scale to make better decisions. So working with Deloitte, we built a cloud experience team designed to bridge our application and platform teams. The goal was not only to improve the productivity of our platform team, allowing them to focus on their delivery, but to increase the velocity of our application migration teams as well. The Cloudx team was the first thing we set up, ensuring there was proficiency in both platform and software tools, and a common set of goals to be able to communicate to other teams. They also act as a central point of questions, building a repository for documentation, for self-service training. The Cloudx team is made up of CME Group and Deloitte team members with application, operational, and GCP knowledge, who support application migrations in an outcome-oriented, sustainable way. Each team member has specific expertise, which underlines the importance of initial team selection. Working with the application teams, the Cloudx team embeds and helps in the delivery of software and Google Cloud services. If questions arise, the Cloudx team not only answers them, but documents what was done so others can learn and deliver faster. The mantra is experiment, learn, share quickly. With the Cloudx team supporting the application teams, our platform team can focus on their delivery. This approach increases confidence in delivery while overcoming many of the ramp-up challenges common in a cloud migration. So how do we judge the success of this approach? We wanted better productivity and track that by ticket resolution. Issues have cleared faster than we projected, applications are growing in depth and capability, and people are spending more time on their core delivery rather than context switching. We wanted an effective support and training process to quickly bring team members up to speed on Google Cloud. Centralizing support with the Cloudx team allowed us to enhance training while providing a sustainable, outcome-oriented delivery model. We wanted fast adoption. I mentioned that we had an aggressive timeline for bringing CME Group to Google Cloud, and I'm pleased to say that we're pretty much on schedule with increasing velocity. Maybe even more important, I think we'll arrive at our goal to deliver more and better customer products and experiences thanks to our adoption framework. Based on our success, here's what I recommend you remember. 1, there's already a lot of knowledge in your organization, and there's a hunger to deliver and learn more by your teams. Leverage that by connecting with all of your teams through a central group that is focused on the key outcome of customer experience. Share information and practices to ensure consistency of performance. 2, everyone learns a little bit differently in their roles, so you want to allow healthy experimentation. That means asking questions, trying things, and above all, sharing learnings and outcomes. That is the start of building your team's best practices. Lastly, success in technology always comes from a healthy blend of understanding your customers' problems and knowing how technology can solve them. Outcome-oriented adoption is a consistent blend of those things with a common framework of delivery. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck in your efforts. See you in the cloud.
What I loved about this story is the teamwork and focus on the customer experience to allow for health experimentation and continuous learning. Let's move on to Brazil and hear Priscila Mie, the Chief Technology Officer of Is Saúde, inspire us with how they're reimagining ways of maintaining health and delivering healthcare to 11 million people living in the south of Brazil.
Hello from Brazil, I'm Priscila Mie, and I am the Chief Technology Officer of Is Saúde, a company delivering new ways of maintaining health and delivering healthcare to the people living in the south of Brazil, which makes up about 11 million people. Today, I want to talk about how we are doing that affordably with data-driven services on Google Cloud and with a diversity-based approach to company organization that has grown thanks to Google Cloud's efforts. Healthcare for the people of Brazil is an enormous opportunity. Our research shows only 20% of Brazilians have health insurance. Not only that, only 19% of people with health insurance have regular medical exams. Almost 2/3 don't know what a routine checkup is. The reason for this is that Brazilians see medicine as a financial worry, not a health benefit. They fear they won't have money to take care of their illness. They need better health insurance delivered to them in a personalized way they can understand and afford. By bringing together experts in medicine, finance, and data science, Ija Saúde developed a solution that provides individuals and companies different types of health services, including preventive screenings, follow-ups, health scoring, and medical records management. We can offer products with discounts, benefits, schedule appointments, and exams. On the financial side, we provide financial and credit solutions for both clients and business partners. Working alongside HR departments, we can understand the health of all employees safely and securely. Our affiliated network has an extensive portfolio of insurance, investment, telemedicine, and digital prescription. As you can imagine, building this company to scale across Brazil, large population could be an enormously costly proposition. Our technology must be secure. It must be easy to operate and reliable for the consumer. It must handle enormous data loads. That's why it was to be reliable. It must be able to grow without overloading our operating costs with charges for storage, compute, and networking. We had a vision and we had built much of the technology, but not in a way that could meet all of our needs or take us to where we needed to grow. After some success, we realized we needed to improve our operations and user experience by restructuring our entire architecture. That's when we came to Google Cloud. One thing I didn't mention before, over 50% of our top executives are women. And we have designed Ija Saúde to be a diversity-first organization, so we can better react Brazilians at every level of society. Half of our company has been hired through our diversity program. Attending a Google Cloud Accelerator for startups allowed us to think not just about the architecture in a stronger and more robust way, but we began to look at ways we could accelerate the performance of our algorithms while also working on our internal learning. Google Cloud believes their programs, technical mentorships, could help facilitate our learning and growth, and it really helped us better analyze the health of employee populations. With the mentorship, we have created a squad to learn and work together on a technological challenge. The mentors perform close interactions, almost hands-on, to help us as much as possible. The first challenge was the cloud migration. We migrate from our previous cloud infrastructure and re-architected our offering to function as a series of microservices. This decreased our cost and built up scalability. Next, we also added key products like Google Vision to read medical prescription and reports, apply ML predictions, and help people change their routines. Cloud Run managed instances for location hosting. Dataproc securely pre-processes our data while Cloud Storage and BigQuery run our ML algorithms faster and more reliable than before. Here are some results from operating on Google Cloud Platform after just 16 months. Our data requests have 40% less latency when compared to our experience on another major cloud provider. RAM optimization on Cloud Cycle has cut storage cost by a third. Our optical character recognition accuracy is 15% better on Google Vision, ensuring better results for our physicians and associated customers. Using Dataproc, our clustering time went from 5 minutes to 90 seconds. Faster, cheaper, and better. Nice, right? But the real benefit is in the business. Like I said, these are early days. We are excited by the results, and we are confident that Ija Saúde can play a positive role in giving people more control over better health. Today, 70% of deaths around the world are due to preventable chronic non-communicable disease. With better education and better means of control, we want people to accumulate the financial resources to take care of their health better, especially in a preventive way. Our two biggest priorities for the future are to be a reference in a digital transformation in the health chain and to generate a greater positive impact for efforts like ours in the business community. I'd like to thank you, Google, for their assistance and helping us building our dream better, and encourage you to contact me if you want to discuss more about our company, your company, or ways to build better in the cloud. Thank you.
We're so excited to see how Ija Saúde continues to make progress in supporting people with the financial resources to address preventable diseases. Now, let's travel to Australia and meet Duncan Permazel, the General Manager of Retail Sales and Marketing at Origin Energy. Working with Accenture and Google Cloud, the energy company is helping homeowners better manage their own power solutions with a new consumer solar application.
Origin is an integrated energy company in Australia with 4.5 million customer accounts across electricity, natural gas, LPG and broadband. We retail through our three key segments: consumer, where I'll focus today, but also small to medium enterprises and the commercial and industrial segments. In our consumer customer base, we also provide other services such as solar and storage, where we will design and install solar and storage solutions for our customers. At Origin, our purpose is getting energy right for our customers, community and planet. And our ambition and strategy is to lead the transition to net zero through cleaner energy and customer solutions. One way we'll do this, and a key pillar of our strategy, is by offering unrivaled customer solutions. And part of this is making it simple and easy for customers to access clean and smart energy solutions. Origin partnered with Accenture and Google Cloud to launch the new Solar Growth Platform app. The tool uses 3D data, visual AI, and advanced analytics to show customers how solar panels can help save energy. It can measure things like roof pitch, area, and energy consumption to calculate the most suitable solar product for any household. This innovation is a great example of how we can equip homes with solutions to make a difference. Origin's been a leading retailer and installer of rooftop solar in Australia for over 15 years. In that time, we've helped more than 110,000 Australians go solar, and that is more than any other installer over that time period. However, the industry itself is a very disaggregated and highly competitive industry with relatively low barriers to entry. In today's market, we are the second largest provider with about 3% market share, and the largest provider has about 4% market share based on installed capacity. If you combine that with around 3,000 competitors, it's a very interesting industry to compete in, and for us on a national scale. It's also worth noting that historically, the sale was made by physically visiting a site, reviewing the customer's site, and then going away to consider the right system and form up a quote. We would then wait while the customer considered that quote, and subject to the sale being made, the installation would then be scheduled again on another day. It was often the same person or business doing the sale and then coming back to do the install later. But at Origin, as a national retailer, we do most of our work over the phone, probably around 80%, and because that's historically the nature of our relationship with most of our customers. So we have for many years operated over the phone and used satellite imagery to do our designs and try and avoid a pre-sale and pre-install site assessment. In some cases, we would need to do a pre-install site assessment if there was any uncertainty about the premise and the requirements for a successful install. In providing solar and storage options to consumers, it's always worth considering why a customer chooses to invest in solar and why they would come to Origin. You can see in this chart that while there's an environmental benefit of the investment, the main driver is still whether or not the consumer will save money. Due to the nature of the upfront payment and the benefits over time, the decision for consumers is more like a total cost of ownership decision that has payback periods of typically between 3 to 7 years if the system is sized correctly. You'll also see that feed-in tariffs and payment terms are key considerations, but they are just inputs into that total cost of ownership decision. A consumer's decision is based on 3 key drivers. Firstly, the upfront cost of the system, noting any financial or payment terms. The second is the displacement of grid energy by using the energy from the solar system directly in the home. And the third is the earned revenue from energy exported to the grid by what we call feed-in tariffs. As the example in the attached image shows, a household that consumed, say, 5 megawatt hours per year from the grid, pre-solar, may move to a household that only consumes 3.5 megawatt hours directly from the grid and produces 2 megawatt hours from their solar install, and so offsets 1.5 megawatt hours of usage in the home and exports the other 0.5 megawatt hour to the grid. This example is oversimplified and can be impacted by a couple of other variables. One variable is grid tariffs. Many consumers pay time of use tariffs, which means that the grid price is normally cheapest during the day when the sun is shining and the load on the network and the generation is at its lowest. The price then becomes higher in the late afternoon to evening when there is more demand on the network from households. Another impact is feed-in tariff rates. In a competitive market, these rates vary from retailer to retailer, depending on how that retailer values the energy that is exported or returned to the grid. Another impact is usage profiles. How much usage is at the time generation is occurring from the solar system during sunshine hours. And then there's the differential in rates. Depending on the time of use tariffs, grid rates can sometimes be up around 25 to 30 cents during peak times. They can also be down as low as 6 to 10 cents a kilowatt hour in off-peak times. And your feed-in tariffs sit at around 6 to 10 cents. So all of this means there's much more value for the household in the energy that is used directly in the home. So the new system allows users to provide a simple address to look up and see what their solar opportunity is. It has an intuitive interface that allows customers to see in near real time what the solar setup can look like on the property. The inputs utilised include the home, its orientation, the roof size, the roof pitch, and roof material. It also matches up the technical options around the panel types, sizes, the inverter capacity, and even the battery and storage options if that's a viable investment for the customer. Given our internal information around the customer's usage, we can also orchestrate an outbound campaign that matches the customer's existing tariffs and usage profiles to the insight about the house as described above. This will allow us to show a customer what the best option for them is from a payback perspective. As I mentioned earlier, the old way of selling solar was to invest a lot of time into each system with a large amount of human intervention and gathering of information and data from numerous sources. And sometimes this was onerous on the customer too. With the new system that we developed together with Accenture and Google Cloud, we can digitally capture the required information. We then use the artificial intelligence and machine learning to optimize system and options. This then allows us to an immediate playback to the customer of a quote. The machine learning and AI models used means the customer has a tailored solution and they can be confident that the system hasn't been oversized or undersized for their usage profile. Historically, assessing the suitability of a roof for solar and determining where to place panels has been performed by knowledge workers who piece together many components to arrive at a recommendation. Whilst this is a proven approach, it does take time and it can't really scale to provide a real-time advice to many customers simultaneously. The innovative Origin model uses visual AI and geometry to enable almost unlimited parallel solution assessments within a very easy to understand customer experience. There are 5 key steps in the new process. The first step looks to understand the type of roof being considered. Is it the right material, or is it more ornate tiles which could be problematic for the installation? The second and third steps break down the overall roof area into segments, provide insights on the roof slope and orientation to the sun, and provide the gross available area that potentially could be used for solar. The final steps, 4 and 5, place panels on the roof in line with the recommendations for a customer in terms of usage and what is possible from a solution perspective. Collectively, these steps are performed in under 30 seconds. To date, we are seeing customers' journey time shortened, while still being able to configure a system and outcome that is personalised for the customer's property and usage profile. The quote is accurate and allows confidence that it is a robust assessment of the data and information to build the recommendation quote. We are getting higher interaction net promoter scores through the new platform than previously, and the customers can choose what time of day they choose to interact with us and consider the purchase options. We're also seeing lower cancellation rates on orders due to the increased confidence in the system design and roof structure information. This lower cancellation rate leads to more efficient operations. The machine learning and the team progressing the platform are constantly working on improving the proposition and building continuous improvement cycles that have us enjoying the opportunity of many ideas and options to keep refining the performance of the platform and the customer experience. I would also note that the platform allows some of our partners to consider white labelling the competency to allow them to introduce their customers to renewable and distributed generation and storage in a way that they can trust the experience, that it's going to be customer experience accretive, and that the customer won't be delayed or held up in any transfers or movements between the organisations. An important philosophy that worked well with this was to try and get an MVP to market as quickly as possible so that we could test and refine the customer's experience with real insight and data. Our MVP focused on limited geographies and house types in the first instance, and then expanded beyond there. We have seen customer preferences change rapidly in this environment, so our ability to adapt the proposition is very important. We knew the outcomes we had in mind, and with that, it was fundamental to bring the partners together and ensure the cross-functional team saw the vision and shared the optimism. This was important because the work crossed many businesses, teams, and skills. After building the MVP, it was just a matter of iterating through until we had most of the geography and building types covered. And now we're circling back on other ideas and opportunities we saw along the way, as well as thinking about how we continue this experience all the way through the sales cycle and included all the way through the installation cycle. Thank you.
That was a great example of how to take advantage of market dynamics to quickly develop a new valuable application to surprise and delight consumers. Last and certainly not least, we wanted to leave you with a special story discussing Web3 and the world of cryptocurrency with Hedera. Joshua Cindy is a staff engineer with Swirlds Labs and was previously a principal architect and DevOps manager for Hedera.
What excites me about a conference like this is that we get to talk about the future, all the wonderful possibilities in front of us, and the opportunity to turn them into reality. It's literally in the title, what's next? But innovation doesn't really happen in a vacuum. So in order to understand what's next, we need to look into the past, what was, to contextualize and understand what can be. And I want to go back to ancient history. So like 11 years ago in crypto terms. That's the beginning of time, roughly. About 11 years ago, I built my very own Bitcoin exchange. You could buy Bitcoin through it, and I was working with this payment provider. This was so early that there weren't any real regulations around the industry, and that provider ended up suspending me, and that was the end of that service. Why? They saw some risk here. What was the risk exactly? Well, to give you an example, my solution itself bought Bitcoin from Mt. Gox. Mt. Gox, if you didn't know, was a bit infamous 8 years ago for losing 850,000 or so Bitcoins. Through some theft, fraud, mismanagement, or a mix of all three, it was never really clear. So the payment provider saw some risk here and deplatformed me, and rightfully so. That payment provider was, well, Google Checkout. So I may be the only customer success segment here where I've actually been deplatformed by Google at one point. But that's water under the bridge. So why am I here? Well, fast forward to present day, we have built something amazing at Hedera that I would like to share with you. How Google Cloud helped us build it, and why I'm excited to share about what's next. Again, in the interest of looking to the past to understand what's next, 12 years ago, Dr. Lehman Baird invented the hashgraph algorithm. This algorithm underpins the Hedera network. Lehman set out to solve a decades-old math problem, not just build a better blockchain. The concept of blockchain has been around for over 20 years. There are 2,000 plus projects which all depend on blockchain. But if blockchain didn't exist, Hedera would still exist. Hashgraph solves a network of computers coming to consensus on an event where no individual is necessarily trusted, but does so with extreme speed, high throughput, and at the highest security possible. It also has low costs, which are predictable and which an enterprise can plan around. I got into Google Cloud in 2016 for their Kubernetes service. This solved 90% of the problems I didn't want to focus on. Interestingly enough, Kubernetes is antithetical to decentralization. It is a centralized control plane for managing resources on large compute clusters. We were in a position where we needed each node in the Hedera network to be completely independent of each other and maintained by a separate organization. These organizations could be adversaries or competitors. Kubernetes, the tool of choice, wasn't going to cut it. We continue to use containers, but we developed our own node management tool. This tool uses threshold signatures from our council to orchestrate updates in a decentralized way. While this is itself its own interesting problem, it's a pretty straightforward engineering problem. And what it unlocks for us is to focus on our business case. How do you establish a network governed by large corporate and non-corporate entities across industry, across business segment, and across continents, and have them govern our network? What do these enterprises, banks, and universities all have in common? Well, try to get them to decide on something about their own business. How to make an investment, how to structure themselves or plan for their future. Imagine now how the largest aerospace manufacturer makes a decision, or the largest bank in Africa. How about the largest search engine? Now, what about all of them trying to make a decision together? When we talk about what's next, we talk about Hedera. That aerospace company is Boeing, the bank is Standard Bank, and the search engine is Google. Google joined the Governing Council in December 2019, accepting council member responsibilities such as Google runs a single consensus node in the Hedera mainnet. Google is the equal part owner of Hedera. Google also sits on the technical and regulatory committees that govern the network. They are bought into the idea of Web3 and what the Hashgraph algorithm can do and what the Hedera public network built on top of it offers. For Google Cloud, this led to them understanding and investing, not just in Hedera, but in the broader Web3 ecosystem in general. Google Cloud has formed a team dedicated to Web3 called Digital Assets Web3 and has approximately 50 people on that core team, with an additional 150 individuals working across Google in YouTube, search, engineering, ventures, and payments. And that describes Google, and Google is one of the 26 members. Hedera intends to grow that to 39 governing council members across different geographies and industries. So what can I share? When I think about taking your idea and making a business about it, I think about those poor baby turtles. If you've watched Planet Earth, you know what I'm talking about. Most of them fail to make it, getting eaten by birds, crabs, various sea life, whatever. So do a vast majority of ideas fail. Maybe the idea was bad, or worse, the idea was good, but it simply wasn't its time. For me, my timing just wasn't right. But for you, that baby turtle, that fragile, unproven idea could make it. And maybe that time is exactly right, and it starts something amazing. So what do these Web3 turtles have in front of them? What makes the time right for them? Well, a lot of things I didn't have. You have partners like Google who are eager to have you, who will grant you credits even to use their platform like we do. You have demand, and I'm not just talking about the demand of something like pictures of rocks or monkeys or coins with dogs on them, but demand from established companies. Look no further than our governing council. They are bought in on this idea. You have proof of economic value of the technology underlying your idea, whether it be large banks establishing remittance POCs using digital tokens, industry-managed nonprofits building a platform for redeeming coupons, law firms tokenizing real-world assets, the largest packaging and distribution company in the world proving the carbon footprint of your product as a service. These are the Hedera use cases. And as a Web3 entrepreneur, what you have in front of you is a network like Hedera. We offer a number of things. Fast finality, meaning your transaction is final in seconds. Fairness, that keeps the leaders from adjusting the transaction order. Energy efficiency, per the University of London economic study, we are the greenest solution on the planet. We're even carbon negative. Fixed transaction fees, meaning your costs of your solution isn't wildly unpredictable. Decentralized governance by the big names we mentioned before. And so what does it mean? What's next? Well, with the Hashgraph algorithm and platforms such as Google Cloud, maybe that idea you had might not fade into obscurity because of the ecosystem, the demand, and the underlying technology is here. Maybe it has the potential now to grow up to be a massive sea turtle. Thank you.
Thank you so much for tuning into these valuable stories of innovation and transformation. If you are interested in sharing any one of these stories, you can find these sessions in the featured section of the Next catalog. Thank you and enjoy the rest of Next.
Google products provide the information you need when you need it. But why can't you get the same kind of answers for your business? Looker, Google Cloud's business intelligence solution, is here to solve that problem, enabling you to go beyond traditional dashboards and make your organization's information accessible and useful. Bringing this innovation to business will be revolutionary, just like navigating a city after Google Maps. Looker is Google for your business data. Here's what we mean. What if Google AI were built into the tools you use to store and analyze data at work? Google's Vertex AI Vision takes data like video, images, and audio, and in real time, turns it into structured data, ready for business intelligence. Going beyond the dashboard means using Google Glass Enterprise to see insights and recommendations based on your data in real time. More access, more transparency. Now that's Google for your business. With Google Maps, you know if a restaurant is busy before you go, or you can get rerouted around a traffic jam. Looker will help you connect similar dots in a predictive way.
A concert in 5 days will increase foot traffic by 65%. Would you like to adjust staffing and inventory?
Yes. Looker and AI lets you respond to changes in demand and turn insights into action.
Foot traffic continues to be busy. Encourage customers to visit an alternate shop with a reward card?
Yes. Smarter insights mean better experiences and happy customers. So go beyond the dashboard and transform the way you do business with Looker, powered by Google Cloud.
Google's infrastructure powers services for billions of people.
And then Google Cloud takes those lessons from running these services in order to deliver an innovative and easy-to-use cloud infrastructure.
Today, Google Cloud helps users automate the lifecycle of their workloads.
In the future, we'll use AI to understand workload patterns and do this automatically.
Intelligently optimizing for higher performance with lower latency, cost, and power consumption.
Today, we optimize our infrastructure for AI/ML and your data, ensuring that it is accessible anywhere.
But we're not stopping there. Chiplets are a new design and manufacturing process that brings open source agility to the world of silicon by using a building block approach.
Custom chips for a vast range of configurations.
Sustainability is important to us because our planet depends on it, and we will operate on 24/7 carbon-free energy by 2030. Every email you send through Gmail, or every question you ask Search, and every virtual machine you spin up across our cloud will be supplied by carbon-free energy every hour of every day.
We are reinventing infrastructure, where AI-based automation will recommend the most efficient design for your workloads based on your usage.
And we'll run them on Google's unique infrastructure, optimized specifically for you.
All of this delivered on the cleanest public cloud in the world.
This is our next. We can't wait to see what you do with it.
Toggle down, sword up.
Ready to race.
Let's serve up another round of high-speed drama.
Hello, and welcome to What's New for Application Developers. I'm Thomas DeMeo, and we're thrilled to have you here. We're so excited about what the future holds, and we've invested a lot to make you successful with Google Cloud, so you can build applications faster and more secure than ever. You may have heard Thomas Kurian talk about how we offer prescriptive guidance with an opinionated approach to solve developer velocity challenges. In today's session, I'm going to show you how exactly we do this by highlighting how Google Cloud lets you deliver secure applications in an open manner. Driving developer velocity is especially important given there continues to be a global shortage of developers. In fact, the global shortage of full-time developers will increase from today's 1.4 million to over 4 million in 2025. So we want to make every moment count to be as fast and productive as possible. To help alleviate this developer shortage, last year we announced a goal to equip 40 million people with cloud skills over the next 5 years. Today, we're taking that to the next level with our enhanced Google Cloud Skills Boost with Innovators Plus. This annual subscription provides access to training, special events, Google Cloud credits, and expanded developer benefits, all for $299 per year. Even though working remotely has become the norm, working faster remotely and across distributed teams continues to be a challenge. Typical friction points include onboarding remote employees, setting up dev and test environments, and long build times, just to name a few. When it comes to security, code and data exfiltration risks are key. This is especially true in sensitive and regulated environments. Customers tell us that current solutions to secure dev environments can add developer friction to the experience. For example, streaming-based solutions may introduce unwanted latency, and running your specific containers may not be fully supported. Solving developer velocity challenges requires a two-pronged approach. How do we not only make it easier for developers to build applications, but also easy for IT admins to securely scale in dev environments? To address this, I'm excited to announce the availability of Cloud Workstations. Think of Cloud Workstations as providing pre-configured but customizable developer environments in the cloud, with your favorite dev tools pre-installed and up to date. Cloud Workstations come with multi-IDE support, such as IntelliJ, PyCharm, Rider, CLion, CodeOSS, and others, as part of this fully managed experience. And since Cloud Workstations can run inside the same network as your other resources, you don't need to emulate services or databases, which can save hours by developing and running code in your staging environment. Cloud Workstations enables consistent developer definitions among developers, with all environments defined via containers, fixing the, well, it works on my machine problem. You can also access your favorite DevOps tooling, including third-party tools such as GitLab, TeamCity, Jenkins, to build, test, and deploy quickly as part of your end-to-end workflow, even if they're self-hosted, on-prem, or in other clouds. From an admin's perspective, Cloud Workstations can dramatically simplify the onboarding of new developers at scale. You can create a workstation configuration, which defines a shared template of the tools developers need, including VM type, IDE extensions, libraries, code samples, and environment settings. Increasing developer velocity is incomplete without having the right security controls in place for remote developers. This is why Cloud Workstations has enterprise-grade security requirements built right in. This starts with VPC service controls, where you can limit developer access to sensitive areas. You can update or patch your environments so that developers get the most up-to-date version. And you can also use a fully private gateway so that only trusted users within your network have dev access. Next up, Christian Gorka, head of the Cyber Center of Excellence at Commerce Bank, tells us how Cloud Workstations is driving remote developer velocity while maintaining the bank's security needs.
Thank you, Thomas. Commerz Bank is the leading bank for the German Mittelstand and a strong partner for around 28,000 corporate client groups and around 11 million private and small business customers in Germany, while being present internationally in almost 40 countries. Commerz Bank is increasingly using cloud technology to bring new products and customer experiences faster to the market, leveraging modern technology and optimizing system performance, as well as running costs and sustainability. For many organizations, developer productivity and, in particular for us, security are top of mind and a first-class priority. Because of the nature of our business, that is, being part of a strictly regulated industry, our developers handle a lot of very sensitive applications. To enable development in a safe environment, we have an extensive list of security and compliance controls that need to be checked off before we can adopt the solution. I'm excited about Cloud Workstations because it helps us take care of many items on that list. For example, it lets us integrate our development environment into our virtual private cloud behind VPC service controls, so that we can make sure our source code and intellectual property do not leave our virtual premises. Furthermore, it supports customer-managed encryption keys as well as data recognition, making sure data confidentiality and geolocation is under our control. And while Cloud Workstations comes with pre-installed software, many things still are configurable. Plus, we can easily patch vulnerabilities and update OS images across various teams in a central place, which not only saves us time, but also helps improve the overall security posture. Finally, our developers really like the speed and responsiveness that Cloud Workstations provides. Onboarding can be done within minutes, and the service is easily accessible from anywhere, of course, access granted. So, in the end, we are in need of something that works out of the box, is fully managed and integratable into Google Cloud ecosystem and its services. Hence, I'm glad that we now can leverage Cloud Workstations. Back to you, Thomas.
Thanks, Christian. It was great to hear how developers at Commerce Bank can securely collaborate across the world. Cloud Workstations can provide security capabilities as you code, which can be extended to other parts of your software supply chain, from build dependency, management, to deployment. Recent attacks such as Log4j, SolarWinds, and Mimecast have showcased the importance of ensuring security across your software supply chain, beyond the coding environment. In fact, the White House is now requiring all federal suppliers to conform to software security standards across their supply chain. And the EU Agency for Cybersecurity has recognized this threat as well. To further complicate things, the extensive use of open source and their dependencies makes this a challenging problem to solve. To help, Google pledged $100 million last year to support third-party foundations like OpenSSF that manage open source security priorities and help fix vulnerabilities. We've also pledged to help 100,000 Americans earn Google Career Certificates to learn skills including data privacy and security. On the product side, we are taking those efforts to the next level with the launch of Software Delivery Shield. Software Delivery Shield provides a fully managed end-to-end software supply chain security. This starts with the IDE and includes CI/CD pipelines, deploy time policies, and runtime security posture. So while you're focused on writing code, Software Delivery Shield, or SDS, is helping to make sure your organization's security policy is consistently enforced across the software delivery process, enabling you to develop faster. Specifically, SDS adds new security capabilities in 4 major areas. First, to shift left into the IDE, we are launching Cloud Code Source Protect, a private preview IDE extension which helps you better understand open source vulnerabilities and licenses to go faster by avoiding costly and frustrating rework down the road. Second, when it comes to securing dependencies, we're excited to announce our Assured Open Source Software Service. It scans for known vulnerabilities, analyzes and fuzz tests over 250 packages across Java and Python. These packages are built using Google secured pipelines to help external dependency risks and come with remediation SLAs. Third, SDS helps secure CI/CD with Cloud Build, which now supports SLSA Level 3. For those unfamiliar, SLSA is an emerging standard that incorporates best practices for software supply chain integrity. Cloud Build provides verifiable build provenance to help you trace a binary to its source and build process to prevent tampering and prove the artifact you're using is legit. Fun fact, provenance is not just available for containers, but for Java Maven packages as well. Lastly, SDS can extend security protection into Cloud Run and GKE. Cloud Run Security Panel now includes software supply chain security insights. This provides information such as SLSA level on the running container images, build provenance, and service vulnerabilities. To help protect Kubernetes workloads, GKE Security Posture Management provides opinionated foundational guidance into your GKE clusters. We do this by providing detailed security assessments, actionable remediation advice, and scanning for OS vulnerabilities in your running images. We're integrating the platform to further help drive speed and efficiency. For instance, Cloud Deploy can make continuous delivery for Cloud Run much simpler. Promote from pre-prod to prod, conduct rollbacks, and manage gate promotion approvals in a cohesive and intuitive interface. With the new Cloud Run integrations, you can connect Cloud Run with Google Cloud Services fast. For example, configuring domains with a load balancer or connecting to a Redis cache is now as easy as a single click. And by the way, we have more scenarios on the way. With these enhancements, you no longer need to be an expert in scaling, securing, or managing your pipelines, or connecting to other Google Cloud services. Everything we discussed, from Cloud Workstations, Software Delivery Shield, and Cloud Run enhancements, are designed to help developer velocity, and we do this in an open fashion. In fact, we continually evaluate the developer experience across Google Cloud and have a dedicated team making ongoing improvements to reduce developer friction and make things faster. At Google, we're big proponents of open source and open standards. As the #1 contributor to the CNCF open source projects, our goal has been openness wherever possible. With that, I'm excited to announce that Google has joined the Eclipse Adoptium Working Group, a consortium of leaders in the Java community working to establish a higher quality, developer-centric standard for Java distributions. As a strategic member of Adoptium, Google will promote open standards that benefit all developers everywhere, regardless of where they run their workloads. And that starts by making Eclipse Temurin available across Google Cloud products and services. Eclipse Temurin provides Java developers a higher quality developer experience and more opportunities to create integrated, enterprise-focused solutions with the openness they deserve. Next up, Victor Salve from the product team discusses a simplified and secure Java developer experience.
Thanks, Thomas. And hey, everyone, my name is Victor Salve. I'm a product manager here at Google Cloud focused on supply chain security. We're going to be taking a look at all of the components Thomas just outlined, collectively known as Software Delivery Shield. So let's get started with the demo.
Cloud Workstations provides my team with project-specific profiles configured with the memory, CPU, and the tools required, such as the IDE. Today, we're going to be looking at a Java Maven project, so we'll launch a Java Dev environment and get started with our Maven work. To shift left on security, Cloud Code now provides dependency insights right in the IDE, including vulnerabilities in direct and transitive dependencies. Software Delivery Shield also has trust-based policy gating. In this case, I have a policy in place requiring that deployed images be built by Cloud Build and conform to a vulnerability threshold, so random images like this one are blocked. So let's use Cloud Code to find and fix all of our vulnerable dependencies so that our policy thresholds are satisfied. I can now trigger a CI/CD process using Cloud Build. My build has succeeded and my image was successfully deployed. Cloud Build now provides security insights into the built artifacts like this container image, providing me information about the SLSA level of the build, any vulnerabilities lurking in the build, as well as a list of dependencies and the provenance of the build.
Well, I hope that demo gave you a sense for Software Delivery Shield. Back to you, Thomas.
Thanks, Victor. In addition to what we've covered, we've also been focused on helping remove barriers across our data platform. allowing developers to build data-driven applications faster. After all, data often powers the most impactful experiences. For example, with Google services such as Cloud Firestore, we're making it easy to infuse AI and ML across data-driven workflows to help build rich, end-to-end data-centric applications. In fact, over 4 million databases have been created in Firestore to power mobile and web applications. We're providing integration with Vertex AI, our AI ML platform. This enables inferencing directly within the database transaction. In addition, we're announcing in preview Spanner integration with Vertex AI. This integration allows data scientists to build their models easily in Vertex AI, and developers to access those models using the SQL query language. We also understand that data can reside in third-party databases too, and developers still want those experiences to be fast and easy to deploy. So when working with data-centric third-party stacks, such as the mean stack, JavaScript developers can quickly deploy MongoDB Atlas and Cloud Run, our serverless compute solution, with Google-provided Terraform scripts. Read our related blog post to find the repo where you can grab this. And other texts will soon follow. It's a great time to be a developer because software is enabling businesses to reimagine how they're providing more engaging experiences. In doing this with the peace of mind that security is embedded at every step of the way. And everything I just described was designed to help you focus on what you love, writing code fast. We're excited to create this future together. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm the founder of Big Chicken. So you got to do that at the end when you say Big Chicken.
Big Chicken is Shaquille O'Neal's emerging fast casual restaurant chain that focuses on big fun, big flavor, and big food. When you're trying to build a national chain, communication is so critical. To do that, you need a great partner. And we're really lucky that partner is Google Workspace.
You know, Josh, every time he does a presentation, he just loves Google Slides.
As the person responsible for our marketing, probably the best at Google Slides.
His presentations is like I'm at a movie sometime. I'm just sitting there going.
I've got some great new chicken sandwiches for you to try. Brand new recipes. Isn't there something important we're supposed to be talking about? Good recipe development comes with collaboration. Using Docs in Google Workspace gives us the tools we need to collaborate together.
Shaquille's life gets crazy busy, as does our entire board.
When you want to talk to me, make sure you put on my Google Calendar. Google Calendar is my girlfriend. I don't know anything I'm doing unless I talk to my woman. Google Workspace, productivity and collaboration tools for all the ways you work.
Welcome to our Cloud Next session on how to increase our developer productivity with our recently announced product, Cloud Workstations. First, let's do a quick round of introductions. Hi, I'm Marcus Grapedia, Product Manager for Google Cloud, focused on Cloud Workstations and Cloud Shell.
Hi, I'm Antoine Castex, a Cloud Architect working for L'Oréal. And hi, everyone. I'm Matt Ellis, a developer advocate working with remote development at JetBrains.
All right, so today we're giving you an overview of what's new in IDEs and related tooling in Google Cloud. So we start by recapping our existing solutions, followed by a deep dive on our new offering, Cloud Workstations. Next, Antoine from L'Oréal, we talk about how they enable teams across the world to share the same ways of working. And finally, Matt from JetBrains, we talk about our partnership to support JetBrains IDEs with JetBrains Gateway. So let's start then. First, I wanted to give you a quick overview of the IDE and related tooling Google Cloud has available today. First, Cloud Shell provides a terminal and code editor available directly from your browser, as you can see here on the screen. It comes pre-configured with tools such as gcloud and Docker, so you can more quickly get started with Google Cloud. Next, we have Cloud Code, a set of IDE extensions you can install on the most popular IDEs, such as IntelliJ or VS Code, that makes it easy for you to create and deploy applications in the cloud. And 2 years ago, we announced a major update to Cloud Shell Editor, introducing rich language support, source controls, Cloud Code integration, and an integrated debugger to make it easier for you to prototype with the Google Cloud APIs and code samples. And today, we're introducing Cloud Workstations, the next step on this journey, providing fully managed and customizable development environments. All right, so Cloud Workstations is a new product built to support the day-to-day development needs of large and small development teams. It provides a customizable development environment available in seconds anywhere from a browser, as you can see here on the screenshot. And all of this is done in a reproducible way, which means you can address the works on my machine problems by using it. It also allows you to run code against real services, preventing the typical issues associated with emulation of services. And finally, it has a series of built-in security mechanisms to help you strengthen your security posture. So before I start our deep dive, let me talk about the main challenges we heard from our customers that guided the design of Cloud Workstations. First, getting developers started on a new project takes too long, especially getting the development environment set up. And this got more complex with the increase in remote work we saw recently. Next, multiple of the developer in-a-loop friction points, such as accessing private resources or slow builds, are simplified once you move your dev environment to the cloud. And finally, securing local devices and the source code and data stored in it is challenging. Let me now show how Cloud Workstations address these challenges. First, fast environment setup. This video shows an example of how you can get a dev environment up and running in a few minutes. We're here creating an environment following a workstation configuration. As you can see here, in a few seconds, you can define multiple configurations for, let's say, Node.js, a Java, or a Python environment. Once you create a configuration, this can be used as a template for Cloud Workstations used by other developers. Once the developer clicks on Start Workstation, what is happening behind the scenes is you're creating a VM dedicated for that developer, which can start fast because you can keep a pool of warmed-up VMs pre-configured. Once they click on Launch, as expected, you get a code editor running on a VM, but this goes way beyond just a code editor. Developers and team leads can also preload the code repo, library, dependencies, IDE extensions, and even customize the specific IDE and code editor being used. In this case, we have seen here a series of Java code samples. We could, for example, customize that to have the code samples which help your developers get onboarded with your tooling and your internal frameworks. Another thing you can see here is all the tools, such as the Java IDE extensions or the JDK are pre-installed here. So you can just get into reading and writing code as soon as possible. Next, as I mentioned before, for consistency purposes, all workstations belong to workstation configuration, which can be defined by a team lead or admin. You can see a screenshot of what it looks like on the left, where essentially you can define parameters such as the VM, disk specifications, and environment definitions via container images. You can either use our base images, which comes with some basic tools pre-installed, or even create your own container image, customizing our base image with only the tools you want for your day-to-day, as you can see on the right-hand slide. So you could, for example, have a Java plus a Spring Boot configuration for your backend team, and a TypeScript configuration for your frontend team. So they get the tooling they need to get their job done. And let's now switch into developer productivity. So developers frequently achieve their maximum productivity on a specific ID where they build their ideal setup. Knowing this, we build Cloud Workstations from the ground up to have multi-IDE support. So if you're using either IntelliJ, Golang, PyCharm, or VS Code, or any other IDs, you can benefit from remote development without changing your workflow or tooling. We're also partnering with JetBrains to provide the IDs outlined over here. And next, beyond browser-based IDs, Cloud Workstations also support other interfaces, which are typical of development workflows. On the left-hand side, you can see here you can have your local JetBrains IDs connect your workstation via JetBrains Gateway. And on the right-hand side, if you use local VS Code, you can also access Workstation for remote development via SSH. You can also set up SSH and even TCP tunnels to Workstation from a local machine for more advanced workflows. Cloud Workstations also comes with the Cloud Code ID extensions pre-installed. These extensions make it easy for you to create and deploy applications to multiple cloud services, such as GKE, Cloud Run, or the other services you can see here. It also enables a very fast code, build, and test cycle with hot reload, which is possible via built-in integrations with Minikube and Scaffold. Finally, I want to talk about the security and enterprise-focused elements of Cloud Workstations, which ensure organizations can provide the security guardrails they need. So all Cloud Workstations, as you can see in this diagram, can be created inside of our VPC network, and it can access your private environments, with VPC service controls integrations possible for added security. So this means that you can enforce the same policies used for your production services to your developer workstations, such as automatic disk backups or limit access to sensitive resources. All access to Cloud Workstations is also controlled via IAM, and you can also enforce a fully private ingress and egress, so that only users inside your private network can access your workstations. And as well as workstation configurations, make it easy for you to manage environment configurations. As you can see here is admins can have a consolidated view of all the configs used by their teams, so they can quickly manage and update the configurations they're using. So you could, for example, seamlessly update environments. Let's say if you patch one of those environments today, but tomorrow our workstations will be automatically updated. And one last thing, DevOps tooling support. You may have a variety of tried and test tools you use, such as Cloud Build or even third-party tools like GitLab or TeamCity. Cloud Workstations, since they can live inside your VPC, also support accessing tools that can be self-hosted, on-prem, and even running in other clouds. And finally, this is for the overview of Cloud Workstations. But if you're interested in learning more about secure software supply chain, I invite you to attend a session on Software Delivery Shield. With that said, I now want to hand over the presentation to Antoine, which will talk more about how L'Oréal increased their developer productivity and security with Cloud Workstations.
Thank you, Marco, for the invitation. Really appreciate. Before speaking with you deeper about Cloud Workstation, let me give you a few words about L'Oréal. I'm sure you already know who L'Oréal is, but L'Oréal is the main and the most biggest cosmetic company in the world. We sell millions and millions of products every year through e-commerce website or physical workshop. We are present in more than 50 countries and more than 90,000 employees working together. We choose Google Cloud as a partner for all the data and analytics use case that we have. And for this use case, there is hundreds of developers. And that's exactly why we are here today, to speak about the experience of this developer. This developer can come from different countries, different places, working for different projects. But at the end, they can also work together in the same project. That means there is a lot of different examples where we have to say we need some tools to be more efficient and work better together. The challenge we were having before Workstation were simple but very important. The cost management of the different solutions that were used, because there were a lot difference about the licensing and the way it was used. The security of this solution were a nightmare, because we have to manage the fact they are not at the same levels of security and features. Probably the biggest one, the single point of failure represented by the laptop himself. Because remember the fact that a developer, before pushing his code, is initially developing locally on his laptop. So it was a big problem, because everything is located on the laptop if there is a problem. And at the end, the fact that the code was not rationalized, because everybody is working at different speed, at different maturity. So it was at the end a lot of time consuming to be sure everybody is doing the same thing. So in that case, Workstation comes, and the ambition we have, and it's now possible, is to let developer work from anywhere with any devices at any time. That's great. And what helps that ambition to be possible? The fact that now it's possibly to deploy very easily environment for a newcomer, going into a ticket solution, requesting for a new environment, calling an API to Google Cloud, and in less than a minute, magic happened. Secondly, ensure that now everyone is working in the same way. That's a very, very game changer, because now it's possible to compare and monitor that problematic. The cost efficient, which is at the end still a problem with all the problematic you can have in a company like Lowell, but also in your company. You can now control, you only pay when you use the solution, so it's very efficient. The fact also that it is very powerful, because you can choose the different performance of the workstation you want to provide to your developer, and also the fact that it's low carbon, because you can also choose and select where exactly you want to deploy this workstation. And at the end, the fact that the security is now more mature and can be better, because in one single pane of glass, we have an overview of what's going on, following the zero trust principle provided by Google in many, many other products, like single sign-on, the fact that Workstation doesn't need to have any external IP, and plus all the different features that Google Cloud is providing. So to conclude, I use this code coming from my engineering team. Yes, they are very happy to use Workstation, but not only because it's powerful, because it's great, because it's integrated with Google Cloud, but more because it's now very mature. It's possible to work together in a more efficient way to provide more better solution for the business. And now I will let the floor to Matt from JetBrains.
Thanks, Antoine. I'd like to take the opportunity to describe a little bit about how JetBrains IDEs, traditionally desktop applications, work in a remote development scenario, and also to introduce JetBrains Gateway. When we run a JetBrains IDE on a remote machine, we install the IDE on the remote machine, and it lives there with your project, your source code, your dependencies, your tool chain, everything you need to run the application, to run your project, and to develop it and go through the whole life cycle. Apart from the user interface. The user interface runs locally, and this is where JetBrains Gateway comes in. Gateway is a small application that is responsible for talking to the remote machine and for starting up the JetBrains client, providing the user interface. Gateway is everything you need to get started, and you just need to install this on a fresh laptop, for example, and it can connect and it can to the remote machine. And it can will start up the client, and it's everything you need then to get started. The client itself provides the user interface, and it provides a local editor for working with your remote source. This editor is all running locally, and it will edit your files, and it feels like a local application. However, your files are still secure and remote on the remote machine. Getting started is very straightforward. You just need to download the Gateway application. And once it's started there's a button to install the Cloud Workstations plugin. And then you can immediately sign in, start a workstation, select your project, and get going with your coding. It's important to point out that this isn't remote desktop. We're not showing you the user interface of the application running on the remote machine. We're running a local client here. It's a thin client. It's a very rich client, which is providing a local experience, but all of the functionality is coming from the remote machine. It's got a local editor, but all the syntax highlighting and ID intelligence is coming from the remote machine. So Gateway is designed to make it feel like you're working locally. Licensing is also local as well. So you just need to turn up, start the JetBrains client through Gateway, and that will then work. As long as you've got a license, that will work then with your remote machine on cloud workstations. So what is the user experience like? Well, if you've used a JetBrains IDE before, you'll be very familiar. The client is based on the same IntelliJ platform. You get a project view, and you also get the very powerful search everywhere. So you can quickly find your classes, your files, your symbols, and navigate around your projects and open source files. The editor is very rich as well. And although it's working locally, so you get editing files locally, you get a local experience, all of the syntax highlighting and code completion is coming from the remote machine. We also provide smart IDE features as well. So we're running inspections and trying to find problems with your code, such as unused methods or potential exceptions and so on. And we can provide quick fixes to update your code and work with these. We can also provide refactoring, such as renaming symbols, much more accurate than a find and replace. And you can run your application too as well. So the IDE will monitor for what ports you're using on the remote machine, and it will suggest to forward the ports and even forward the port and open the browser. So you can locally test your application. You can work with it and navigate around your code. You can debug your code as well. So just hit a breakpoint and hit start debugging. That'll run the application, and you can step in, step out. You can examine data. You can look at the state of your application and work with it as you would do in a local application. However, everything is still running on the remote machine. All of this information is being sent to the client, and the client running as a local application is working as a debugger. And to round out the whole life cycle, we've got version control as well. So you can see the whole history of your project. You can look at diffs, and you can also see what files need to be committed locally as well. And finally, we can customize the experience. So you can install plugins on the remote machine to provide extra functionality to the language features, or you can customize the client too, and you can have different themes, different key maps, and you can also update the functionality of the editor with something like Idea Vim to give you Vim key bindings. And so that's a very quick introduction to JetBrains Gateway and the JetBrains IDEs. The whole idea is to try and give you a local experience while you're running remotely, and all of your source and all of your project is running remotely. And now I'd like to just hand back to Marcos.
Right, thank you very much, Matt and Antoine, for joining our session. And as you folks saw, Cloud Workstations gives you the toolings, the tools, and the building blocks for you to increase your developer productivity and security with cloud-based development environments. If you're interested in trying it out or learning more about it, you can now go to console.cloud.google.com/workstations to try out the live product as well as read through our documentation. Thank you very much.
I'm Cameron, product lead for the Go programming language at Google. I'm here to talk about some of the new and upcoming security features in Go and how you can use them to write more secure applications. Later in this presentation, my colleague Cody will join us to demo some of the features we discuss, so stay tuned for a proper example. Developers and companies often choose Go for its performance, readability, simplicity, and scalability. But more than ever, they're also choosing Go because of its security. When we say security, we generally mean one of two things. The first is detecting and remediating known vulnerabilities in your dependencies. Let's start by describing the problem. Say you're writing a package A, and to do so, you depend on several other packages, which provide some functionality. They, in turn, might also depend on packages as well, and so on. Now, let's say there's a vulnerability deep in your dependency tree. Deep and far away as it is, this vulnerability might have consequences for your project. That's because the problem isn't isolated to package K. It could affect I, and it could affect B, C, D, or E. Worst of all, it could affect you because of a problem in some leaf package you've never even heard of. With the web of dependencies relying on other dependencies getting larger and more complicated, there are lots of places for a bad actor to stuff a vulnerability that affects wide swaths of a language ecosystem. This is in part because dependency graphs can be complicated, making vulnerability detection and remediation intractable. You may think your dependency graph looks like this, but really it looks like this. Dependency graphs are complex, directional graphs. The rendering on this slide describes Kubernetes. In Go, we solve for this problem by addressing it for the whole ecosystem. With Go's new vulnerability management system, now in preview, you can check your entire dependency graph against our curated database of vulnerabilities and fixes. Vulnerability data comes from existing sources like CVEs and GHSAs, as well as direct reports from Go package maintainers. This information is then reviewed by the Go security team and added to the Go vulnerability database. In order to read these vulnerabilities programmatically, you can use the Go VulnDB client, which is how we recommend that you read from and interact with the database. You can also review the database directly in your browser from the Go package site at package.go.dev/vuln. We also provide a VulnCheck API, which tools like the Visual Studio Code Go plugin will soon use to provide vulnerability detection and remediation directly from your IDE. Finally, we provide the Go VulnCheck command, which provides a low-noise, reliable way to find known vulnerabilities from the command line. Unlike other solutions, which might warn you of every vulnerability throughout your dependency graph, whether or not they affect you, Go VulnCheck analyzes your codebase and only surfaces vulnerabilities you actually invoke, based on which functions in your code are transitively calling vulnerable functions. Vulnerability management helps you detect and fix your exposure to known vulnerabilities. But what about undiscovered vulnerabilities? Say the ones that might exist in the code you're writing. For that, we have fuzzing. Fuzzing is the process of testing your applications using automatically generated inputs derived from coverage feedback and other signals. Fuzz testing is well suited for reaching those edge cases which developers often miss, which makes it particularly valuable for finding security exploits and vulnerabilities. Go supports fuzzing in its standard toolchain beginning in Go 1.18, which makes Go the first major language to support it natively. Here's an example of what fuzzing looks like in Go. First, a fuzz test must be a named function that starts with fuzz and which accepts only a testing f argument and no return value. The fuzz test contains a fuzz target, which is a call to testing f.fuzz, and takes a testing t as a first parameter, followed by the fuzzing arguments, and again, no return value. There must be exactly one fuzz target per fuzz test, and all seed corpus entries must have types which are identical to the fuzzing arguments in the same order. Ready for more? Let's bring in Cody for a deeper dive on fuzzing.
Thanks, Cameron. Hello, my name is Cody Oss, and I'm a developer programs engineer at Google. Today I would like to walk you through how we can take an existing application and write fuzz tests for it. We'll start by looking over the code base, and then we'll write some unit tests for that code, and then we'll see what it takes to convert that unit test into a fuzz test. After this, we'll take advantage of the power of the fuzzing engine and see if we can use it to uncover any bugs in our code. Let's dive in. Today we will be working with this buggy calculator application. Our calculator takes a string input and returns an int or an error. This string input is meant to be a number an operator, and another number. So just very basic calculator operations here. As you can see from our code, it parses a couple of integers and also the operator used to calculate the result. It then looks up which calculation operator function to use and then computes a result. Let's start by generating a unit test for this function. Now, let's add a few test cases to cover the different types of operation our calculator supports. I'm going to start by removing this args type, as we can simplify the code a little bit, as we'll just use the name. All right, for our first test case, I am going to put 4 plus 2. And that is equal to 6, and that is not an error case. Now let's copy and paste this a couple times and add a few more. 4 minus 2 is 2. 4 times 2 is 8. And last but not least, 4 divided by 2 is 2. Let's also add one test case that we know should fail. We will call this one fail. And it will fail. Now, let's give it a run and make sure everything passes. Great, everything passes. We're done, right? Well, I bet we could be, but I bet there are a lot of cases that we aren't covering by these 5 tests. Let's see if we can convert this test into a fuzz test and take advantage of the fuzzing engine to find out if there are any bugs in our code. The first step in changing this into a fuzz test is to rename the function. Just as there is a convention to name unit tests starting with the word test, fuzz tests need to start with the word fuzz. And they also take a different input parameter. They take a testing f. So we'll rename that to f. And there we go. Now we have a fuzz test. We need to write a fuzz target and also seed our existing test cases. To register our test cases with the fuzzing target, we can use the f.add method. This seeded input can also be referred to as a seed corpus or corpus entry. Let's loop over our test cases and add each one. Note that we are only passing our input value into this corpus entry. Next, we will need to update our t.run and transform it into an f.fuzz to register our fuzzing target. We can also get rid of this loop at this time. As we can see, this function takes a function with a testing t and a string. Note, it takes a string because this is what we registered as our seed corpus. If we had registered an int, this function would need to accept an int. These types need to align. Now, we need to refactor the body of our test to work with the fact that we only have an input value for this test and not an actual result. In some cases, you may be able to verify the result of the function you're calling by reverse engineering the output to see if you can transform it back into the input, for instance. In this case, though, we are going to keep things simple and see if fuzzing our code can reveal simple errors like panics. So we can get rid of this. We'll just verify that there's not both an error and a value provided to got. And then we'll update our error message accordingly. Call this statement, and we'll pass that in. Now, let's run this fuzz test with goTest. You can see that the output looks a little different than before. And now our test cases are called seeds. It should be noted that you don't have to provide a seed corpus to your fuzz test, but if you do, these seed values will be used and run like a unit test with GoTest. Although we have transformed our unit test into a fuzz test, we have not actually done any fuzzing yet. To do that, we need to use a different GoTest flag. We can additionally pass the -fuzz flag, which takes a regular expression for which fuzz test to run. When fuzzing, the fuzzing engine will use a mutator to constantly change the seed values provided to our fuzz target. This will then create a generated corpus that is guided by code coverage to find all the execution paths of our code being fuzzed. Let's try to fuzz our code and see what all that looks like. Yikes! It looks like we already ran into a bug. Let's take a minute and analyze the output that the fuzzing engine produced for us and see what is happening. It appears that there are 3 different tokens here, but our middle token is an empty string when we expect it to be an operator there. And what was the error? The error is a runtime error, invalid memory address, or nil pointer dereference. And this is happening on line 24 of our code. Let's go check out the code. Yep, when we look up in our map, there is no entry for empty string for a function call, so it looks like we need to make sure that our map has a value for this. We can add an OK check here. The great thing about when a fuzz test fails is that it records the failing result. This is then saved to the test data folder, which on future GoTest runs will be used as a seed corpus and run every time as a unit test, to make sure that we never have a regression for this test case again. For this reason, it is good to check in this folder. Let's run GoTest again and see if we fixed it. Great, it worked, and you'll notice the additional value provided into our seed corpus. Let's try to fuzz our code again and make sure there's nothing else wrong. Another panic. This time, it's complaining about an integer divide by 0 error. Let's take a look at our failing input. Yep, 0 divided by 0 is undefined. So let's see if we can go fix up the spot in our code so that we never divide by 0. So it's happening when we're calling our operator. So let's go down here. Ah, yes, we are dividing by y, and in this case, y was 0. So let's add a if check here. And we're going to make this function return an error now. So we're going to need to update the signature. And the other return value. And let's see. Now our operator type no longer matches the signature because we added an error to our divide. Let's just add the error to all these, and there'll be no op operations for the rest. And now that we're returning an error here, we don't have to explicitly return nil. Now, let's run GoTest again and make sure that we fixed it. Hooray! Let's fuzz one last time to make sure that there are no more bugs in our code. This time, our fuzzing is taking quite a bit longer to run, so I'm going to say that this is good enough for now. You can see from the fuzz run that there are over 200 test cases that have been saved to our generated corpus, which can be found at gocache/fuzz. You probably don't want to use fuzzing to run forever in cases like these. You can use the fuzz time flag to specify how long you want your target to fuzz for.
There's a fundamental truth in our nature. Humans are curious. It's wired into our DNA to wonder about the world, the universe, and our place in it. So we ask questions, observe the answers, and gather information. Volumes and libraries and oceans of it. And now we finally have the tools powerful enough to help make sense of it all. To ask bigger, more meaningful questions. How can we use AI to identify the resources we'll need to live on the moon? So we can build an outpost there and use it to get to Mars. Questions that help us look at problems in entirely new ways. How can we optimize millions of images to predict when the next great solar flare will occur? Will that give us enough time to protect the satellites that connect us all and avoid a power grid shutdown? Questions that are becoming increasingly more urgent. Can we generate hyper-accurate maps to identify a flood zone? That will help people evacuate before the rains even start? As the climate changes, what can we do to better protect our planet and everyone on it? Scientists from all over the world have come together to find answers to these questions, and others like them. Digging into their data, breaking it apart, prying insight and inspiration and progress from it, hoping to solve some of humanity's biggest problems.
and welcome to Google Cloud Next 2022. You're in 3 GKE app development strategies to help teams deliver their best work. I'm Caslin Fields, and I'm a developer advocate here at Google Cloud, where I focus on Google Kubernetes Engine, as well as open source Kubernetes. And today, we're going to be talking about application development and Kubernetes. First, we're going to break down the problem, and then we're going to go over 3 patterns that I commonly see companies adopting as they adopt Kubernetes within their organizations, and how those patterns affect their application developers. So let's start by breaking down the problem. To break down the problem, we need to know, what is the question we're trying to answer? As an advocate for Google Clouds, and particularly GKE's users, I interact with a lot of companies adopting Kubernetes, and almost every single one of them is asking me this question. The words vary, but the point is always the same. How are the lives of my application developers going to change as we adopt Kubernetes? I call this the Kubernetes App Dev Experience question, and it has 3 basic parts. First, the organization is adopting a tool, Kubernetes. They're asking about a specific audience, people in the role of app developer. And what they want to know is how the tool, Kubernetes, is going to affect the day-to-day tasks of the folks in the app dev role. And always keep in mind that a business's goal is ultimately to deliver value to their own users. So the overarching frame this question fits into is some approximation of the software delivery process. The business wants to run apps that are critical to them. Sometimes that's apps they built, sometimes they're apps they got from elsewhere, but ultimately the tools, roles, and tasks involved are all trying to accomplish the goal of running those important applications. And to answer this question, we really do need to get to this level of the root of the question, and I'll show you why. So let's start by diving a little deeper into the software delivery process. This is a diagram we sometimes use at Google Cloud to talk about the tools we have available that enable each stage of the software delivery process. From writing code to getting the applications running in production to monitoring those production applications. These processes roughly align with 2 broad roles: developers who write and maintain app code, and operations professionals who run those applications in production and other environments. There are all kinds of specific roles within this spectrum, and where one ends and another begins varies quite a lot from one company to another. It's like a gradient. It's hard to tell where one role might end and another begin. But what does this have to do with app dev experience on Kubernetes? The traditional realm of app developers is pretty solidly on what I have as colored blue in this gradient. App developers are in charge of writing and maintaining app code. And to do so, they use tools like integrated development environments and source control tools. This is pretty standard anywhere you go. But today, we're also going to be talking about Kubernetes. And if you'll notice, Kubernetes on our chart is pretty far toward the operations side of the house. This is why the question of what does the app developer experience look like with Kubernetes is actually kind of hard to answer. Traditionally, Kubernetes has been created by and for operations professionals. So often when this question comes up, the folks who have been the deepest in the Kubernetes ecosystem, who helped create Kubernetes, have tended to respond with, well, developers shouldn't care about Kubernetes at all. But is that really true? It kind of looks that way from this chart, doesn't it? This is where DevOps comes into the picture. So what is DevOps? DevOps is the organizational and cultural movement, meaning it affects how your roles relate to the ownership of tasks that need doing, that aims to increase software delivery velocity, so that's kind of more to the dev side, improve service reliability, that's kind of site reliability engineer-like, so kind of more to the ops side, and most importantly, to build shared ownership among software stakeholders. So you might not have known it, but what you've just asked is a DevOps question. What this means is that even though Kubernetes was designed by and for operations professionals, due to the shift toward more shared ownership models, the answer to how is my app dev experience going to change with Kubernetes is maybe. Kubernetes might affect your app developers' day-to-day lives, But as with any good question in tech, the real answer is, it depends. It depends on what parts of this process your app developers have ownership of. Ultimately, the tasks your app devs are expected to own will determine what tools they need to use. So for the rest of this talk, I'm going to explore the 3 most common patterns I see organizations adopting with regard to app development with Kubernetes. Each of these patterns introduces a bit more DevOpsy style ownership into app developers' lives. Many organizations I speak to are on a path where they move from pattern 1 toward pattern 3 over time. Most large organizations will probably have spots within their orgs that implement each one of these patterns. There's no one right answer to how your app developer experience should be as you adopt Kubernetes. It will depend on how you want to distribute tasks and ownership of the software delivery process among the roles in your organization. We're focused on application developers as the only role we're talking about today, so I'll explore the tasks and tools your organization might assign to your application developers in each one of these patterns. So let's dive into each one. To start, let's talk about what I call the traditional local development pattern. In traditional local development, app devs own tasks up to the point where code is checked in and ready to be handed off to teams that will build and run that code in the necessary environments. The delivery artifact for these developers is source code. They write code, check it into source control, and that's pretty much where their ownership ends. That code will still need to be built and deployed onto hardware, but those responsibilities are not owned by the average developer. This is how most organizations have traditionally scoped the application developer type role. The tools these developers typically use haven't really changed too terribly much over the last couple decades. Your app devs will need an integrated development environment, or IDE. They'll need some form of source control to collaboratively work on large code bases. They'll need to learn some sort of programming language, or maybe a few, and they'll need to get familiar with libraries, both public and private code libraries that they'll be using to build the applications your business needs. This pattern also has a benefit in terms of environment flexibility. Since your app dev team's delivery artifact is source code, it could be run on any number of types of environments. You could run this code on VMs, or on Kubernetes, or on serverless, or on just about anything. All of that is determined by other teams after the handoff. So you can run the code just about wherever, depending on what the code is, without really impacting your app dev team's day-to-day lives. So the traditional local development pattern keeps you pretty solidly on the left side of our ownership spectrum of the software delivery process. This is the type of development role that most people are thinking about if they come back at your Kubernetes app development experience question with app devs shouldn't care about Kubernetes at all. In this pattern, with the way the world has been, that's been kind of true. Kubernetes was designed as a tool for folks who run code in various environments. It has nothing to do with the writing of pure application code. So developers in this pattern would typically complete their application code and hand it off to some other team, which might containerize it and run it on Kubernetes. Because Kubernetes does require that app code be packaged in containers. But asking some other team that didn't write the code to package that code in a container can be kind of tough sometimes. The whole idea of containers is that the application code and all those binaries and libraries that it needs are packaged up together. And who knows those dependencies better than the app dev team that wrote the thing? So that brings us to pattern 2, development in containers. In the development in containers pattern, application developers take on the additional responsibility of packaging their application code along with any and all dependencies into containers. The delivery artifact of your app dev teams shifts from source code to container files or container images. You might think of a container image like a binary file of a traditional application. It's the compiled form of the package containing your app and its dependencies. That can be run as a container. The application developers and organizations that have adopted this pattern need some additional tools. They'll still need IDEs, source control, and a solid understanding of their required programming languages, but they'll also need containerization tooling. the tools to perform containerization at scale really started to be publicly available and to gain popularity starting in 2014. So the developer tools in this space are generally less than a decade old, though they're built on older concepts. The most common tool most folks have heard of is, of course, Docker. I like to say that Docker is a usability company. They didn't invent containers, but they did invent the usability tooling that has led to containers' current popularity. But Docker's tools are not the only options these days. The tools in bold here are things that Google Cloud could help you with. Cloud Native Build Packs is an open source project of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and it allows you to, and I quote from their website, transform your application source code into images that can run on any cloud. Google Cloud supports Cloud Native Build Packs, meaning we have provided tooling to help developers containerize their applications via Cloud Native Build Packs. Google Cloud also has a tool called Google Cloud Build, which you can use to build a container image and other things like Java archives to be stored in a registry like Google Cloud's Artifact Registry. So the development in containers pattern moves your app dev team's ownership a little farther toward the ops side of our diagram. And it's not that these pieces become wholly owned by your app dev teams, but you're leaning into building this DevOps style shared ownership model. Operations teams will probably still have responsibilities around configuration and ownership of these tools as well. Essentially, what you're doing here is you're getting your application development teams a little bit more involved in the build process, the build steps of your software delivery process. This pattern does start to get into changes to your application developers' day-to-day lives when you're adopting Kubernetes, but it doesn't directly have anything to do with Kubernetes itself. Organizations that don't use Kubernetes could also see benefits from adopting this pattern of app dev. Since containers themselves provide nice benefits as a packaging and isolation mechanism for your applications, organizations that start using them could see other benefits even if they're not using Kubernetes. Though if you're running things at scale, you're probably going to want to use Kubernetes. But if you're sitting there going, yeah, but is that really Kubernetes app dev experience? Don't they need to know about Kubernetes itself to some degree? Then pattern 3 might be what you're looking for. In pattern 3, we explore an even more involved approach, developing directly on Kubernetes. In this pattern, application developers own the tasks of patterns 1 and 2, completing code check-ins and containerizing their application code, and they pick up the additional responsibility of understanding Kubernetes enough to define how their containerized applications should run on Kubernetes by writing Kubernetes declarative YAML manifests. These manifests are key to the beneficial declarative nature of Kubernetes. The YAML manifests describe the container as well as details about how that container should be run in an environment. Things like storage and networking configurations are built into the API of objects provided by Kubernetes. In pattern 2, some form of more opsy team would take the containers made by the app devs and write these Kubernetes YAML files to describe how the app should be run in Kubernetes. But in this pattern, we're once again asking the folks who know the application the best to put that knowledge to use by defining exactly how that application should run on Kubernetes. The tools of these developers will grow. In addition to all the tools of patterns 1 and 2, these devs also need things like a Kubernetes environment to test and develop in. This could be a local environment via Minikube, which is an open source component of the Kubernetes project. Google has a number of engineers dedicated to maintaining and improving Minikube, so I've bolded it here, even though it's really part of open source Kubernetes. This could also be a GKE cluster in Google Cloud or an Anthos cluster in a variety of possible environments, including on-prem or in other clouds. Google Cloud also provides a really handy IDE plugin called Cloudcode, which provides, in my honest opinion, amazing support for working with either local or remote Kubernetes environments right from within an IDE. I use it with Visual Studio Code, but it's also available for the JetBrains IDE. Google also open sourced a project called Scaffold, which, and I once again quote from their website, handles the workflow for building, pushing, and deploying your application, allowing you to focus on what matters most, writing code. So Cloud Code is designed with lots of nice scaffold integration that can allow you to write your code and run it either in a local or a remote Kubernetes cluster as smoothly as you'd normally build an application code in like a traditional development model. Also, I want to mention that the Cloud Native Computing Foundation offers a certification for developers with this level of ownership. It's called the Certified Kubernetes Application Developer exam. And the exam itself is a hands-on test that tests your knowledge of writing manifests to run applications on Kubernetes. So the developing directly on Kubernetes pattern moves your app dev team's ownership even farther toward the ops side of our diagram. Your application developers are taking on additional responsibilities that have traditionally been in the ops environment managed sphere of ownership. Again, this is a shared ownership model, where these pieces likely still need operations team ownership as well. The shared ownership model where devs use Kubernetes directly means your app developers will likely need to gain knowledge about how these environments work. They may not have had to worry about enterprise scale storage and networking considerations before. So they may need to learn a bit about how those things work in the frame of Kubernetes. I would caution that Kubernetes is a large, complex tool meant to provide tooling for management and abstraction of underlying infrastructure. So you may want to be careful to make sure that your devs are learning about the bits of Kubernetes that make the most sense for them to use. There's plenty of more ops-oriented stuff in there that they may not really need, but your ops teams might. So that's the three most common patterns I see businesses today implementing with regard to their app development on Kubernetes. Which one is right for you depends on how you want to distribute tasks and ownership to the various roles in your organization. If you want to keep app devs focused on code and have them just commit their code to source control and then have someone else basically handle everything else, then that's pattern one. If you want your app devs to start containerizing their applications, to package them with their dependencies, and make them easier for other teams to run on a variety of systems, that's pattern two. And if you want your developers to own everything from how that app works, to its packaging, to how it's going to be run in a Kubernetes environment, then pattern three is for you. Definitely take a deeper look at the tools I mentioned here, such as build packs and Cloud Code, to learn more. Thanks so much for joining me today, and I hope you enjoy Google Cloud Next 2022.
Tecnologia é como se fosse um bichinho que uma vez que ela te morde, não sai mais de você. Eu cursei análise e desenvolvimento de sistemas, só que eu não consegui terminar. Tinha lá aqueles formulários, né? Qual que é o seu nome, seu endereço? Mas qual que é a sua profissão? Eu não tenho profissão. Agora é a hora de eu retomar. Aí foi onde eu vi a oportunidade do Bootcamp da Soul Code Academy em parceria com o Google Cloud. E 6 meses depois, aí foi onde eu recebi o convite para poder fazer parte do time da Soul Code Academy. Só que do lado de lá. Ali o mundo, sabe quando o mundo ganha cor? Então nessa hora ficou colorido. Eu, Patrícia, mulher casada, mãe de 3 filhos, 39 anos, profissão engenheira de dados habilitada em Google Cloud Platform.
welcome to Next. In this session, I'm going to walk you through building a serverless event-driven web app in under 10 minutes. My name is Prashant, and I am a developer advocate with Google Cloud. In the next few minutes, we will look at what an event-driven architecture is and what are the benefits of using serverless. We will then define a sample scenario, which we will design using these principles. Then we will actually build a working application before concluding this session. First, let us look at what is an event-driven architecture and why do we need this. More and more organizations are moving out of monolith application architecture towards microservices, intending to simplify their architecture and reduce the total cost of ownership. However, as the application grows bigger, their request-driven microservice applications starts looking like a spiderweb of services calling each other. It could end up looking like a decentralized monolith due to the hardwired dependencies between these services. The application complexity starts increasing, and maintaining applications becomes harder and harder with each new service that you add, because you need to integrate with both upstream and downstream services. What can we do to simplify the application architecture and move faster? That's where event-driven architecture comes into the picture. This is an architectural pattern which allows your applications or services to communicate with each other asynchronously through the means of events, which typically signify completion of a process. It allows you to scale faster because when you add new services, you don't have to think a lot about your downstream or upstream services, and hence reducing code changes and dependencies. It also avoids performance bottlenecks from slower downstream services, as the upstream service can decouple itself from the downstream dependencies by firing an event and forgetting about it. Now that we have seen how an event-driven architecture could help us to build faster, let us look at why serverless. When you manage your own infrastructure, along with building your applications, you will need to handle all the aspects, including the physical aspects of hardware and connectivity, to the operational aspects of scaling and managing security. In the serverless or a fully managed environment, you can abstract away the infrastructure and operations aspect, such as managing and provisioning servers. Fully managed also means scalability and scaling down to zero. So when your app has no traffic, you are not charged. You can focus on building and monitoring your business logic while Google manages the infrastructure. What this means is you as a developer can spend more time coding and don't need to spend time managing infrastructure. Some of the benefits you gain by using serverless are accelerate time to market by reducing setup effort and hence increased velocity. Simplicity by enabling developers with easy onboarding and self-service standing up application environments. Ensuring service availability with high elasticity, multi-region deploys, and global load balancing. Reduce risk to your company by moving higher up the stack with built-in security and operations. Let us now pen down a simple use case and see how one could actually use serverless and event-driven architecture to build out an application. This is my sample use case. As a developer, I want to build an application that searches the Twitter public feed for tweets on Wordle attempts, calculates the scores, and displays the scores in a publicly available leaderboard web app. For those not familiar with Wordle, which is a free-to-play word game, a typical round is one where I try to guess the hidden word of the day in as few attempts as possible. It is common for players to tweet out the number of attempts that they took to solve a game. It is this tweet that we are looking for, and we will provide a score based on the number of attempts taken. I would then build out the application in this manner. In order to search for the tweets on Twitter, we would have to first authenticate the Twitter APIs and make a free text search query to retrieve the search results. The Twitter API returns the results in batches, so we will need to call the API multiple times and consolidate the results. Since it is a free text search, we'll have to filter relevant results. Essentially, I'm looking for the tweets which have the attempt numbers. We will have to repeat this entire thing periodically to fetch new tweets, calculate scores, and save them to the database. We might want to build a leaderboard in different formats. Example, order by all-time top scores, or order by best average score per user, or show the best scores in each round. As you can see, this started as a straightforward and simple requirement. However, when we start thinking about the moving parts, then we see that the architecture gets a little complex. Enough talk. Let's dive in and build out the sample application and identify which Google Cloud products we will use as we build this out. Let's jump into the Google Cloud Console. So here I am in my Google Cloud Console. Let's start by opening up the Cloud Shell editor and taking a look at the source code. Now, the first thing that I need to do is hit the search endpoint on Twitter and query for the appropriate search term. Since the search API offers pagination, we need to make multiple API calls and collect the result. To handle authentication on the Twitter API, we make use of Google Cloud Secret Manager, where the API keys and secrets are stored. Now that we have called the API and fetched the data that we need, this part of the application is complete. We should save the data that we have and terminate this process. In order to save the data, we will use cloud storage, which is a simple and reliable object store. The data can be saved as a JSON file here. One thing to note is that we would like to keep the tweets and the user information separate, and hence we will save this into two files, one for users and one for tweets. We will also need to maintain state so that we don't fetch the same tweets over and over again, and for this we need a database. Let's come back to that. This entire process is quite involved since it has to handle authentication, pagination, has to interact with multiple services like cloud storage, secret manager, database, and so on. We will use Cloud Run to deploy this part of the application. Cloud Run is a serverless container runtime where I can quickly deploy any containerized application. So I have written a Docker file for my application which installs the node dependencies and starts a node server. The other part of the application, which is equally complex, is the leaderboard web app. In this case, I have used Vue.js and Quasar framework to build up the web app. Again, for ease of local development, testing, and deployment, I have built this application into a container. In the Docker file that you see, we have built the Quasar application and we are serving the built web app. We will use Cloud Run for this as well. Finally, before we jump into the deployment of these applications to Cloud Run, we should realize that these services are important parts of the application and might undergo frequent changes and feature additions. To help automate things and make our lives easier as a developer, we can use Cloud Build to set up a serverless CI/CD pipeline. In Cloud Build, we can set up triggers to automate build and deployment. I have a couple of triggers already created for the two Cloud Run services that we just spoke about. I'll go into one of them. With Cloud Build, you can set up triggers where you can listen to events on a source code repository. In this case, I'm listening to pushes to the main branch. You can even trigger a build only when files in a specific folder is changed. I will also be using a Cloud Build YAML to provide the build and deploy instructions. Now that we have set this up, let us take a quick peek at the Cloud Build YAML files that we have been using. Here we have defined multiple steps, from building a Docker image to pushing the image to the Google Artifact registry, and then deploying a Cloud Run service using this Docker image. We can see that our Cloud Run services are currently empty, and let us manually run the Cloud Build trigger to deploy the two Cloud Run. We will run the trigger on the main branch. This is the fetch tweets service. And we will run the trigger for the web app service as well. Typically, these would run when code push is done to the branches. In this case, I am triggering this manually. Since we want to store the API response as a JSON object for processing later, we can now go into storage buckets and create a couple of buckets. In this case, I already have created two buckets, one for storing the tweets and the other for storing the users. Back to the topic of serverless compute, the next thing we need to do is actually process the tweets and the user data that we saved. These processes are lightweight and have to only read the JSON files, compute scores, and other relevant statistical information and save this data into a database. Cloud Functions are ideal for such simple use cases, which move data between a couple of Google Cloud services. We will use a second generation of Cloud Functions, which is Functions as a Service and offers many enhanced capabilities. I have two such functions here. One that will store the username and user-related information, the other that will compute scores and save that information. Since we're building out an event-driven application, we are using the functions framework. This is used to define that this function will handle cloud events. The cloud event object will contain useful information about the event itself, which we can then use for further processing. Similarly, we also have a couple of APIs that will be called by the web app. The APIs will query our database and return the scores to the web app for display. These are lightweight, and we can use Cloud Functions to run these as well. Since these are APIs or web APIs, we will be using the HTTP trigger. We can quickly deploy the source code that we have here as Cloud Functions with just a single Google Cloud Functions deploy command. You notice there is no need for any Docker files or containerization here. Just provide Google Cloud the code and it will run. I will now deploy these 4 Cloud Functions. Okay, so the 2 APIs and the 2 functions are going to be deploying in the background. Finally, last but not the least, we have been talking about saving data all this while. The username data, the score data, and some state information in a database. We will use a highly scalable serverless NoSQL document database that is available on Google Cloud and is called Firestore. Firestore lets you store data as JSON-like documents and offers a powerful query engine to fetch and work with the data. We can see here in the data section that the Firestore database is currently empty. As the services begin to write documents into specific collection names, the collections are automatically created. And one piece that we are missing is to actually trigger this whole process periodically. This is where we will use Cloud Scheduler. We have set up a cron job for every 5 minutes using Cloud Scheduler. Cloud Scheduler uses PubSub as one of the targets and pushes a message to a topic each time the cron job is run. Now that we have all the individual pieces of our application deployed on serverless, all we have to do is wire them up using events. Let's create those triggers now. So here I am creating the trigger to fetch the tweets whenever the cron job runs. This will run when the message is published. We can select the topic to listen to. We will select the region where this will run, and finally the Cloud Run service. This is for when Google Cloud Storage raises an event. So when an object is created within a bucket, I also need to specify which bucket. So in this case, let's use tweets, and we will store the scores. This is the same on a cloud storage, on finalized, on the users bucket, and call the store usernames. Awesome. So our event-driven application is now all wired up and ready to go. We just have to wait for the magic to happen. I'll get it kicked off by manually triggering a cron run. Let's resume this cron job, which I had paused until now, but we don't need to wait for the next run. We can immediately force a job run to see that everything is working fine. Meanwhile, I will go into Cloud Run and check that all our services are correctly deployed. 2 of them got deployed through Cloud Build, and the other 4 we deployed through scripts. Let's go into the user bucket, and we see that the user JSON file has just been created. Since the file has been created on the bucket, the next event will be triggered. And here we have the tweet JSON as well. Since this has been created, the events will now be sent to the 2 cloud functions that we have, which will process these files and then save the data into Firestore. To check that it's happening, we can quickly refresh Firestore itself, and we see that data is being populated. We have both the stores information, the scores information, as well as the user information. This data will be retrieved by the APIs and will be displayed on the leaderboard. Let's go into the Cloud Run services, the leaderboard app, and get the public URL to this app. And there you have it. We have the leaderboard. We have the top 10 scores. We also are able to see per round scores. So with that, we have built a ready-to-use web application with all the related backend and backend services and applications. This brings me to the end of the demo. Let us jump back to the slides. All right, and here we are. We had a look at the demo that we just built out. To recap the main components of what we just built in our demo, we had used a couple of services that were heavy on business logic, and we used Cloud Run for them. One of them was a background batch process, which had to take care of authentication, pagination, managing states, etc. We built that out as a containerized application and used Cloud Build to deploy and manage its lifecycle. The other one was a web app, which had the server-side and client-side dependencies, and it was easy to build that out as a container and deploy to Cloud Run. Then we had a few pieces of code that had to only move data from object store to document store, or query data from the document store whenever the web app requested for it. These were services with simple business logic that needed to run only on demand. We used Cloud Functions for these cases. Cloud Storage was a simple and effective solution for storing the JSON data, especially since it emits an event whenever a new object is created. This allows us to build reactive applications. Cloud Firestore is a highly scalable serverless NoSQL document database with advanced query capabilities and fit the requirement to store and retrieve scores and maintain state for the application. Finally, EventArc helped us to easily wire the entire application together. It is able to listen to events from upstream services and trigger relevant downstream services whenever needed, without us having to write subscribers and message handling logic. What application developers want is to develop and deploy modern, highly scalable, cloud-native applications as quickly as possible with the least effort on setting up and managing infrastructure. To achieve this, we have used serverless compute, serverless databases, and orchestration, and an event orchestration solution. Cloud Run lets you retain the flexibility to use containers to package and deploy code and its dependencies, while completely freeing you from having to do any infrastructure or cluster management that is required in containerized workflows. Cloud Functions lets you focus on writing the code to connect with services. Google will take care of running it, scaling it up or down, and serving users on a global scale. All this can be managed using Cloud Build, which is a serverless CI/CD platform which enables very fast builds on high CPU VMs and automates your deployments. We use a serverless document database, Firestore, which is able to scale up or down on demand. With its powerful query engine and support for many popular languages, Firestore allows one to easily integrate it into their applications. Finally, EventArc allows you to easily build event-driven architectures without having to implement, customize, or maintain the underlying infrastructure. Reliable delivery and taking the effort out of having to manage PubSub subscriptions, EventArc allows you to develop applications faster. Where do you go from here? Here are a couple of core labs on event-driven orchestration and serverless that you can run at your own pace and get hands-on with Google Cloud. Thank you for joining me. Have a great next 22.
Royal Caribbean National, the brand is about being the most innovative and the boldest. And when you come on the ships, you can feel it. You feel the energy and the passion. Given the state of consumers, the state of the world today, we needed an agile solution, an agile marketing stack. And one thing we knew is we wanted to leverage Google's data cloud across the suite of products. The biggest benefit since we partnered with Google Cloud has been the increase we've seen in our site conversion and our direct-to-consumer business. We definitely see working with Google as a cornerstone to us moving forward. It really unlocked a lot of data that we could then use to build models, that we could use to build better segmentation and smarter marketing. The investments we made with Google Cloud are now driving the world's largest cruise lines return to service. We didn't just do it in one market. We did it in ports around the globe. And we did it with Google at the center of that.
I'm Cameron Ballahan, Senior Product Manager at Google Cloud.
And I'm Aaron Wanjala, a Java developer advocate here at Google Cloud.
In this session, we're here to tell you 5 reasons why Java apps are better on Google Cloud. Let's get started.
Let's do it. The last few years have been an exciting time to be a Java developer. There are compelling new language features to incorporate, and some new practices around building and testing that provide tangible new capabilities. But it's not always clear how to go about adopting these advancements, especially if you're also working on adapting to cloud computing in general. That's why today, we're here to go through 5 reasons why your Java apps are better off on Google Cloud. We'll start by discussing deployment methods and how Cloud Run makes it so simple to deploy services that scale right back down to 0, whether you're deploying from source or have specific needs for your containers. Cloud Run is a fully managed, container-based hosting platform that lets you build and deploy code written in any language. For certain languages, Java included, Cloud Run also supports building from source, which will build the containers from build packs for you. Now, our sample app for today will be a straightforward Spring Boot web service. So we'll start by curling it from start.spring.io, unzipping it, and opening it in the Cloud Shell editor. Once we have our sample open, we'll add a sign of life to our app to help us decide if it's working properly after deployment. At this point, we are ready for an initial deploy. Now, when considering where to run my code, I prefer to ask which solution involves the least infrastructure management to meet my needs. And if I know that I want an entire web service rather than just handling a few endpoints or events, then my first stop is generally Cloud Run. To get started with that, simply run gcloud run deploy from your source directory. And that's really it. That's all you need to access source deploys. You'll be prompted to supply the source directory, region, and enable the necessary APIs to complete the deploy if you didn't add it on the command line. Now, on the other hand, if you decide that your app needs to be built with a particular builder, or you want specific steps to be taken before building and deploying, such as running your tests, then you have to define a cloudbuild.yaml to inform Cloud Build about your needs. This allows you to specify things like running tests with your build tool of choice, tagging the resulting images, or configuring the machine family that Cloud Build will use, and much more. Now, one useful practice to ensure that a release will be stable is to direct a portion of your production traffic to the new version for a period of time before completing the full release. This practice is called canary releases, and in my experience, it's often seemed compelling, but also too labor-intensive to be easily adopted. This sort of release pattern can require significant experience when managed manually, but thanks to Cloud Run's traffic splitting feature, it's well within reach for teams of any size. Traffic can be controlled through the console or command line for both new and existing revisions. To do a canary release, we can simply deploy a new version of our service and configure it to serve an appropriate percentage of our traffic. Be sure to leave the canary running for a reasonably long time to gather usage data and allow the build to reveal any possible issues. Once we're confident that our canary version is stable, we can adjust it to serve the rest of our traffic and the release is complete. Now, switching gears to a specific optimization that's especially relevant for serverless Java apps, let's talk about native image compilation. Now, let's imagine that this service that we're working on is only used infrequently, so Cloud Run often scales it down to 0 after a brief idle time, about 15 minutes. Now, after scaling down to 0, the first user to make a request will need to wait for a container to start up before they can be served. This is a common issue in serverless computing, known as cold starts, and one traditional solution is to keep a minimum number of instances running at all times. Now, another Java-specific option, which can be far more cost-effective, is native image compilation, which can dramatically reduce the start times of your applications. As you can see here, we have a Cloud Run service that was deployed regularly and natively, and a cold start in each reveals a significant benefit. Now, where Java apps are typically turned into bytecode at compile time, and then interpreted into native code at runtime, this allows you to compile directly to native executable at compile time. With native image compilation, you're effectively cutting out the JVM entirely, trading off its versatility for artifact size and speed at runtime. We've spoken about this optimization earlier this year, both at I/O and on our blog, and its role in improving your organization's cloud economics. That is the practice of getting the most out of your existing cloud resources. This optimization is, again, by no means a silver bullet, but I see it as an important tool for teams to understand and have at hand, especially when they're considering serverless use cases. Which is why I was so excited to share earlier this year that our client libraries now support native image compilation out of the box, which minimizes the configuration required if you decide to use it in your apps. Now, I'd like to continue on from there and get a little bit more hands-on with some specific advice for people who are adopting native image compilation. One tip to further reduce the startup time and size of your app is to remove any and all unnecessary code from the class path, because anything that's discoverable will be added to the closed world conception. Spring has offered some handy configurations for doing this with some of their own modules, like Spell, the Spring Expression Language module, and XML support. Another thing that often needs tweaking is the set of classes you'd like to initialize at build time versus runtime. And as a final quality of life tip, when working on native images, let's discuss running the compiler in quick build mode. As we've discussed earlier, native image compilation can take a significant amount of time, think a few minutes. So ideally, we wouldn't have to wait for an entire compilation cycle to test each change in our artifacts when developing. Essentially, quick build mode tells the compiler to use fewer optimizations, so that the time between you making a change to your native image and being able to test it is minimized. As we can see, the difference is significant, especially if we're doing hundreds of these builds per day, either locally or on a test server. Now, on the topic of security, you now have the ability to cryptographically sign your builds using binary authorization. Enabling these deploy time security controls is easy in Cloud Run. You can simply navigate to your Cloud Run service on the console, go to the Details tab, and click Enable next to the binary authorization enforcement section. Binary authorization will enable you to implement proactive container security in your build processes, which is an important step towards improving overall build security. You can set up specific attestations to ensure that a required activity has taken place on every image that you deploy, like, for example, a vulnerability scan. And finally, I'd like to bring out my colleague Cameron to share some exciting news with us.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm Cameron, Product Manager at Google Cloud. As Aaron said, we're committed to making Google Cloud the best cloud for Java developers. That includes the products and integrations you just saw, and extends even further to your core Java tools and even your runtime. To that end, I'm pleased to announce that Google has joined the Eclipse Adoptium Working Group, a consortium of leaders in the Java community and makers of the Temurin build of OpenJDK. Temurin is one of the world's most popular JDK distributions, certified by Adoptium for heightened compatibility and security testing. As a member of Adoptium, Google will make Temurin available across GCP products and services, providing Java customers the highest standard of enterprise security and more opportunities to create integrated, security-focused solutions. We're excited for you to try it out. Thanks, and back to you, Aaron.
Thanks, Cameron. Now, we've covered a lot of ground, so how about a bit of a recap? We started from scratch by building and deploying an app from source to Cloud Run, and then decided that we may need a bit more control over how the container is built, so we showed a Cloud Build YAML that would help you do that. And then we implemented an advanced deployment pattern, a canary release, thanks to Cloud Run's traffic splitting feature. And then we described how to build confidence in the security of your artifacts through signed and attested builds with binary authorization. And finally, we had our exciting announcement from Cameron around the Adoptium Working Group and how Temurin can help us to secure our apps all the way from the JDK to production. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day.
This isn't just about some impact at the corporate level. This is really about having an impact at a personal level. For myself, I identify as an engineer. I really want to be able to come into my company, Spotify, and figure out how to have an impact beyond recycling, biking to work, all those sorts of things. They're great, but when you can have an impact that goes global, the path to impact is as important as the destination.
Okay guys, may I just ask, could everyone please have their phones in silent and aeroplane mode?
You may not know that Spotify is in fact a Swedish-based company, and in Sweden, sustainability is really part of the cultural consciousness. For Spotify, we have decided that we want to contribute positively to climate change. We started with the Exponential Roadmaps goal, which is to get to zero carbon emissions by 2050. Our goal is actually to get to zero emissions by 2030. In 2021, we released our Global Equity and Impact Report, and in that, we outline our path towards net zero for greenhouse gas emissions. One of the things that is part of that playbook that I love the best is our annual Hack Week. So Hack Week is when the entire company comes together to figure out how to innovate across the company. So this year we set the theme of Hack Week to making the planet cooler. One of the first and most basic things is, of course, we have moved everything to the cloud. With Google, we have the opportunity to leverage a number of products that help us in our technology approach to climate change. And we do auto scaling with products like Bigtable, like GKE. There's a few things that are really at the core of our strategy. One, we want to have a direct reduction of our own greenhouse gas emissions. The cloud part of the emissions was only a small part of the equation. It starts not just from the cloud, but it goes all the way out to our end user devices. The second part is to take a look at the emissions caused by all the things that are upstream from us that we use. Not only will we reduce our own emissions, but we'll have a side effect to all the other companies who are using these same providers. And then the third part is really to leverage our unique position to be able to influence people's behaviors outside of Spotify. In particular, not surprisingly, since I lead a group of developers and engineers, to really be able to impact the environment as well.
Hi, Tyson.
I'm Max. Max, before we get started, maybe you could just tell us a little bit about how you got into engineering.
I think it's a very fascinating way of trying to understand and structure the world. How did you get started with engineering?
I got started with engineering as a young man. My dad was actually a software engineer.
My dad was also, or is an engineer as well. So maybe that's a common pattern that you choose from your parents.
I'd love to hear what sustainability means to you personally.
Yeah, I am personally worried about where we are. I just felt my anxiety increase with regards to climate change. And I realized that by taking small personal steps, that kind of milders my anxiety.
So we recently had our Hack Week, and the theme was making the planet cooler. You participated in that, but this was actually the genesis of the Climate Engineering Handbook. Just in a nutshell, can you define what the Climate Engineering Handbook really is?
Today it has two parts. So it starts with a theoretical part that discusses where our emissions primarily stem from: device, CDN, networking, and cloud. So we discuss these chapters and from a theoretical perspective try to show where the emissions come from in each of these separate steps. And then there is a second part of the handbook, which is a much more hands-on guide, discussing what tangible steps you can take in each of these disciplines.
In this overall process, really a sort of a bottoms-up process to democratize access and then action, tell us a little bit about how you think this will evolve over time.
Amazing to see how many people at Spotify actually care deeply about this topic. I think the only thing that's limiting us right now is just people hearing about it.
Well, thanks, Max, for being a climate champion for Spotify and hopefully for the world.
Thank you.
Hi, Tyson.
How are you doing?
Great.
First, can you tell us a little bit about what you do here at Spotify?
So here at Spotify, I lead business development for Backstage, focusing on driving strategic partnerships and other opportunities that improve the adopter experience.
So what is Backstage?
Yeah, Backstage is an open platform for building developer portals. It was built internally at Spotify, open sourced in 2020, and we donated it to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation.
And what's a developer portal?
A developer portal is a single pane of glass for your entire infrastructure. So it unifies your tooling, your services, docs, and apps under a unified, consistent UI.
So we have these different plugins that they work with Backstage. There was a plugin that came out. Can you tell us a little bit more about what it does?
So Cloud Carbon Footprint is actually an open source tool developed by ThoughtWorks. It leverages cloud APIs to provide visualizations of estimated carbon emissions on usage across Google Cloud, AWS, and Azure. We want to empower not just Spotify internally, but the broader developer community to be able to immediately measure, understand, and reduce their carbon footprint.
Do you think that this has opened the floodgate for more possibilities?
There's so much more to come.
We believe that climate change isn't going to come from a single silver bullet to solve the problem. Instead, it's going to come from people who are united to make a lot of changes. Engineers, at quite a personal level, they want to have a big impact. It's not just about what we can do to reduce our company's global greenhouse emissions, but what we can do to help everybody else have that same impact.
What excites me about global air traffic is that we're connecting the world. Swiss is part of the Lufthansa Group and the national airline of Switzerland, operating one of the youngest and most efficient fleets across Europe. Since our collaboration with Google Cloud, we elevate our passenger experience by improving our hub steering and avoiding misconnections. By this, we have an impact also on our sustainability by increasing the efficiency of our operations.
With the Operations Decision Support Suite, or OPSD as we call it, we want to make better decisions when it comes to optimizing our operations day by day. Google Cloud's professional service organization was really a game changer in the way we started the project.
Since partnering with Google Cloud, we managed to achieve 1.5 million of Swiss francs of savings back in 2021. We are optimizing our tail oil allocation by always sending the most efficient aircraft on the respective route.
Working in the airline industry, it's very important to also bear in mind our CO2 footprint. On one side, obviously we want to reduce it, but on the other side, we also want to link people and economies. Google Cloud helps us reducing our ecological footprint with the help of new technologies. This provides decision support for our ops controllers, taking smarter decisions, faster decisions. In a customer-centric business, it's obviously important that whatever we do, it has a positive impact on our customers.
When it comes to performance, when we need to load data in milliseconds due to changing conditions, we use different tools across the Lufthansa Group. Some of the solutions that we're enjoying from Google Cloud is the BigQuery, Vertex AI, and the operations research capabilities. Together with the innovative technology of Google Cloud and the extensive know-how of how to operate airplanes at Swiss, we brought together the best of both worlds by optimizing our operations in the future. The future in our context looks pretty exciting because we are starting today in implementing our tools as Swiss, and we are planning to roll out, of course, everything to our Lufthansa Group airlines. And that makes us really proud.
Google Workspace, productivity and collaboration tools for all the ways you work.
So the office of CTO was pulled in while Etsy was considering a variety of different clouds, and we worked with them to sort of talk about some of their advantages in machine learning and search, as well as touching on our sustainability initiatives too.
I think that type of partnership from the beginning made a huge difference in ultimately selecting Google as our cloud provider. While we definitely know we've reduced our energy consumption, what we're missing is the actual monitoring of energy. They've just kept coming back and listening to us and saying, what do you need and how do we partner with you to solve these problems?
I'd say from the get-go, our relationship with Etsy has always been one of aligned values. They've been leading the industry in sustainability, not just in the retail space where they are, but actually across many .coms.
What Google has done with their cloud infrastructure is be very sophisticated and actually apply machine learning. By doing that, their PUE, or power usage effectiveness, is much better than a typical data center that you would rent space in.
It does go beyond the environment. It involves education, it involves well-being of your employees, and well-being of your customers as well.
Welcome to the session. Today, we're going to talk about what's new in cloud-native CI/CD. I'm David Jacobs, and I'm a product manager here at Google. And I'm here with Edward Thiel, who's a software engineer, also at Google. We're going to start by talking about the importance of CI/CD in a modern context, as well as challenges that you may face as you modernize your software supply chain. We'll then talk about how Software Delivery Shield, which is Google Cloud's secure software supply chain solution, can help in some of these areas. We'll cap things off with a demo to show you how all of this comes together and talk about potential next steps. It almost goes without saying, but continuous integration and continuous delivery, or CI/CD, are integral to modern software development. By continuously testing, integrating, and deploying changes, we can enable our teams to move faster and with confidence that we're meeting our customers' needs and expectations. In fact, it's hard to imagine some of the most successful companies and technologies operating today without some form of testing and automation. Now, of course, there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to DevOps or CI/CD. Every organization is different, and there are several challenges that you may face as you modernize. One challenge you may face is how to balance speed, scale, and security. These are all important goals to design against, but they're all related to each other and they can't be optimized in isolation. In fact, these goals may be in tension with each other. You may design a system that's completely scalable, for example, but it may cost you in terms of velocity. Or you may have a team that ships quickly, but doesn't take the time to secure its software. While the exact balance is something only you can decide, there are a few best practices that let you make the trade-offs easier to manage. First, let's talk about speed. Here, you're aiming to move faster as a team and organization to meet market needs, but in a way that's safe and that won't cause problems down the road. How can you attain this speed? Well, before you try to move faster, it's best to define exactly what you're measuring in the first place. There are many ways you could measure velocity, and the sheer number of choices can be overwhelming. The good news is you can stand on the shoulders of giants as you do this. In particular, I'd encourage you to look at research from DevOps Research and Assessment, or DORA, to learn which key metrics are associated with top performers. Once you've defined success, try to promote smaller, more frequent changes in order to stay nimble. By doing this, you can mitigate the risks and slowdowns that are associated with larger changes. And finally, it may, in some cases, be worth considering managed services to maximize the speed of your team. Managed services may reduce the burden of infrastructure management and security for your team, and instead let you focus on your differentiated value and goals. Next, let's talk about scale. A lot can be said about scale, but a key thing that I want to mention today is that scale doesn't have to be daunting. It's okay to start small with a CI/CD pipeline that works for one or two projects and work your way up from there. If you hyper-optimize for scale too early in a project, you may pose an unnecessary risk to your team's velocity at a point in time where the velocity is an important factor. At the same time, there are principles you can apply early on that pay real dividends without too much cost. For example, ensuring that configuration is stored as code may be slightly more effort upfront, but it will likely mean that you don't need to rewrite any pipelines when you achieve greater scales. Related to this, it's important to choose tools and technology that evolve in a similar fashion as your needs grow in complexity. Finally, let's touch on security. Now, security is a big topic, but I do want to cover a couple of best practices that are particularly relevant for CI/CD. First and foremost, I'd encourage you to bake security into your process and to do so early. You may want to consider potential bottlenecks and whether you can ease these by shifting left on security. This may mean that security reviews happen early, or even the developers are thinking about security as they code and as they do code review. Additionally, you may decide it's important to keep a human in the loop for code changes or releases that meet a certain risk threshold. Tooling like manual approvals and promotion can help out here. You also want to plan for workload observability, or knowing what code is running where. One last point here is that SALSA is a standard specifically concerning the software supply chain. Not only does it describe the security you can achieve in your CI/CD pipelines, but it gives you an incremental path to get there. So how can Google help you on your modernization journey? You may have heard earlier in the conference about Software Delivery Shield, Google's secure software supply chain solution. Software Delivery Shield covers many areas, and I want to talk a little bit about how it helps with CI/CD. The first service I want to talk about is Cloud Build. Cloud Build is a platform for continuous integration and developer automation. That means that not only can you build and test with Cloud Build, but you can automate other tasks from source code as well. It's fully managed, so you can focus on your core competencies instead of scaling build infrastructure. Cloud Build has invested heavily in features that help you modernize your CI pipelines. Recent examples include SALSA Level 3 support, private network connectivity, and native integrations with major source code providers. Cloud Build also lets you create a pipeline with a simple build script, like the one you see on the right. And as your needs evolve and become more complex, Cloud Build can handle that too. Next, Artifact Registry is a universal management layer for images, build artifacts, and application dependencies. Not only does it let you store these artifacts, but it does so with high availability. Artifact Registry supports a variety of languages and native artifact protocols. You can also scan these images and artifacts for vulnerabilities. Finally, Cloud Deploy is Google Cloud's solution for continuous delivery. It supports deployment to multiple runtimes, including GKE and Cloud Run. Like Cloud Build, Cloud Deploy is fully managed and takes the toil out of managing CI/CD infrastructure. With Cloud Deploy, you can manage releases declaratively as code, you can promote releases to various environments, and you have tight control over approvals and rollbacks. You can also use Cloud Deploy to verify that releases were successful after the fact. So how does all of this come together? To answer this question, I'm going to turn it over to Edward, who will show us how to create a secure CI/CD pipeline for Cloud Run using Cloud Build, Artifact Registry, and Cloud Deploy.
Hi everyone, today we're going to walk through how we set up a fast, reliable, and secure CI/CD pipeline using components from Software Delivery Shield. We will use Cloud Build for our continuous integration solution, which will create images in Artifact Registry. These will be deployed by Cloud Deploy, our continuous delivery solution, into Cloud Run. Zooming in a bit, we have Cloud Build connected to a private GitHub repository and configured to lint, build, and test our application on every merge to main. Then it will package up the application using Docker, upload it to Artifact Registry, and create a release for it in Cloud Deploy. From there, Cloud Deploy will automatically deploy the application to the staging environment and then run post-deployment verification jobs, which will ensure that our application is behaving as we expect in a real production-like environment. From there, we can choose to promote a successful release to production. To ensure production stability, we've configured Cloud Deploy to require approvals of the deployment by a user with the appropriate permissions before allowing it to continue. Once approved, the application will be deployed to the production Cloud Run service, where another verification job is triggered to ensure everything is working as we expect here as well. Now let's take a deeper look at our CI/CD configuration. Our application uses config as code, so doing that is as simple as checking out our GitHub repository. Let's take a look at the Cloud Build configuration first, which will be triggered automatically whenever code is merged to main. Here you can see that we have 3 steps configured. First, we use Maven to lint, build, and test our application. Then, we use Docker to build our application container that will be deployed to Cloud Run, and also to build our verification container, which is a separate container that is used to validate the deployment. Finally, we create a Cloud Deploy release using images that we've just created and uploaded to Artifact Registry. Also note the images field below, which ensures that build provenance and the appropriate attestations required by binary authorizations are attached to the images automatically. Now let's take a look at our Cloud Deploy configuration. Here you can see that we have a simple 2-stage pipeline deploying to staging and production targets. You'll notice that both stages have a verification job enabled, and the production stage uses its own scaffold profile in order to account for differences in configuration between staging and production. Let's look at the targets themselves. You'll see that they point to two different projects and have differing service accounts configured both for production and staging and also for the different activities that occur as part of deployment. This makes it possible to follow the principle of least privilege, where each action only has permissions that it needs in order to run. Now let's take a look at the scaffold configuration. Here you can see a very simple setup that indicates that this configuration is for a Cloud Run target with the service definition in service.yaml by default and in service-prod when the production profile is active. Both profiles share a verification image which verifies the most recently deployed service. We also build this image as part of our CI process. Let's quickly look at the staging service YAML, which shows a simple Cloud Run config pointing to the image along with some scale configurations appropriate for our staging target. Now looking at production, we see that it has a different scale configuration, but also it enables binary authorization, which ensures that the application that was being deployed was built by Cloud Build. And now let's take a quick look at our verification job. This is a simple script configured to send 50 requests to the application we just deployed and verify that it meets some average latency threshold. Note that it does so using the credentials configured earlier in the Cloud Deploy YAML, as the service is not open to the general internet. Now let's see how we can make a change to the application and get it deployed to production. Here you see a simple Hello World application making a small change to the text that is returned. Note that when we did that, we also introduced a small performance regression that is very likely to make it past our CI test infrastructure, but is likely to be impactful to our users. To deploy this change, we simply commit the change and push it to our repository. And that's it. After merging the change to main, the build is created automatically and is currently running. In the interest of time, we'll fast forward builds and rollouts throughout this video. Now the job is completed successfully, and here you can see it built the application using Maven, packaged and uploaded the images, and then created a Cloud Deploy release. Now we will see Cloud Deploy pick up the new release and deploy it to the first target, in this case staging. Note, however, that the rollout to staging fails. To see why, we can click View Rollout from the dropdown. Here we see while the deployment to the runtime was successful, the verification job failed. To understand why, we go to the logs for that event. And we can see that our performance regression is the cause. We will fix that regression, but in the meantime, we'll roll back the change to staging in order to make the target healthy. Back in our editor, we will remove the code that caused the performance issue and leave the desired change intact. As before, we simply commit the change to main to trigger the flow that will eventually deploy the code to staging. And now we see the rollout start, and this time it's successful. Just to be sure, we can check the rollout details and see that both the deployment and verification jobs are successful this time. With everything working now, we need to promote this release to production. Recall from the configuration that production requires an approval to allow for manual inspection of the release by a user with the appropriate permissions. So now we'll go into the approval page and look at the release being suggested. Here we can look at the details of the release, including the images that are associated with the release being proposed. To inspect the image, we can look at it further in Artifact Registry. There, we can see the results of the vulnerability scan that was performed automatically on upload and make an informed choice about deploying that image. We can also inspect the build provenance to understand how that image was created. With that information in hand, we decide to approve the deployment. Now we can see our approved rollout deploying to production. First, the deployment job passes, followed by the verification job. We have now successfully completed making our change from commit all the way through production deployment. We've now shown a simple pipeline that allows you to iterate quickly without compromising on security. Some ways we've helped keep our pipeline secure is by having Cloud Build automatically provide build provenance information, using artifact registries built-in vulnerability scanning, depending on Cloud Deploy to provide process control to the delivery, leveraging Cloud Run's integration with binary authorization, and though it wasn't stated explicitly, all interactions between these systems were controlled via IAM policies. Going forward, one possible next step would be to scale this configuration by leveraging Terraform support. Thank you everyone, and back to you, David.
Thanks, Edward. I want to close with a few pointers. First, if you'd like to get started with any of the products we talked about today, I'd encourage you to check out some great quick starts available at cloud.google.com. If you'd like to dive deeper into securing your software supply chain, we have you covered there too. We've built up a rich set of resources describing industry best practices and standards, including SALSA. And finally, there's plenty more to learn here at Next. In particular, we have sessions that cover security in more detail, as well as developer productivity and how to build modern but simple applications. Whether you're at the beginning of your modernization journey or are well underway, I hope you'll consider what we talked about today. You may even consider new ways of tackling the challenges we described. Edward and I would like to thank you for joining today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Next 22.
Farmers, they have an interest in sustainability, but what's been lacking historically for growers is having the data and the tools that they need to be able to do that well.
And that's the reason we're so excited to work with farmers to give them the guidance that'll help them succeed.
I'm Tyler.
I'm Adam.
And we're the co-founders of Agrology.
We'd been kicking around the idea of how do we use a lot of different sensors and machine learning and sensor fusion to deliver predictive insights to our growers to thrive in a changing climate. Traditionally, growers, they try and do these predictions themselves, but they can't be on every inch of every farm every day. They also have to deal with a climate that's changing on them that makes every year harder and less predictable. We use TensorFlow in Google Cloud to train the models that take our data streams and turn it into predictions for our customers.
The aha moment for us was when we first saw the results and predictions for the first growing season. That was huge. We can tell a grower if their crops are at risk of stress or if they're approaching some irrigation thresholds. We can warn them if they're approaching wilting point in a particular area of their field.
The process for preparing to work with farmers is first jumping onto Google Earth so we can understand their land. And then we have to think about where we could put our devices in their fields to deliver them insights. Our app takes data from our sensor arrays in the soil and in the air, and it runs it through our machine learning models to make predictions to warn farmers about problems before they emerge.
The synthetic models we generate, the forecast models we generate, it's just impossible without TensorFlow, without Google Cloud, taking all the data from every block, from every site, and forecasting that 3 to 4 days out. That's just something that you're not going to be able to duplicate with a single human being. Giving growers the tools to actually see what's happening in their field is the key to helping them be more sustainable.
It's thrilling, and it makes the journey and the challenges worthwhile.
Listen to this. I have this awesome new app idea that's going to revolutionize the tech industry. But in order to build it, I first need to figure out my tech stack. Like many web applications, I need a rich front-end web interface, a simple back-end API service, and a high-scale database. This sounds like a great use case for the mean stack. Howdy, my name's Doug Parker, and I'm an engineer on the Angular team at Google. I'm here today to show you how to build and deploy a mean stack application to Google Cloud. First of all, what is the mean stack? Mean is an acronym of a few web technologies which include MongoDB, a popular document database system, Express, a framework for implementing a JavaScript web server, Angular, a front-end framework for building rich and engaging web applications, and Node.js, a runtime for executing JavaScript outside the browser. With the mean stack, we have everything we need to build a compelling web experience. And I'm going to use this superpower to build a new application which will take the online messaging space by storm. I call it Meaningful Tweets, my new social media platform where users can post their most uplifting and supportive content, helping each other just get through the day when we really need it the most. Users see a list of all tweets on the site and can post their own meaningful tweets to support others. So, how are we going to build this? Using the mean stack, we can develop this fully functioning, high-scale web application with 3 tiers. The first tier is our front-end web application built with Angular. Users directly interact with this front-end to view and post tweets. The second tier is our back-end web server built with Express. The application requests tweet content from this server, which mediates access to the underlying database. The third tier is our Mongo database. This stores all the tweets in our application. Node.js lies underneath the whole stack. It supports the project's build, tooling, as well as runtime execution of both the front-end and back-end servers. Beyond the mean stack, we have a few additional technologies and patterns to help with the process. Cloud Build compiles and containerizes our application with minimal setup. Cloud Run deploys and executes these containers on a fully managed serverless platform, meaning I don't have to worry about provisioning nodes. MongoDB Atlas similarly provides a fully managed Mongo database, easily accessible from Google Cloud. We'll also be developing the whole project using a mono repository, meaning we'll have exactly one repository storing all our source code. This eases integration between the different projects and allows us to share common infrastructure. Now, to build the application. For the sake of time, I won't go step by step through the whole process, but instead cover just the most important highlights of how to structure and deploy meaningful tweets. There's a GitHub repository set up with the final state and instructions on how to set it up in your cloud project. You can also look through the commit history to see all the details of each particular step. First, we'll generate the front end with the Angular CLI. We install it globally with npm. I'm using version 14 of the Angular CLI, the current latest. Then use ng-new with the create application false flag to create a new mono repository which will host meaningful tweets. Within that mono repository, we use ng-generate to create a new Angular application. Lastly, we add Angular Universal, which automatically configures server-side rendering and gives improved performance. So I have a small front-end interface where users can create meaningful tweets and see a list of all posted tweets. Currently, everything is stored in memory on the client, so a refresh loses all the data, but shh, we'll fix it later. Now that I've so effortlessly built my front end, let's deploy it to Google Cloud. Before we get too far, we'll need to make a couple minor changes to the application. First, we'll update npm start to run build SSR followed by serve SSR. Cloud Run will look at the package.json and execute npm start. This change makes sure Cloud Run executes the production build with server-side rendering. Second, we'll move our dev dependencies into regular dependencies and reinstall to update the lock file. Cloud Run doesn't install dev dependencies, and we'll need them to build our Angular app. With that out of the way, we can start by visiting Cloud Console to make an application and create a new project called, you guessed it, Meaningful Tweets. Next, we'll need the gcloud CLI tool to configure deployments for our application. Once installed, start by setting the gcloud project to Meaningful Tweets, so all our future commands will apply to that project. Next, deploy the application via the gcloud run deploy command. This will set up a new service called frontend and deploy it based on the current source directory. You'll be prompted to enable some APIs like Cloud Build and Cloud Run. These are what make it possible to deploy without having to worry about containers or nodes. The configuration is fully inferred from my package.json file generated by the Angular CLI. If deployment fails, don't worry. You might just need to raise the memory limits to build your application. After the first attempted deployment, you'll see a new service in Cloud Console, containing everything you need to configure your service. Go to Edit and Deploy a new revision, and raise the memory capacity to 2 GB. You might also want to set the minimum instances to 1, just so you don't have to deal with cold starts while you're hacking in the cloud. Once the deployment succeeds, you can click the URL at the top of the service page to check out your app running in the cloud. We've now got the front end running, and it's even server-side rendered with almost no additional effort. But all the data is currently stored client-side. It's lost as soon as I refresh the page or open a new tab. I can't share meaningful tweets if no one can see them. What we need is a shared backend server to manage the state between different users. So check out this new backend built with Express and TypeScript. I've added 2 endpoints, tweets new and tweets list. The former lets you post a new tweet, while the latter lets you see all tweets. So how can we deploy this backend to Google Cloud? We're currently deploying just a front-end service to Cloud Run. But now we'll need to deploy 2 services, our existing front-end and a new backend. Since there's only 1 source repository but 2 services, we need to tell Cloud Run which one we want to deploy for which service. We can do this by restructuring our package.json a little bit. To start, I updated my npm scripts to consolidate all my front-end related functionality into npm run frontend : commands. These include the development server, build, test, and deploy commands. Next, I made a similar scripts for my backend to make local execution and testing easier. My favorite commands in here are the deploy scripts, which use gcloud run deploy. This way, I don't have to remember the exact arguments each time I push to production. On first run, the backend deploy script will set up a new backend service in the Cloud Console interface. Finally, it's time for the magic trick that lets us deploy 2 services from the same source repository. The trick is simple. Just update the start script to be npm run. This allows us to use npm start to run any script in this repository based on its given argument. For instance, npm start frontend dev will execute the front-end's development build, just like npm run frontend dev would do. Then, in each Cloud Console service definition, we can add a container argument. This argument gets passed in to npm start, which means we can use it to pick which script to run. I've set the front-end service to run the production front-end build, while the back-end service runs the production back-end build. Now I'm able to deploy 2 services from the same repository. So I've got my backend hosted in the cloud. The next step is to get the front-end and back-end services talking to each other. Currently, the front-end keeps all its data in memory when it really should be fetching from the back-end. One non-obvious challenge is that the front-end needs to know what URL the back-end is hosted at, which actually varies based on context. When running in production, it should fetch from the production back-end URL in the cloud. But when running locally on my laptop, it should fetch from localhost to access the backend's development build. To do this, we can use Angular environments. Angular supports multiple build environments for your application and lets you customize environment-specific data for each. Find the environment.ts file under the front-end project, add a new property called backend origin, and set it to the localhost URL of the backend. This value is used for development builds. Next, make a similar change to the environment.prod.ts file, adding the same property now set to the production backend URL. This value is used for production builds. Fortunately, Google Cloud Service URLs are stable, so we don't need to worry about setting up a domain name for our backend. Now, when we import from environment, we'll get the localhost URL in a dev build and the backend service URL in a production build. Multiple users can see the same meaningful tweets, and traffic is starting to increase. Since these servers are deployed with Cloud Run, they can auto-scale up to meet traffic demands, so my infrastructure scales with my needs. Only one problem. State is still stored in memory just on the front end, on the backend server. 5 users on a single backend server works just fine, but as traffic increases and we get multiple backend servers, they aren't sharing the same tweets, meaning different users see different tweets. What we need is a database to store a global list of all tweets shared by all backend servers. Enter MongoDB. Mongo serves as the data storage layer of the mean stack and will host all our tweets. So, how can we connect our backend to a Mongo database? We can update the backend service to use the MongoDB npm package, which provides a comprehensive client library for working with a Mongo database. When a user saves a tweet, the backend will connect to the Mongo cluster and insert a tweet into the collection. When the user reads all tweets, the backend will similarly find all the tweets in that collection. As for where the database storing this information actually is, for now, I've just hard-coded a localhost URL for the backend to connect to. We can test this by installing MongoDB from the website and running it locally by executing mongod. By running the database in one terminal and the backend in another, they're able to easily connect with each other. Posting a tweet to the backend saves it into the database instead of storing it in memory. I can prove this by restarting the backend server without losing any data. Listing tweets still shows the tweet I posted before the restart, so the data must be stored in the database. So I've got my Mongo database working locally, but how can I deploy it to the cloud? To set up this database, I'll use MongoDB Atlas, a fully managed hosting solution for MongoDB. Visit the MongoDB website to create an account and make a new project called Meaningful Tweets. Then make a Mongo database cluster to host our tweets. We can pick between a few different pricing options, and there's even a free tier for low traffic workloads, which is a great way to try it out. I'll start there, even though I know Meaningful Tweets is such a good idea, I'll definitely outgrow the free tier. Let's host it in Google Cloud, of course, and I'm in the United States, so we'll put the cluster there. Lastly, I'll name this cluster Tweets, since that's what it's going to be storing. Mongo then prompts to add a user for our service to authenticate with. I'll call this user backend, since that's the service which will connect with this user. Generate a password and copy it for later. We'll need that in just a bit. Now we have a brand new, fully managed Mongo database hosted in the cloud. Just like how the front end needed to pick between the development and production backends, we'll also need to pick between development and production databases. To make this configurable in the backend service, we'll remove the hard-coded localhost string. Instead, we'll set up the server to read the database connection string from an environment variable called MongoDB URI. We'll set this variable in production in just a moment, but if it's not set, we can assume the backend is being run locally and connect to the localhost database. We could also hard-code the production database connection string and its password in the server source code. However, this repository is open source, and doing so would leak this credential and associated user data to anyone looking at the codebase. Only my code is allowed to accidentally delete the database. I can't allow just anybody to do that. To use the password securely in production, we'll set up Secret Manager, a service in Google Cloud for maintaining secrets which integrates with Cloud Run. In Cloud Console, go to Security Secret Manager and enable the API. Then create a new secret called MongoDB prod URI, which will hold the production database connection string. To get this string, open MongoDB Atlas and click Connect. It'll ask what IP addresses we want to connect from. For simplicity, let's allow access from anywhere, though in a real app you might want to restrict to just the backend's API address for improved security. Finally, click Connect Your Application and copy the string. Paste this string into Secret Manager and include the password from earlier. You didn't copy over that now, did you? Secret Manager will store the string securely while also making it available to our services in Cloud Run. Then expose this secret as an environment variable and name that variable MongoDB URI. Since the backend is already set up to read this environment variable, I can just redeploy it and verify that everything is working. So let's give our production application a quick test. I can save and view tweets in my app, and they're now persisted across refreshes and different users. We can also confirm that tweets are stored in the database by browsing collections on the MongoDB website. This means our servers are fully stateless and we can auto-scale them as much as we need to meet that traffic spike from earlier. Congratulations, we've now successfully developed a mean stack application and deployed it to Google Cloud. We have a local build for testing and iterative development with easy deployments to an integrated and fully managed production environment. 1 billion users, here we come. That's all I have time for today, but if you want to keep going with this project, there are a number of cool improvements you can look into. More comprehensive build tooling like Bazel, NX, or TurboRepo would make it easier to build and develop locally, as well as share code between multiple projects in large repositories. Continuous integration setup can make sure tests pass and auto-deploy a new version of the service, so you don't have to think about deployment so much. It can also be helpful to set up a staging environment for pre-production testing. And you can always just add more services. A new front-end hosting an internal dashboard of user metrics, a new back-end to handle user profiles, more complex database schema to host all that data. The project structure can grow and scale as you need it. You can also integrate with countless Google Cloud APIs. Want to provide some automation to make sure meaningful tweets are actually meaningful? Connect the Cloud Natural Language API and get full sentiment analysis in minutes. Need to make sure your service stays reliable? Configure cloud monitoring to track your service across defined SLOs and alert when things go wrong. There's so many awesome features to explore. The only limit is your creativity. Check out the GitHub repository for full source code and instructions on how to deploy it to your own Google Cloud instance. Fork the repository, deploy it, and convert it into your own billion-user idea. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time for the most important part of the project, getting a domain name. Wait, you mean I could do my domain name on Google Cloud too?
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm the founder of Big Chicken.
When you're trying to build a national chain, communication is so critical. To do that, you need a great partner. And we're really lucky that partner is Google Workspace.
Google Calendar is my girlfriend. I don't know anything I'm doing unless I talk to my woman. Google Workspace, productivity and collaboration tools for all the ways you work.
and welcome to our session, Goodbye Expensive Legacy Databases, Hello Next-Gen Postgres Database. My name is Sandy Guy, Product Manager for AlloyDB for Postgres. I'm joined today by Yuki Makino, CTO of Played, a fast-growing Japanese company that delivers real-time customer insights via their platform, Carta. Here at Google, we're seeing a rapid acceleration of customers migrate their databases to the cloud. But as they make that journey, many are rethinking the technologies that they use. Our customers want to modernize from legacy proprietary services and standardize on open source. And there's one database in particular that we're seeing customers standardize on, Postgres. That's because it's open source. It has the portability that's becoming increasingly critical for enterprises and a license-free cost model. It has rich functionality that can compete with commercial grade technologies, not to mention a broad ecosystem of extensions. It's used by millions of users supporting mission-critical applications in almost every industry. And of course, it has an awesome, friendly community. So if you're struggling to eliminate your dependence on high-cost proprietary database engines and are looking to standardize on open APIs like Postgres, you've come to the right place. Today, we're going to chat about AlloyDB, a new Postgres-compatible database service for commercial-grade workloads, designed to help free you from expensive, unfriendly licenses and vendor lock-in. AlloyDB launched a preview this May, and we're so lucky today to be joined by one of our preview customers, Yuki Makino from Played, to hear about his real-world experience with some of AlloyDB's most exciting features. Next, we'll demo our latest launch, AlloyDB support for database migration service. And finally, what's next for AlloyDB? Today, we're excited to announce some new features and chat about the momentum we're seeing with customers and partners. So let's get started with AlloyDB. Postgres has become a popular migration target for legacy proprietary databases. But replatforming to open source was historically difficult because some commercial-grade capabilities were still lagging. At GCP, we've typically seen that the most pressing pain points are in these first three areas: scale, performance, and availability. We also see opportunities to address Postgres-specific management challenges, from Postgres vacuum or reclamation of storage to resource management, like out-of-disk and out-of-memory errors. And as customers look to get more from their data on GCP, we want to enable new use cases around real-time operational insights and AI/ML. And that's why we built AlloyDB, a new open source compatible database ready for top-tier relational database workloads. It combines full Postgres compatibility with Google native infrastructure for better performance, better scale, and better availability. AlloyDB is available today in preview. In our performance tests, AlloyDB is 4 times faster than standard Postgres for transactional workloads, powered by a Google native storage service designed and optimized for Postgres. And it's up to 100 times faster for analytical queries, thanks to AlloyDB's columnar execution engine, which leverages columnar technology for faster scans, joins, and aggregations. That boost not only makes queries faster, but opens up the ability to do more real-time analysis directly on the database. And the columnar engine is so easy to use. You get significantly faster queries with no schema or application changes needed. And we can even automatically populate the columnar store using machine learning to understand your workload patterns. Of course, the heart of any managed database service is reliability. AlloyDB customers can expect high regional availability out of the box, backed by a 99.99% availability SLA, inclusive of maintenance. I'm so excited to be able to offer this customer-friendly SLA to give our users more peace of mind, thanks to some unique AlloyDB capabilities. AlloyDB automatically detects and recovers from most database failures within 60 seconds, independent of database size and load. It's supported by a multi-zone architecture with 0 RPO for in-region failover. And finally, Our architecture also supports non-disruptive instance resizing and database maintenance. That means that during maintenance, the primary instance can resume normal operations in seconds, while read replica pool updates are transparent to users. AlloyDB is highly scalable, with horizontal scaling of read connections up to 1,000 vCPUs and linear write scalability. Our storage service, backed by proven Google native infrastructure, offers horizontal scale-out of database-optimized storage. And finally, it's easy to manage with autopilot systems like automatic vacuum and memory management, automatic storage tiering across multiple layers and formats of cache, for excellent out-of-the-box performance and price performance on a variety of workloads. Of course, AlloyDB is fully Postgres compatible with a broad supported list of flags and extensions. That allows you to move your existing apps as is with no code changes and leveraging existing tools like pgadmin or operational processes like pgdump and pgrestore for import-export. And finally, we offer predictable and transparent pricing. No license fees, no I/O charges. You get great price performance for your workload, and storage is pay as you go. That means you're no longer provisioning disk. You just write to the database and build storage goes up. Drop a table and you'll see build storage go right back down. And now let's hear from Yuki about his early experiences with AlloyDB at Plaid.
Thanks, Sandy. Hi, I'm Yuki. I'm CTO at Plaid, a Tokyo-based tech startup company. Before joining Plaid, I worked for IBM in R&D lab and mainly worked for distributed data systems, including in-memory distributed DB, parallel programming language processor, and text analytics engine. Today, I quickly talk about the highlight of our AlloyDB use case. Plaid provides a SaaS platform for customer experience. The name is Curated. It manages customer experiences on the web to know the real-time state of the customer and to do appropriate action for them. It has not only a wide variety of analytics functionality to understand the customer experience, but for supporting interaction on the web, it also analyzes user state every time for every single user with strong consistency. And also it calculates appropriate actions within 1 second in that transaction. In order to realize HTAP at scale, we originally made up the system with the GCP components, and they support our massive scale data processing. Our system handles more than 100,000 transactions per second, and it serves more than 10 petabyte data. To handle such large-scale data, we use BigQuery, Bigtable, and Spanner heavily in the backend. Now, AlloyDB has been added to the GCP family. Thanks to that, we can extend the range of data analysis and its utilization. AlloyDB can fill the gap between large-scale databases on GCP. Compared to Spanner and Bigtable, AlloyDB can answer flexible analytical query. It's flexible because it allows you to process queries without schema change. On the other hand, Spanner and Bigtable and other relational databases require some expertise to create indexes and optimize schema tuning for analytical query performance. AlloyDB can answer analytical query with low latency. AlloyDB uses a built-in memory engine and responds with low latency when the target data can be located on its memory. Of course, AlloyDB is one of scalable databases, and AlloyDB can be scaled up for write and scaled out for read. If the size of your data isn't petabyte scale, the range of its utilization is greatly expanded. However, for our use case, we cannot ingest all of our large-scale data to AlloyDB in order to bring out the characteristics of RDB, we are defining an appropriate subset of our large-scale data to ingest to locate the data in memory for creating a new analytics application. By properly combining these GCP databases with RDB, we can expand the possibility of data analysis more. The benefits I mentioned in the last slide are provided by the numeric columnar engine. We simply measured and evaluated the performance with our actual data and typical queries, and tested our workload with and without indexes. We looked at 3 types of queries: simple count, calculating an average, and unique count. RDB with columnar engine performed up to about 100 times faster than without. The columnar engine was also up to about 10 times faster than an index scan. RDB can expand the possibility of data analytics and utilization and simplify systems with minimal investment for HTAP at scale. It enables us to analyze massive data flexibly with low latency. Combining together other GCP products, we can solve a wide range of problems in the real world by using petabyte scale data. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Yuki. It's really awesome to see the columnar engine help you deliver real-time insights to your customers. So as you can see, we're very excited about AlloyDB and want to make it as easy as possible for you to get there. Last month, we announced the preview database migration service support for AlloyDB to make homogeneous migrations from Postgres easier than ever. Database migration service makes migrating simpler, more secure, and more reliable. And now over to Shahar for a quick demo.
Hi, my name is Shahar Guz, and I'm the product manager for the database migration service. Today, I'm going to show you a quick migration between PostgreSQL to AlloyDB for PostgreSQL. If you ever use DMS to migrate PostgreSQL databases, this will look incredibly familiar. As AlloyDB is PostgreSQL compatible, migration steps are identical. Let's see it in DMS. Now, let's walk through the DMS experience. You can access DMS from the Google Cloud Console navigation under Databases. Let's find it and click Database Migration and Migration Job. To get started, you create a migration job, which represents the end-to-end process of moving your data from source to the target. First, let's add more details to the migration job, like name, ID, source, and destination type. In our use case, it's PostgreSQL to AlloyDB for Postgres. The migration will be continuous, meaning DMS will migrate the database with minimal downtime or disruption to the application. Based on my selection, DMS displays the pre-configuration required for successful migration on the source and that are required to achieve connectivity. The next step would be to define my source database. I can do this by defining a new connection profile, which represents how DMS connects to my source. These profiles aren't locked to individual migration and can be reused. I've already created a connection profile for my PostgreSQL database running on Google Cloud Engine, so I'll select it. Now that I have my connection profile, I'm ready to create a brand new AlloyDB cluster to use it for my migration. If you ever used or created an AlloyDB for Postgres cluster, this will look extremely familiar. You'll see many of the same options like machine configuration and connectivity. I'll make my selections and create a cluster. We'll start by adding the cluster ID, password, networking method, and would configure my primary instance, ID, and the machine type that I would like to choose to my cluster, to my AlloyDB cluster. Now, I'm ready to define the connectivity between the source database to the newly created AlloyDB cluster. Since my source is already running on Google Cloud, I'll choose VPC peering and then choose the VPC I want to connect to. I've configured my source, created an AlloDB cluster, and established connectivity. The last step is to verify that all my configurations are correct and start the migration job. My migration job validation is currently running, and I will wait for it to be completed. Now that my migration job passed successfully, I can trust that my migration will run smoothly. I can choose to create my migration and start it later, or create and start it immediately. I create and start the job immediately. Once my migration job is started, I can monitor its progress in the migration jobs details page. DMS will first transfer the initial dump of the data and then continuously replicate changes as they happen. Since DMS is serverless, I never need to worry about scaling the migration resources. That's it. Now that my migration job is in CDC and replication phase, I can choose to promote the migration job. This will stop the replication from the source to the AlloDB cluster. And then I can configure my application to write to the brand new AlloDB for PostgreSQL cluster, and the migration will be completed. It's that easy. That's it. I migrated my PostgreSQL database to a brand new AlloDB for Postgres in a simple, secure, and serverless way.
Thanks, Shahar. We're already excited about the early momentum in Postgres migrations. For customers like Sensidata, DMS can help them migrate multiple terabytes of data to AlloyDB and take advantage of massive performance improvements, over 350% in their case, with no application changes. For customers coming from Oracle, we've also announced Oracle to Postgres migrations, available in preview. So what's next for AlloyDB? Today, we're announcing some awesome new features, including support for cross-region replication, which will be rolling out to preview. AlloyDB will provide asynchronous replication between regions for disaster recovery and geo-distributed local reads. Another big feature we recently launched is customer-managed encryption keys, allowing you to use your own keys managed in KMS for encryption. And that's just the beginning. Since our preview launch last May, we've delivered features across our investment areas, with launches and improvements in availability, data protection, security and compliance, and developer experience, and will continue to do so. We're also seeing amazing momentum from our customers in preview, from fast-growing startups like Plaid to enterprises like Deutsche Bank and PayPal. Customers are already seeing how AlloyDB can be a part of their future. And finally, we're seeing momentum with our partners. We've already built up an ecosystem of partners like Infosys, HCL, and Pythian, who've tested AlloyDB extensively and already have deep expertise to help customers with implementations. These partners have experience with migration from Postgres implementations, both on-premise and in other clouds, as well as with heterogeneous migrations from other databases such as Oracle. And finally, AlloyDB integrates with leading technology solutions like Confluent, Stream, Migvisor, Datadog, Calibra, and more. Getting started is super easy. Just visit cloud.google.com/AlloyDB. Thank you so much for listening in, and a special thank you to Yuki for joining me today. Enjoy the rest of your next 22.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion keynote. I'm Melanie, and I am so thrilled to be here to chat with our incredible guest, Sylvia Vasquez Lovato. We're connecting with Sylvia on her journey of resilience and impact as she became the first openly gay woman to climb the highest mountains on all 7 continents. That's right, Sylvia scaled 7 summits and now scales social justice with her organization, Courageous Girls. Thank you so much for joining us today, Sylvia. I'm feeling a lot of kindred spirit with you. We're wearing the same color shirt, so I know we're going to have a lot of chemistry as we go through this conversation.
Oh my God, Melanie, what an honor. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am just thrilled. And yes, red power, we're here. What a conversation. Thank you.
Well, I always like to start off conversations by asking this. Tell me how you self-identify.
Well, thank you for asking me that. I am a Peruvian-American LGBTQIA+ proud member of my community. I'm a mountaineer, an explorer, a social justice, a survivor, a warrior. That's how I would call myself.
You have a pretty incredible story, from surviving abuse, immigrating to the United States, navigating the corporate ladder, battling addiction, and then climbing the highest peak on all 7 continents while giving back to other survivors of abuse. We are thrilled you're here to share your journey of really finding your voice and your resilience and how you channeled all of that for social justice. And I want to dig into how inclusion and belonging impacts your life. But first, take us back to the beginning. You shared that you experienced sexual abuse at a young age by a trusted family friend. You left Peru and came to the States, escaping that abuse. Can you share with us more about how this experience impacted your life and how it affected your sense of belonging?
Yes, thank you, Melanie. Unfortunately, I'm part of a very sad statistic. 1 in 3 women around the world will have to experience some kind of sexual violence. And for me to go through that experience at such an early age, it took away the innocence and the joy of being a little girl. I think it took away my part of belonging to being a normal girl. And unfortunately, just like most victims and survivors, I blame myself. And by doing that, I even took away feeling that I was part of something, of feeling that I was part of normality. And so I remember all I wanted to do was to really run away or escape. And so when the opportunity came for me to come to the US on a scholarship, it was equivalent as of I have a chance to restart my life all over again, completely let go of my past. I was so ashamed of my past. I couldn't even see myself as a little girl. And there is a really powerful photo that I came across, I think, after one of my eviction notices. And there was it was me at age 6 years old. I was wearing a turquoise tracksuit, 2 little ponytails. I was around 6 years old. I had a smirk, and I was so mad at this photo. I really wanted to destroy the image. I only felt pity for that girl. And I just felt that a way of running away would actually be the way for me to let go of myself. And unfortunately, that only started making up a hole much deeper for my own shame and my own self-destruction. I mean, I definitely belonging. I was just trying to self-destroy myself while trying to look on the outside to have a very different life.
I hear you. Let's dig deeper into that. If you don't feel like you belong even to yourself, how can you belong anywhere? I mean, that resonates so much with me. And those life experiences, both positive and negative, are part of our whole selves. And at Google, we believe in the idea of bringing your whole self to work. And we recognize that whole selves are made of so many layers, from how someone identifies, which is really informed by what they've experienced. And once you immigrated to America, you climbed the corporate ladder at places like eBay and PayPal. How did you show up in the tech world in the early 2000s?
You know, it was something very interesting. I always was fascinated by computer science. I started playing back in those days, Commodore, Atari, trying to learn programming. But my father was a very close-minded conservative accountant who definitely didn't see the value in computers. But it was always incredibly appealing to me. And so as I started developing my career here in the US, I had the opportunity to engage in complex financial implementations and use that passion. But what really opened up my eyes was just expansion, the global inclusion that the technology companies were having. To me, it leveled the playing field. Technology was available in so many places. And I think for me to have the opportunity to start visiting some of the offices, to start working with people around, brought this sense of unity, brought this sense of belonging. We were all, doing a really good cause, which is the way that I also saw technology. You can definitely make positive changes. You can empower in unlimited ways. And so being part of it helped me quite a bit. Still, I needed to do a lot of work on myself.
So tell me more about breaking. And in the midst of it, you returned to Peru. Did this physical homecoming shift in your family's acceptance?
It actually was. It was a little trickier because I remember my drinking was getting out of control, and I had hit rock bottom, and it was the very first time I asked for help, and I had a complicated relationship with my parents, and my mother asked me to come down to Peru and do a powerful healing meditation with ayahuasca. And it was something that both my parents were very close-minded, very conservative people. And my mom's experience on it really had stayed with me as to how it had connected her to her consciousness. And ayahuasca is an ancient indigenous medicine that people in the jungles of the Amazon have been practicing for centuries because it allows you to unblock emotional pain and it allows you to open higher levels of consciousness. And so for me, when I did this ayahuasca, it almost felt I was at the lowest of my life. And what really surprised me is that on my session, on the very first vision that came to me was of the little girl that I had seen on that turquoise tracksuit. She was crying in a corner. And I remember seeing as an adult being mad as to who had hurt her. And as I approached the little girl and we reconnected together, I remember feeling this energy inside of me, feeling as if something was becoming whole again. And as we started, I remember just grabbing and hugging this young little girl. And somehow as we were together, we heard this rumbling. And these mountains opened up in front of us. And it was my little girl who extended her hand and pulled me walking into mountains. And that was really powerful for me because I remember I ran away from my country with so much shame. And it was almost the natural medicine in my own country that gave me this incredible opportunity of just reconnecting to this past and allowing me to see that that was what was causing so much pain for me to really accept myself for who I was.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about saving yourself. This idea of identity and belonging having so many layers, working to save yourself was undeniably a big hill to climb. And I intended that pun because this is really where you got into mountaineering and took on your first summit. I have so many questions around this. First off, how did you choose mountaineering as a path forward?
So for me, it actually definitely was not what I had ever imagined. If anything, I was scared of mountains. I come from one of the most beautiful mountain places in the world in Peru, our white Andes. But always the idea of mountain climbers were like the bravest of the brave, the toughest men always. And so for me, I never fit any of those descriptions. And so I remember when I returned back from this session with my parents of ayahuasca, I had this insight in my heart, and I remember telling myself, well, I've never had come across something so powerful. Why don't I take this vision literally? And I'm a Virgo, so I'm very practical. And I figure, well, if I need to bring this massive pain in my life, it only makes sense to bring it to the massive mountain in the world. So I decided to take myself to the base of Everest. Zero experience whatsoever. The closest I had ever done when it came to camping, I would drive to a campsite, set up my tent, be around the river, and then drive out. I was never really compelled to big nature. And so I remember I went to Kathmandu. I got into this, trekking expedition on my own, just with a local guide and a porter, not knowing what to expect. And on my second day, when I came across the Himalayas, that is possibly when my life changed forever. Because here I was walking under the shadows of the tallest mountains in the world. And these shadows were the thing that it was actually the thing that was so big enough to swallow all of my pain, to swallow all of my shame, to swallow just all these memories. And I felt a sense of belonging. I felt a sense of welcoming that not a single person in the world had ever given me. And it was so powerful that I remember I started almost rediscovering my courage. And I got so inspired, I made it to the base of Everest in 4 days instead of the 8 days it take. I went so fast that I made my local trekking guy sick. He couldn't continue with me. But I remember just wanted to just being surrounded. There was this safety. And so when I get to the base of Everest, I had the opportunity of seeing the sunrise. And as the sunrise came down between Everest, Nuptse, and Lhotse, I had tears in my eyes, and I looked at the mountain and I made a promise. I said, you have given my life back, and I'm going to promise that I'm going to come back one day, and I'm going to attempt to go to the summit by becoming a mountaineer and coming back with a social cause. And so that was the start of this journey. Though what was very unique is that at that moment, I also heard that the local name for Everest in Tibetan is Chomolungma, which means mother of the world. And so here I was making this powerful promise in front of the mother of the world. And it kind of also looked scary. And so it was actually what really inspired me to become a mountaineer. And that's when I told myself, well, if I want to come back, why don't I try to do this thing called the 7 Summits? Start from, once again, very pragmatic, start from the easiest to the hardest, and, let's embrace this new side. And so that's what literally led me into this path.
It's so powerful. There's something that you say in your book that I really loved in regards to climbing these massive mountains. And you said, rules don't apply here. Ego and brute force guarantee little around here. You saw Navy SEALs and seasoned climbers not make it to the top, yet you did. What was it about that sense of a level playing field that impacted your healing process?
Wow, it's a great question, Melanie. I feel that for me is the way that possibly I looked at mountains. I wasn't there to conquer. I wasn't there to impose. If anything, I've developed allergies whenever people tell me, you've conquered Everest. I'm like, no. I mean, who are we to say that? I mean, just look at our ego on that degree. These mountains have been in existence for millions of years, and they're going to be here even when we're gone. And so the way that I always had my relationship with nature and mountains was very much of a lot of respect. I treated it like my temple. I felt they gave me the space to be vulnerable, to be all of myself. I never felt any judgment. And I think that was always my attitude. I had possibly, even before Everest, I had at about 3 different occasions, really hard moments of breakdowns in the mountains. I had to surrender. And so being in these spaces, I think just showed me that, the attitude, the ego, it can only take you so far. And I think having the attitude of just selflessness, of respect, of trying to be in commune with nature is literally what I think allowed me these opportunities. I always had the highest respect. Every single day I was on my expedition in Everest, I would go spend time in front of the altar. We had a little puja altar, and I will give gratitude for just having an extra day. I never took it for granted. And definitely even didn't think I was going to be that lucky to make it to the top of the very first. But it showed me that, yeah, I mean, the ego, the noise is just simple noise, which, and that's one of the things that I love about having these experiences in the mountain world, because it applies anywhere. And it really highlights it. But yeah, the big talking doesn't really get you that far at times.
The mountains gave you a sense of belonging. That's what I'm hearing you say. I mean, at one point, you asked yourself if perhaps the drive to climb was to literally fall over the edge and end it all. Like, where on this path of summiting did you feel you turned a corner away from thinking about dying to really thinking about living?
It was actually during our final push to the summit. We had to climb the mountain, almost have 3 rotations to get acclimated, to get the right comfort zone. And it was on our final push. We were moving, I think we were on our 3rd day, and we were moving from Camp 2 to about Camp 3. We were getting closer to around 24,000 feet. And unexpectedly, we come across a horrible storm. One that actually almost kills all of us. It was possibly one of the worst situations that I've ever found myself. And I felt my mortality. And I remember crawling to get inside my tent. I was alone. Our team had dispersed. And I remember just having this blockage. And it was that possibly experience that allowed me to feel that I wanted to live, that I wasn't ready, that, this wasn't so much of a suicide mission for me. It was more about, I had given appreciation for the experience that I had had, for the beauty of the sights that I had seen, but I really had this willingness to really wanted to stay alive. And I think that was pivotal. I mean, I kind of remember telling myself, yeah, this has been a messy life and I still want to be around. And I was ready to quit. I at that point, I remember telling myself, I want to live and I don't think I can do this. I mean, I don't think I can continue forward. I was just too scared. And one of my female guides came inside, and as I was telling her, I can't go any further. I love my life. I really want to be able to stay alive. She told me, like, Sylvia, you have it in you. We're going to go together. I was able to actually be vulnerable to her, express my emotion. I remember telling her, like, God, I'm afraid. I've had all this fear. I kind of started feeling vertigo. And she normalized it. She said, listen, this is something that happens. It's okay. We will have our bad days. You are going to be okay. You have it in you. We're going together. And those words, I think, made me also, it brought me a sense of belonging, that I really had this opportunity of being in this circle with the rest of these climbers to continue going forward. And I think if she might have not said that to me, I possibly would have just left over there.
I mean, the power of community is really what I hear you say in terms of that sense of belonging. And at some point in this journey, you got the idea for your nonprofit organization called Courageous Girls, which helps young survivors of sexual abuse overcome their trauma through climbing mountains. Tell us more.
Yes. When that very first time when I went to the base of Everest, I had made a promise to come back with a social cause. And that took me a long time to determine what it was, which I think is always interesting. Whenever we put a purpose, whenever we put ourselves in service, we need to trust that sometimes that's going to take a little bit of time. And for me, I remember trying multiple times, maybe this is going to fit, maybe I should do this. Maybe I should actually, climb on behalf of other people. And it was actually after I had one of my most difficult years, 2013, I had lost my mother to cancer. I had gone through a painful divorce, that I remember taking myself to climb another one of the 7 summits. So I was down in Aconcagua. And the night before the summit, I started being unsure of my ability to continue going. I was getting altitude headaches. And I remember that evening, I had a massive breakdown. I started crying. I was lucky that My tent mate was snoring, so his snores actually didn't make it too embarrassing for me to cry and let go. But I remember what I was doing. I was opening up my heart. I was surrendering to that experience. And the next day, I was able to continue my journey. I was able to summit. And that evening after the summit, my mission to bring survivors of sexual abuse and give them the opportunity to experience healing in nature came very clear. It was almost as if the mountain was having compassion towards me and being like, you've been looking for this? Here it is. I felt I got my orders. And that, made it simple for me. Okay, well, it's going to be a crazy idea to convince people, but it is coming from a sacred place. It's coming from vulnerability. It happened while I was in the mountains. Let's do it. And that's what was so amazing. I mean, it started with inspiration of almost working with these young women, and they kind of became my guinea pigs to see if even they could experience the healing that I did. And the beautiful part is that they did. And that is part of what the journey, I feel that working with them before going for my own journey climbing Everest, I mean, going through that base camp experience together really opened me up. I mean, it kept me very grounded. It taught me so much. It actually taught me about belonging, about vulnerability in ways that I think it prepared me for the rest of my expedition.
I'm really struck by your clarity, and I could truly ask you questions for hours, but we're nearing the end of our session. And so I want to close with one final question. When you think about not only your personal journey, your corporate journey, what are some tips or ways that we can foster a sense of belonging in our communities, especially when considering the many seen and invisible layers of identity that all of us bring?
Wow, great question, Melanie. I think my humble advice, it starts with the self. I think, and as you had mentioned, it's one of the ethos for Google. But for us to really being able to look at a mirror and actually really accepting ourselves and having to embrace some of these difficult experiences that maybe were out of our control. So trying to find ourselves, trying to find that whole side of us is number one. I would say the other part is be open to listen. We're going through some incredible times. And I think it's going to take showing up whole, being able to listen, being able to be brave and vulnerable. I think that can create a really powerful way of us creating belonging, extending it to others. And I mean, for the work that Google is doing, the impact that you guys have had in all of our lives, I'm a massive user and I've benefited so much of it. I think it's a beautiful purpose that every single person at Google is engaging. And I think some of these tidbits, it's in all of you guys. So, it's my little humble learnings or lessons.
Thank you, Sylvia, for sharing your bravery, your journey, and your inclusion techniques with all of us. I lived in Albuquerque for 2.5 years, and I had the wonderful experience of starting my own hiking journey while I was there, the mountains, the sunrise, the sunset. So I really feel that spiritual connection that you're talking about. To our attendees, be sure to pick up Sylvia's book, In the Shadow of the Mountain, at your local bookstore. I hope that you will incorporate her inclusion and belonging teachings from today in your communities. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you for this incredible opportunity. Thank you to Google Cloud Next. And wow, I'm inspired. Albuquerque, why not? Thank you so much.
Thanks again, and thank you all for joining us at our DEI keynote. Enjoy the rest of Cloud Next.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm the founder of Big Chicken. So you got to do that at the end when you say Big Chicken.
Big Chicken is Shaquille O'Neal's emerging fast casual restaurant chain that focuses on big fun, big flavor, and big food. When you're trying to build a national chain, Communication is so critical. To do that, you need a great partner. And we're really lucky that partner is Google Workspace.
You know, Josh, every time he does a presentation, he just loves Google Slides.
As the person responsible for our marketing, probably the best at Google Slides.
His presentations is like I'm at a movie sometime. I'm just sitting there going.
I've got some great new chicken sandwiches for you to try. Brand new recipes. Isn't there something important we're supposed to be talking about? Good recipe development comes with collaboration. Using Docs in Google Workspace gives us the tools we need to collaborate together.
Shaquille's life gets crazy busy, as does our entire board.
When you want to talk to me, make sure you put on my Google Calendar. Google Calendar is my girlfriend. I don't know anything I'm doing unless I talk to my woman. Google Workspace, productivity and collaboration tools for all the ways you work.
Google products provide the information you need when you need it. But why can't you get the same kind of answers for your business? Looker, Google Cloud's business intelligence solution, is here to solve that problem, enabling you to go beyond traditional dashboards and make your organization's information accessible and useful. Bringing this innovation to business will be revolutionary, just like navigating a city after Google Maps. Looker is Google for your business data. Here's what we mean. What if Google AI were built into the tools you use to store and analyze data at work? Google's Vertex AI Vision takes data like video, images, and audio, and in real time, turns it into structured data, ready for business intelligence. Going beyond the dashboard means using Google Glass Enterprise to see insights and recommendations based on your data in real time. More access, more transparency. Now that's Google for your business. With Google Maps, you know if a restaurant is busy before you go, or you can get rerouted around a traffic jam. Looker will help you connect similar dots in a predictive way.
A concert in 5 days will increase foot traffic by 65%. Would you like to adjust staffing and inventory?
Yes. Looker and AI lets you respond to changes in demand and turn insights into action.
Foot traffic continues to be busy. Encourage customers to visit an alternate shop with a reward card?
Yes. Smarter insights mean better experiences and happy customers. So go beyond the dashboard and transform the way you do business with Looker, powered by Google Cloud.
Hello, everyone. Please welcome Google Cloud's Head of Developer Communities, Ashley Willis.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here for as long as you have. I'm sure you were like, I'm ready to go. My name is Ashley Willis. I'm Head of Developer Communities at Google Cloud. I'm also a wife and mother to 3 beautiful kids, some of whom are watching today. Thanks for watching. And today I'd like to talk about something a little bit different than my colleagues have been on stage. It's something that affects all of us in one way or another, and that thing is burnout. Needless to say, I am not a doctor. I cannot diagnose any of you with burnout, but I have experienced this numerous times over my careers, but we're going to talk more about that later. Today's talk will focus on why I think burnout exists, some of the ways that you can identify it, and for the managers in the room, I'm going to give you some tips to keep you from burning your people out. But first, I think it's helpful to start with a definition of burnout. Burnout can be really difficult to describe because it's not necessarily one medical condition in itself. But according to the APA Dictionary of Psychology, burnout is defined as physical, emotional, or mental exhaustion accompanied by decreased motivation, lowered performance, and negative attitudes towards oneself and others. Is any of this starting to sound a little bit too familiar? Yes? Good. So be honest, this is a very safe space. This is a small room. How many of you have experienced burnout? Yes. The good and bad news is that you are not alone. Employee well-being is a new workplace imperative, and we are hearing our managers talk a lot about employee morale, what can we do for people, and the term quiet quitting is kind of setting the internet on fire. So a recent Gallup study cited that about 74% of workers have experienced burnout on the job, and 40% said that they experienced it specifically during the pandemic. And I don't know about you, but I found those numbers to be shocking. And because it's so hard to recover from burnout, people will sometimes leave entire industries trying to escape it. For example, I used to be a commercial photographer, a software engineer, and as you may have noticed by my slides, I was also a graphic designer, or still am. An Ashley of all trades, if you will. So I ran a consulting business for about 10 years. My business was actually doing well. It was thriving. But I had burnt out so bad that I decided to do something completely new, learn a completely new skill in my 30s, and then I entered the corporate world again, and here I am. So why are we like this? I think that there are a few things that factor into burnout, but the one that I'd like to talk about today is status. A status symbol used to be a nice car or a fancy watch, or maybe you live in a really nice house, but the point is that status was visible to the world. And now I think status is about being busy. We're keeping up with the Joneses along with a fancy car or a nice watch. I see you all pre-ordering your Teslas. So imagine for a moment that somebody's like, hey, how are you doing? The normal answer is, oh man, I'm really busy, or I'm really tired, because we are overscheduled. We even overschedule our kids. Our vacations are scheduled, all of it. If your calendar isn't filled with back-to-backs, are you even important? If you are not sharing a selfie at that tourist trap, did you even vacation? By the way, this is Hootie the Owl, and if you are looking for a good owl cafe in Tokyo, hit me up. I know where to send you. Which brings me to social media. So social media is involved in every aspect of our daily lives. We are more online than ever, and we are constantly sharing the highlight reels. But it's not enough just to be on social media anymore. We all want to be influencers. We want all of the likes and all of the engagement. We really need that attention. And so we're trying to keep up with our peers, and we've prioritized this public perception over our own mental health. And through social psychology, we actually know that this negatively increases the frequency of our own self-evaluation, of our appearance, our health, and even our jobs. I like to say that every like equals 1 serotonin, and that might not be too far from the truth, because my little heart flutters every time I see a notification. I'm like, yes, more likes. So it's kind of like that 1985 Oscar speech from Sally Fields where she's like, you like me, you really like me. So that's normal though. We require connection. And in fact, connection is known to reduce anxiety, stress, and depression. Socializing helps us learn to navigate and cope with life's challenges and can boost our self-esteem. And it also helps us avoid loneliness. So in a lot of ways, social media helps us create those connections. But the life that we lead on social media is an idealized version of ourselves. We are not connecting authentically. So it's no wonder we're all stressed out. We're constantly trying to keep up. We're constantly doom scrolling, and we're constantly available. If I don't answer that call or that text, will they think I'm lazy or unreliable? What if they reach out to somebody instead? How can I be the hero in this situation? Which leads to what I like to call the hero syndrome. The addiction to being a hero is no different than any other addiction. As a hero, you spend most of the time trying to save the day and not enough time sharing knowledge with other people. That lack of knowledge transfer can cause many single points of failure across your business, also known as the lotto factor. Take Jane, for example, who works as a software engineer at a fast-growing startup. If Jane wins the lotto tomorrow, she is not coming to work. So who can pick up Jane's workload when she doesn't show up? Because no matter hardworking or heroic Jane might be, she will ultimately burn herself out. Nobody can keep up that pace forever. So do not be a hero is the lesson you should learn from that. So how long do you think it takes to recover from burnout? A month? 6 weeks? All of you are wrong. The answer is going to surprise you because it surprised me. On average, it takes 2 years to recover from burnout. That's right. Which makes sense because it probably took you just as long to get there in the first place. Burnout does not happen over a single project. It's caused by repetitive stress and lack of work-life balance over several years. The trouble is that by the time you feel like you're burnt out, you're probably already there, and that's why taking your vacation does not always help. Vacation should be proactive instead of reactive. So now that we've talked about some of the reasons why I think burnout exists, let's talk about what the burnout cycle looks like. There's 7 phases here, and I'm going to take you through those now. So phase 1 is the honeymoon phase. I am really excited about this. I'm happy, I'm committed, I'm energetic. And this is especially true when we've started a new job. We're solving hard problems and we have this compulsion to prove ourselves. That's normal. Your productivity levels are at an all-time high. It's great. Phase 2 is the onset of stress. This phase begins with an awareness that some days are more difficult than others, and you find that you're just not as optimistic as you once were. You're more tired than normal, like sleepy all day and then up all night thinking about work. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Yes? Phase 3 is neglecting yourself. By this point, some people are postponing self-care just to get the job done, and nobody likes pepperoni on their keyboard. Maybe you're ordering takeout because you don't have enough time to cook a healthy meal. I spend way too much money on DoorDash. Or maybe you're just dunking your kids' dino nuggets in ketchup and sadness. Another example might be canceling plans because you just cannot enjoy a night out with that looming workload. It's terrible. Maybe you're engaging in really unhealthy coping mechanisms like drinking too much just to get your mind to stop racing. Phase 4 is interpersonal problems at home and at work. And that's my kid, who I'm completely ignoring. And so is your family checking in a lot? Is the vibe just generally off? There's a tension and you can't really put your finger on it, but work is really stressful, and that's starting to bleed into your home life. You're snapping at your kids, you're canceling plans, the things that you used to love just aren't as much fun anymore. Does it sound a little bit like depression? That's probably because burnout is often diagnosed as depression. When we reach this phase, we're just not present anymore. And I don't know about you, but I feel like a bad partner, a bad coworker, a bad parent. It feels like I'm failing everyone, so why bother trying? Phase 5 is reduced performance and cognitive problems. That's right. That's me just scrolling through TikTok. So burnout and chronic stress is actually known to interfere with your ability to pay attention and concentrate. Distracted breaks become much longer, and you just can't seem to concentrate no matter how hard you try. And when we're stressed, our attention narrows, and even small tasks become a huge burden. So there I am, again, spending my afternoon on TikTok because I know I have a lot of work to do. I just don't know how to do it. So phase 6. I cannot get excited about work anymore. By this point, I'm done. I'm 3 cups of coffee in. We're done. But now I'm feeling a little bit cynical about my working conditions and even my coworkers. I can't seem to get ahead no matter how hard I try, and the workload is so big that I don't even know how to ask for help at this point. Phase 7 is physical symptoms. So experts know that chronic stress can create real health problems like digestive issues, heart disease, and depression. And according to an ITA group study, employees who say that they burned out are 23% more likely to visit an emergency room. When you're tired all day and thinking about work all night, of course that's going to trigger something physical. And phase 8 is total burnout. And here you can see my soul departing to the great workstream in the sky. It's at this point that I just do not trust myself anymore, and I doubt whether or not I'm even qualified for my job. By now, I feel like the only way to recover is to find a new job. And spoiler alert, that's not going to help you either. That is merely a Band-Aid for a much larger problem. And this isn't necessarily a phase, but as a developer, I thought that this was a really cool visual of burnout. You can see that really strong commit history in those first 2 years. And this is from Johnny Holloman on Twitter. He's great, but he said that what got him there was 5 years working day and night on his own app. So you can see by years 3 and 4, that's total burnout. He's done. He's not committing anymore. He's done. And there have been some studies that talk about open source and burnout. And for anyone that's contributing to open source, if you're not doing it as part of your job, developers say that it gives them energy, which makes a lot of sense. But if you're like Johnny and you're trying to get paid through open source, it's really hard to say no, and it can lead to burnout. So we'll talk about boundary setting a little bit later. I think that that's really important. But if you're feeling any of this, here's the good news. There really are things that you can do about it. And I found that some of the things I'm going to list in a minute were really helpful. So here are 7 tips to help you avoid burnout. The first one is to get clarity. A Gallup study cited that actually only half of workers know what's expected of them. Think about that for a moment. Do you know what's expected of you? Raise your hands if you do. I see you here, yes. All workers, though, regardless of age or stage in their career, want to know what's expected of them. And those lack of clear expectations will create anxiety and frustration. Even if your employees feel energized, those who lack clear expectations and spend too much time working on the wrong things can't create value for their organization. And they will exhaust themselves trying to figure out what it is that they are supposed to be doing. Number 2 is to stop multitasking. You're not good at it, I promise. You're really not. Multitasking actually reduces your productivity because your brain can only focus on one thing at a time. The more we multitask, the less we achieve and learn. It's because we divide our attention and don't allow enough time and space to do deeper processing and learning. This continued context switching definitely leads to burnout. So if you're at capacity and your manager asks you to do one more thing, ask your manager to help you prioritize your to-do list. What is something that you can drop to take on this new thing? The short answer is that it cannot be the baby. We cannot drop the baby. Number 3 is to set healthy boundaries. Listen, we cannot be mad at our managers for asking us what we can handle. We are all adults here, and your manager expects you to know and communicate your limits. Saying no helps you and your coworkers. Your entire organization actually benefits from you setting healthy boundaries, because when you burn out from being a hero, who has to pick up your workload? Likely your peers. Burnout is contagious. It creates both upstream and downstream implications for everyone involved. Number 4 is to take control of your notifications. Every time your phone buzzes, you get that shot of dopamine, but your body is tensing and reacting. It's spending energy needlessly. Unless you're on pager duty, there is nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow. Number 5 is to find something outside of work that you're passionate about. This is me nicely asking you to get a hobby. Please, all of you get a hobby. Something that's challenging and engaging, because research shows that if people with hobbies are less likely to suffer from stress and depression. When you stake your entire self-worth on your job, you become less resilient to things like layoffs or negative performance reviews. It also makes it really hard to switch off after work. Number 6 is to have a clear separation between home and work. Is the Roomba cat landing? That's my favorite part. So I understand that having a dedicated workspace is not a privilege that everyone has. But where you work plays a huge role in your productivity. If you work in front of the TV, you're basically setting yourself up for an unplanned Netflix marathon. Speaking of, has everyone seen season 4 of Stranger Things? It's great. I highly recommend it. But the point is that having a dedicated space for work that's a healthy distance from your relaxing and eating spaces will create that separation from home and work, which is very important for healthy work-life balance. Number 7 is to get enough sleep. Sleep deprivation and burnout actually go hand in hand. In fact, the National Sleep Foundation says that sleeping less than 6 hours a night is one of the best predictors of on-the-job burnout. Most of us have an awareness that sleeping better will help us perform better at work, but a lot of us have a hard time putting that into practice. And you're not alone, because the National Sleep Foundation did a poll in 2018 that showed only 10% of American adults actually prioritize their sleep. And I have also found that 0% of children prioritize their parents' sleep. So you might as well get it while you can. So now that I've given you some tips to help you identify and avoid burnout as an individual, I'd like to dedicate some time to helping the managers in the room. This is arguably the most important section of my presentation, because I believe that poor management is directly responsible for burnout. A Harvard Business Review survey revealed that 58% of people trust a stranger more than their own boss. And employees who feel strongly supported by their managers are 70% less likely to burn out. So here are some tips for you managers. Be clear about your expectations. I made this comic as a joke, but you're in a one-on-one, and your manager's like, hey, what's the status of that thing? And you're like, I didn't even know about that thing. Those are the unspoken objectives. And I am totally nailing them, always. So how many of you here have experienced this? Yes, there's some hands that should be up, I know it. But as a manager, it is your job to remove this guesswork that creates anxiety. Make sure that you are communicating early and often. And repeat yourself until you're sick of hearing it, because the average person needs to hear something 7 times before they act on it. 7 times. Side note, this is also a great tip for when you need to get laundry or dishes done. Yeah, 7 times to your kids, for those of you. Okay. Number 2 is to help them understand their value. Why is meaning and purpose. It's there to guide you and your employees through the day-to-day, and when your employees know why they're doing something, they're more enthusiastic and dedicated. Everyone wants to know that what they're doing is meaningful, otherwise what's the point? 3, enforce reasonable work hours, and that doesn't always mean 9 to 5. My working hours might not be your working hours, but if a project is taking someone 80 hours a week to complete, then as a manager, I have a resource problem that I need to solve. Number 4, try not to send email or messages after work. There's that schedule button in your email. We should use that. Use that. Do not underestimate the influence you have on your team. People will feel obligated to respond to you, even if you tell them that they do not have to. I see some of you in your signature line. You're like, you only respond on your own time, whatever. It doesn't matter what you say, it only matters what you do. Number 5, encourage people to take all of their vacation time, and you take yours as well. You need to model the behavior that you want to see. And many people don't take vacation because they have anxiety about the workload that they will have when they return. So as a manager, meet with your people and see what you can remove from their plate so that they can relax while they're out. Number 6, have regular one-on-ones and actively listen. Do they sound stressed out or overworked? Can you take something off of their plate? If you're taking notes during the one-on-one, you are not actively listening. Remember what I said about multitasking? You're not good at it. So I suggest that you recap at the end by saying what I heard was, and then repeat back what you heard and send an email recap after the meeting. Number 7, do not only recognize the big wins. We do this a lot. Our jobs are mainly a combination of small wins, and us managers have a tendency to only recognize the big ones. So people crave recognition. Show them that you appreciate them early and often, otherwise they're going to kill themselves trying to figure out how they're supposed to gain your approval. And you will unintentionally create a bunch of competing heroes. So this next section is Q&A. I've done this talk a couple of times, and I have 3 questions here that I get asked the most. The first one is, I heard you say that it can take 2 years to recover from burnout, but I don't have 2 years. So I did consult a professional about this talk in general, but specifically this question. And my friend Lindsay Paoli is a licensed therapist and founder of the Mind Fundamentals. And she says that we often believe that this is an all or nothing thing, and it's not. If you start incorporating small things like movement, intention, deep connections, fresh air, go touch some grass, you'll start to see results. So she suggests you start layering these things into your day every single day while mindfully knowing why you're doing it. Like, hey, I'm feeling burnt out. These are the things I'm doing very intentionally. And then you will start to see results towards recovery. Question 2 is, I have a friend who's burnt out. How do I help them? We have a tendency to want to solve our friends' problems. Don't do that, just listen. If they've never heard of burnout before, maybe you can forward them some articles and then suggest that they talk to a professional, or maybe send them this talk. Number 3 is, how do I restore work-life balance? Remember when I said you need to hear something 7 times, so this is number 2. Back to question number 1. Go outside, touch grass, move your body, talk to your friends, stop canceling your plans, figure out who on your team can help you with your workload, have an honest conversation with your manager. Your manager really does want you to succeed. Something that I did, though, was I turned my entire garage into a makerspace. I like to build things, so I put a 3D printer out there. I have a glow forge. I have all of my soldering stuff, and these are some of the things that I've done recently. It's a lot of fun. Highly recommend hacking on things. I'm going to add some lights to something here. But in closing, get a hobby, but also, if your family is telling you, like, hey, something's off, you need to slow down, those are the people that know you best and they want the best for you. Listen to them, take a moment, take a breath. We are all in this together, and I hope that everything that I've said here has helped you in some way. I will be mingling around here. I'm happy to talk about this at length. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm the founder of Big Chicken. So you got to do that at the end when you say Big Chicken.
Big Chicken is Shaquille O'Neal's emerging fast casual restaurant chain that focuses on big fun, big flavor, and big food. When you're trying to build a national chain, communication is so critical. To do that, you need a great partner. And we're really lucky that partner is Google Workspace.
You know, Josh, every time he does a presentation, he just loves Google Slides.
As the person responsible for our marketing, probably the best at Google Slides.
His presentations is like I'm at a movie sometime. I'm just sitting there going.
I've got some great new chicken sandwiches for you to try. Brand new recipes. Isn't there something important we're supposed to be talking about? Good recipe development comes with collaboration. Using docs in Google Workspace gives us the tools we need to collaborate together.
Shaquille's life gets crazy busy, as does our entire board.
When you want to talk to me, make sure you put on my Google Calendar. Google Calendar is my girlfriend. I don't know anything I'm doing unless I talk to my woman. Google Workspace, productivity and collaboration tools for all the ways you work.
Google products provide the information you need when you need it. But why can't you get the same kind of answers for your business? Looker, Google Cloud's business intelligence solution, is here to solve that problem, enabling you to go beyond traditional dashboards and make your organization's information accessible and useful. Bringing this innovation to business will be revolutionary. just like navigating a city after Google Maps. Looker is Google for your business data. Here's what we mean. What if Google AI were built into the tools you use to store and analyze data at work? Google's Vertex AI Vision takes data like video, images, and audio, and in real time, turns it into structured data, ready for business intelligence. Going beyond the dashboard means using Google Glass Enterprise to see insights and recommendations based on your data in real time. More access, more transparency. Now that's Google for your business. With Google Maps, you know if a restaurant is busy before you go, or you can get rerouted around a traffic jam. Looker will help you connect similar dots in a predictive way.
A concert in 5 days will increase foot traffic by 65%. Would you like to adjust staffing and inventory?
Yes. Looker and AI lets you respond to changes in demand and turn insights into action.
Foot traffic continues to be busy. Encourage customers to visit an alternate shop with a reward card?
Yes. Smarter insights mean better experiences and happy customers. So go beyond the dashboard and transform the way you do business with Looker, powered by Google Cloud.
We started with the exponential roadmap's goal, 0 carbon emissions by 2050.
Where our emissions primarily stem from: device, CDN, networking, and cloud.
Our goal is actually to get to 0 emissions by 2030.
Backstage was built internally at Spotify, so it unifies your tooling, your services, docs, and apps under a unified, consistent UI. We donated it to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation.
Amazing to see how many people at Spotify actually care deeply about this topic.
Cloud Carbon Footprint is actually an open source tool developed by ThoughtWorks.
The only thing that's limiting us right now is just people hearing about it.
It leverages cloud APIs to provide visualizations of estimated carbon emissions.
We leverage Bigtable, GKE. It starts not just from the cloud, but it goes all the way out to our end user devices.
We want to empower not just Spotify internally, but the broader developer community to reduce their carbon footprint.
Google's infrastructure powers services for billions of people.
And then Google Cloud takes those lessons from running these services in order to deliver an innovative and easy-to-use cloud infrastructure.
Today, Google Cloud helps users automate the lifecycle of their workloads.
In the future, we'll use AI to understand workload patterns and do this automatically.
Intelligently optimizing for higher performance with lower latency, cost, and power consumption.
Today, we optimize our infrastructure for AI/ML and your data, ensuring that it is accessible anywhere.
But we're not stopping there. Chiplets are a new design and manufacturing process that brings open source agility to the world of silicon by using a building block approach.
Custom chips for a vast range of configurations.
Sustainability is important to us because our planet depends on it, and we will operate on 24/7 carbon-free energy by 2030. Every email you send through Gmail, or every question you ask Search, and every virtual machine you spin up across our cloud will be supplied by carbon-free energy every hour of every day.
We are reinventing infrastructure, where AI-based automation will recommend the most efficient design for your workloads based on your usage.
And we'll run them on Google's unique infrastructure, optimized specifically for you.
All of this delivered on the cleanest public cloud in the world.
This is our next. We can't wait to see what you do with it.
I'm Thomas DeMeo, and we're thrilled to have you here. We're so excited about what the future holds, and we've invested a lot to make you successful with Google Cloud, so you can build applications faster and more secure than ever. You may have heard Thomas Kurian talk about how we offer prescriptive guidance with an opinionated approach to solve developer velocity challenges. In today's session, I'm going to show you how exactly we do this by highlighting how Google Cloud lets you deliver secure applications in an open manner. Even though working remotely has become the norm, working faster remotely and across distributed teams continues to be a challenge. Typical friction points include onboarding remote employees, setting up dev and test environments, and long build times, just to name a few. When it comes to security, code and data exfiltration risks are key. This is especially true in sensitive and regulated environments. Customers tell us that current solutions to secure dev environments can add developer friction to the experience. For example, streaming-based solutions may introduce unwanted latency, and running your specific containers may not be fully supported. Solving developer velocity challenges requires a two-pronged approach. How do we not only make it easier for developers to build applications, but also easy for IT admins to securely scale in dev environments? To address this, I'm excited to announce the availability of Cloud Workstations. Think of Cloud Workstations as providing pre-configured but customizable developer environments in the cloud, with your favorite dev tools pre-installed and up to date. Cloud Workstations come with multi-IDE support, such as IntelliJ, PyCharm, Rider, CLion, CodeOSS, and others, as part of this fully managed experience. Cloud Workstations can provide security capabilities as you code, which can be extended to other parts of your software supply chain, from build dependency, management, to deployment. On the product side, we are taking those efforts to the next level with the launch of Software Delivery Shield. Software Delivery Shield provides a fully managed end-to-end software supply chain security. This starts with the IDE and includes CI/CD pipelines, deploy time policies, and runtime security posture. So while you're focused on writing code, Software Delivery Shield, or SDS, is helping to make sure your organization's security policy is consistently enforced across the software delivery process, enabling you to develop faster. In addition to what we've covered, we've also been focused on helping remove barriers across our data platform, allowing developers to build data-driven applications faster. After all, data often powers the most impactful experiences. We're providing integration with Vertex AI, our AI ML platform. This enables inferencing directly within the database transaction. In addition, we're announcing in preview Spanner integration with Vertex AI. This integration allows data scientists to build their models easily in Vertex AI, and developers to access those models using the SQL query language. It's a great time to be a developer, because software is enabling businesses to reimagine how they're providing more engaging experiences. In doing this with the peace of mind that security is embedded at every step of the way. And everything I just described was designed to help you focus on what you love, writing code fast. We're excited to create this future together. Thanks for joining us.
My name is June Yang, VP of Cloud AI and Industry Solutions.
And I'm Sudhir Hasbe. I'm Senior Director of Product Management for Data Analytics at Google Cloud.
The last few years have led us to a tipping point with AI adoption, where we have seen the impact of AI across more and more organizations and more use cases. Organizations from many industries and varying level of ML expertise are solving business-critical problems with AI, from creating compelling customer experience to optimizing operations to automating routine tasks. These organizations learn to innovate faster and ultimately get ahead in the marketplace. But how do they get there? First, the challenge starts with data. It is the challenge to manage its growth and complexity. It is a challenge to prepare data for AI and ML usage. Second, AI expertise is scarce. How many AI experts do you need to get your first model into production? What about the next set of use cases? And finally, if you have all the pieces in place, the road from prototype to production can still take months, if not years. How can you scale faster with confidence?
I'm proud to announce the general availability of Big Lake to help you break the data silos and unify your data lakes and warehouses. Big Lake will also support Apache Iceberg, which is becoming the standard for open source table formats for your data lakes. And soon we will also add support for other formats like Delta Lake and Hudi. Our built-in support for Apache Spark in BigQuery will allow data practitioners to create BigQuery stored procedures, unifying their work in Spark with their SQL pipelines. Today, we are announcing support for unstructured data in BigQuery through object tables. Object tables enable you to take advantage of common security and governance across your data. You can now build data products that unify structured and unstructured data in BigQuery. This makes BigQuery a one-stop solution to store, manage, and process all types of data at global scale.
Google Cloud addresses this challenge head-on by offering a wide range of capabilities that can increase the reach of AI ML to more users and help your scarce resource, your data scientists, to achieve greater productivity. For some workloads, faster is what it's all about. I am excited to introduce Vertex AI Vision, a revolutionary end-to-end computer vision application development service that helps you to be able to reduce the amount of time it takes to build computer vision application from days to minutes at a fraction of the cost. With an easy-to-use drag-and-drop interface and pre-trained model for common tasks, Vertex AI Vision is the one-stop shop to build, deploy, manage computer vision application. We hope you have enjoyed this session. Thank you so much for attending.
I'm Andy Gutmans, General Manager and VP of Engineering for Databases at Google Cloud. And I'm excited to share with you what's next for builders and data engineers. At Google Cloud, our mission is to accelerate every organization's ability to digitally transform. And a large part of that is helping customers innovate faster with a unified, open, and intelligent data platform. We do this by focusing on 4 key areas. Let's start with the first focus area, creating a unified and integrated data cloud for your operational and analytical data. The way we've built our core services such as Cloud Spanner, Bigtable, AlloyDB, and BigQuery is truly differentiated. Building on this, customers need to have easy movement of data within the data cloud. We heard you, and that's why we announced in preview DataStream for BigQuery. DataStream for BigQuery provides easy replication of data from operational database sources such as AlloyDB, Postgres, MySQL, and Oracle directly into BigQuery. This is special because we worked closely with the BigQuery team to develop an optimized integration to replicate database updates in real time at very low latency. Setup is just a few simple clicks. The second focus area is our continued commitment to open source and open standards for increased flexibility and portability without vendor lock-in. We offer managed services that are fully compatible with the most popular open source engines such as MySQL, Postgres, and Redis. We're focused on making Google Cloud the best place to run your Postgres workloads. We offer you not 1, not 2, but 3 fully managed services that support the Postgres interface. First, Cloud SQL for Postgres. It is our enterprise-ready, fully managed relational database service. You get the same experience of open source Postgres with the strong manageability, availability, and security capabilities of Cloud SQL. And you can use the same service APIs to also manage your MySQL and SQL Server databases. Second, AlloyDB is our fully managed Postgres-compatible database service, ready for your top-tier workloads and for modernizing your legacy proprietary databases in the cloud. In our performance tests, AlloyDB is more than 4 times faster than open-source Postgres and 2 times faster than Amazon's comparable Postgres-compatible service for transactional workloads. It also delivers up to 100 times faster analytical queries than standard Postgres. And finally, we've also added a Postgres interface for Spanner, our transformative relational database with unlimited global scale, strong external consistency, and up to 5 nines availability. With the Postgres interface for Spanner, developers can take advantage of familiar tools and skills from the Postgres ecosystem. And to further democratize access to Spanner, we recently announced a free trial to give builders an easy way to try out Spanner at no cost. Get started building with Spanner today. The third focus area is around how we are infusing AI and ML across data-driven workloads. We use AI and ML across our database technologies to make our services more intelligent. Capabilities such as Cloud SQL cost recommenders and AlloyDB Autopilot enable DBAs and DevOps teams to manage performance and capacity for large fleets of databases. In addition to infusing AI and ML into our databases, we're providing integration with Vertex AI, our AI and ML platform, to enable model inferencing directly within the database transaction. I'm therefore excited to announce today, in preview, the integration of Vertex AI with Spanner. You can now use a SQL query in Spanner to call a model in Vertex AI. With this integration, both AlloyDB and now Spanner can simply call Vertex AI models using SQL in operational transactions, allowing data scientists to build their models easily in Vertex AI and developers to access these models using the SQL query language. Our final focus area is around empowering builders to be more productive with innovative, one-of-a-kind developer experiences. We've introduced Cloud SQL Query Insights for Postgres and MySQL. In addition, we make Cloud SQL cost recommenders generally available and introduced Postgres System Insights in preview. Today, we're excited to announce the preview of security and performance recommenders for Cloud SQL. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of Next.
Hello, I'm Sachin Gupta, VP GM for Infrastructure at Google Cloud. The roles of enterprise architects and developers are evolving. Not only do you have to keep the lights on, you are expected to stay on top of the ever-changing trends and technologies that create business value. And you have to do all of this while lowering costs and improving performance, so IT infrastructure runs quickly and smoothly. Your role is critical to a successful transformation. With Google Cloud, you can innovate faster and more easily while optimizing costs. We know organizations like yours still have a lot of infrastructure to migrate, and we are committed to helping you migrate more securely and efficiently. Cloud TPU v4 delivers industry-leading ML training performance and scale. With 6 terabits per second interconnect, you can run large-scale training workloads up to 80% faster and up to 50% cheaper compared to alternatives. Today, we are announcing a new industry consortium, the Open XLA project, that will unite an ecosystem of leading machine learning compiler technologies and accelerate and simplify machine learning innovation. These open source AI contributions enable you to take your AI idea and turn it into reality easily and at low cost. VMware Engine is a fully managed native Google service that helps you lift and shift your VMware applications to Google Cloud faster and easier. We are the first external provider to support VMware's Cloud Universal program, which makes it easier for you to migrate to the cloud. And with built-in point-and-click migration tools and our instant provisioning feature, you can get workloads running in your private cloud in less than 1 hour. We are continuing to scale VMware Engine by increasing support from 64 to 96 nodes per private cloud, all with 4 nines of availability in a single site, and a dedicated 100 gigabit per second network. This provides high performance and reliability for your most demanding production workloads. Next, I'm really excited to announce C3 VMs. It is the first VM on the market to feature the latest generation of Intel Sapphire Rapids processors and is built on new Intel Google co-designed infrastructure processing units, or IPUs. All of this together means differentiated performance, security, isolation, and flexibility. C3 is the first VM in our fleet with 200 gigabits per second low latency networking to support a variety of workloads such as data processing, web serving, and high throughput HPC workloads. Moving on to another product built to leverage the IPU, Google Cloud Hyperdisk is the next generation of block storage, which will be available on both Compute Engine and GKE. We are decoupling block storage performance from the VM, allowing you to tune your storage performance to your workload needs. Our new flexible committed use discounts, or flex cuts, can make it easier to save and manage costs across teams by giving you region and VM family flexibility. Our new Migration Center can reduce complexity, time, and cost by providing key capabilities in migrating and modernizing to virtual machines, containers, or serverless computing. Dual Run lets you replicate your mainframe workload in Google Cloud and run the 2 environments in parallel. This allows you to confirm successful operations in Google Cloud before your cutover, which can massively reduce risk. These 3 defining pillars for Google Cloud infrastructure, transformative, optimized, and easy, are the key tenets behind our intentional engineering efforts. Thank you.
My name is Amar Gandhi, a Senior Director of Product Management from Google Cloud, and I'm joined by my colleague, Jerome Sims.
Hi, Amar.
And we're both excited to share with you some new products and capabilities we're introducing at Next this year. At Google Cloud, our mission is to accelerate every organization's journey to digitally transform the business. And when it comes to DevOps, we serve customers of all sizes and types today. And our goal is to make DevOps on Google Cloud easy for your organization as well. And to fulfill this mission, we focus on 4 key areas which address the key challenges we hear from these customers every day. This year, we are launching many new products and capabilities across all of these 4 areas. And now I'm going to hand over to my colleague Jerome to tell you more.
Thanks, Amar. Software supply chain security is becoming an increasingly critical concern for many DevOps teams. And to help you better protect your software supply chains, we're very excited to bring you Software Delivery Shield. Software Delivery Shield is a comprehensive yet modular set of capabilities that spans a set of Google Cloud products, delivering a fully managed end-to-end solution to help protect your software supply chain. To help you better secure your applications during development, we are launching Cloud Workstations, a new service which provides a fully managed local development environment on Google Cloud with built-in security measures. We are also giving your developers tools to help them code faster with greater security. With Cloud Code Source Protect, developers will get real-time security feedback as they work in their IDE. When your developers are coding in Cloud Workstations, Artifact Registry and Container Analysis can give them a secure space to store and manage their container images and language packages, and also scan them for vulnerabilities. You can now do on-push scanning for Maven and Go packages in containers, and for non-containerized Maven packages as well. To help you improve the security of your open source dependencies, our Assured Open Source Software Service provides over 250 packages across Java and Python. In continuing to help secure your pipelines, I'm really excited to announce Cloud Build now supports SASA Level 3 builds. Finally, To help secure the runtime environment, we're introducing a new set of security features in GKE. GKE can now help assess your container security posture and give you active security guidance. For customers on Cloud Run, we're introducing new enhancements to Cloud Run's security panel. It now displays software supply chain security insights. When your developers are building applications, oftentimes they will need databases. I'm happy to introduce Cloud SQL Security Recommender. It can now automatically monitor the security posture of your databases, alert you on potential security vulnerabilities. To make multi-cloud easier for you, we're introducing a set of new features to our Anthos platform. Anthos customers can now enjoy a unified management experience everywhere from a single Google Cloud console. And to drive consistent security, governance, and observability across a fleet of clusters spanning all environments, whether on-prem, hybrid, or multi-cloud. In addition, Anthos now supports VM deployments for your edge environments. And to help our customers develop and operate more sustainably, I'm pleased to announce that Carbon Footprint is now generally available. Carbon Footprint introduces a new level of transparency to support you in meeting your climate goals. Integrating and scaling your DevOps toolchain is a challenge for many DevOps teams. And for that, I'm happy to announce our managed service for Prometheus is now GA. In addition, to make continuous deployment easier for you, we added integration between Cloud Deploy and Cloud Run, and to make the use of logs easier on Google Cloud, I'm excited to announce Log Analytics. Through an innovative partnership with BigQuery, cloud logging now allows your DevOps teams to get more value out of the logs through the power of SQL queries.
With these capabilities, your organization can adopt a more secure, intelligent, and sustainable DevOps practice. On behalf of Jerome and I, we hope you have a great next 2022.
My name is Sunil Podi, and I'm the VP and General Manager for Google Cloud Security. As many of you know, organizations large and small are realizing that digital transformation and the changing threat landscape requires a ground-up security transformation. Attackers' tactics, techniques, and procedures have evolved as their targets have shifted and their desired outcomes have changed. Long gone are the days of a limited number of malicious nation-state actors only targeting specific governments or critical infrastructure. These days, new normal is persistent attacks and off-the-shelf attack tooling leveraged by sophisticated threat actor gangs and nation-states. And these folks are primarily focused on financial gain and business disruption across the mainstream enterprise, from the mid-market credit union bank to a very large enterprise in the Fortune 500.
As a new member of Google Cloud family, Mandiant brings expertise in threat intelligence and consulting to double down on Google's commitment to security. At Mandiant Threat Intelligence, we're always vigilant, tracking threat actors across the cyber domain as they seek to spy, steal, and sabotage the networks of organizations around the world. While cyber attacks used to play out completely behind closed doors, the threat has changed, and we're seeing an enormous amount of activity in full public view. State and criminal adversaries aren't just quietly hacking victims. They're creating public spectacles, which are designed to undermine the credibility of institutions and companies. Despite rumors to the contrary, ransomware is not dead. Those actors are still going strong, but the nature of their activity is always changing. Mandiant and Google Cloud share a strong commitment to security and will work together to keep our customers, defenders, and the entire global community safe.
Now, as many of you know, Mandiant clearly shares our mission to reinvent how enterprises detect and respond to threats and incidents. We are bringing the best of Google to enterprises with security solutions for your on-prem, private, or multi-cloud environments. And we are helping organizations address these top-of-mind security initiatives across a variety of dimensions, starting with cloud governance and digital sovereignty. Now, as most of you know, digital sovereignty has become top of mind for many of you internationally. Governance and sovereignty are global issues with regulations and many unique compliance requirements, So the core of Google's and Google Cloud's approach is putting our sovereign controls in your hands.
Transforming security for me is all about how security can be a business enabler, while making sure the team embraces change and leverages all the latest cloud-native security controls available to us. To transform our security program, we are really focused on 3 key areas: security transformation to support business growth, zero trust by default, and threat detection and response going cloud native.
So we've made significant investments in our Beyond Corp Alliance, alongside strategic partners such as Palo Alto and a variety of other partners in the ecosystem. This now gives you comprehensive zero trust options to secure private and SaaS app access while mitigating internet threats across managed or unmanaged devices. So in closing, you may recognize that the pace of innovation on this path to invisible security has not slowed down. Thanks again, stay secure, and have a great rest of Next.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor to kick off this session as the new leader for the Google Workspace business. Some of you are current customers who use Workspace every day at work, and some of you are considering it for the first time. Regardless of which camp you're in, every time that you use Gmail or Google Chat, Calendar, Drive, Docs, Meet in your daily life, you are using Workspace. Bridging communication and collaboration across these products is the magic of Workspace. Our mission is to meaningfully connect people so they can create, build, and grow together. First, let's acknowledge that meetings are not going away, but they can be dramatically improved. To make the most of meetings, we've introduced features like automatic light adjustments and noise cancellation so that you can look and sound your best. Companion mode gives everyone a front row seat in hybrid meetings, whether they're joining from their phone or from a conference room. And to reduce digital fatigue, we've added features like co-presenting and the ability to unpin your own video tile. Attracting and retaining talent is top of mind for many of us as we prepare for tomorrow's workforce. A new study stated that 75% of recent college graduates prefer working in Google Workspace. And today, I'm excited to announce new ways in which we're making Workspace even more powerful. Capabilities like adaptive framing give everyone in a crowded conference room a chance to be seen. We've also introduced auto transcriptions in Meet, not just in English, but soon in French, German, Portuguese, and Spanish. Today, I'm excited to share that we're bringing Smart Canvas to more places in Workspace, starting with Google Slides. With Speaker Spotlight in Slides, we're bringing the storyteller and the story together for a far more integrated, engaging view, creating focus and engagement. I am thrilled to announce that we're opening up Smart Canvas for third-party applications. New smart chips for Salesforce, Zendesk, Figma, and other partners will allow people to view and engage with this rich third-party data in the flow of the work, rather than switching tabs or context. Our groundbreaking client-side encryption feature allows customers to have complete control over access to their data. Today, we're excited to announce that we are extending client-side encryption to Gmail and Google Calendar. We're introducing APIs for Meet and Chat and a Meet add-on SDK that allows you to bring the power of these tools directly into the third-party apps that you're using every day. Our partners, Figma and Asana, are using that new SDK to embed their apps directly into Meet. The new Figma add-on will enable teams to collaborate on Figma design files and FigJam digital whiteboards directly in Google Meet. I am psyched by how we can help users and customers today, and I am so excited by where we're headed. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We hope you check out the on-demand content and the breakout sessions for much more on Workspace. Bye for now.
Today, it's uncertain.
It's gonna be a crazy day, Huey.
It's also unwritten.
You got this.
Today is the day we can start to change things. Make things better and make better things. Let's take on problems, big or small.
Hey, it's lunchtime.
Not yet, I'm coding!
Because they're all worth solving. Let's make tech more helpful, more open, and accessible to everyone. Let's keep data safe and people safe. Look after the environment and each other. Today may surprise us, push us, even scare us. That's why we're here. Let's take those challenges and make something even better for tomorrow.
Please welcome our CEO of Google Cloud, Thomas Kurian.
Wow. Hello, welcome to Cloud Next. It's wonderful to join you from New York to begin our global 24-hour broadcast with keynotes happening live here in New York, San Francisco, Tokyo, Bengaluru, and Munich. It's my pleasure now to kick off today by welcoming Google and Alphabet CEO, Sundar Pichai.
Thank you, Thomas. And thanks to everyone joining us today. Wish I could be there with you in person. I'm glad that today's event spans the globe. It's a representation of the hybrid world we live in today. We're honored to build products that help make this hybrid reality work even better. From Google Workspace, the productivity